Yes, ma'am. You talking to Gus?
Yes.
What about him?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go, guys. Good morning. Welcome to our budget workshop for the fiscal year 2021-2022. The City Council, the City of Lamarque has scheduled budget workshops for July 26th, 27th, and 29th, and August 3rd, 2021. And notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct budget workshops on Monday, July 26, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, and resuming Tuesday, July 27, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, and resuming Thursday, July 29, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, and Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned by telephone and video conference Zoom, and also in person at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, 77568, for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Robin, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A.
Present.
Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
Present. Let's stand for our invocation and our pledge, please. Let's pray. Eternal God, we thank you for today and for this great city, and certainly we ask your guidance, your wisdom on all of our deliberations here. Bless this council, bless every elected and appointed official. Certainly, God, bless every member of this city and every citizen that calls this great city home. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, welcome to our budget workshop. Certainly, we're excited about you attending, whether you're attending in person or online. And now we'll move to item number 4, citizens participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council on a specific agenda item. It'll be limited to 3 minutes. You should give the mayor your name and the item you wish to speak about. And in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are with us via telephone and you wish to speak, you can press *6 to mute or unmute your phone. If you're participating via smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower left-hand portion of your screen that you may click to mute and unmute. When you're doing so online, please give the mayor your name and item you're wishing to speak about. Kyle, are there any persons online that wish to speak? Are there any persons in the audience that wish to speak? Very good. Item 5, review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 departmental budgets and all funds. So at this time, we will turn it over to Mr. Carey, who will lead us in our budget workshop.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. First of all, as Mrs. Koo stated last week, this is an imperfect book. There will be mistakes and, that we'll need to edit going forward. All I ask is we come together, we work this out with our city staff, and, we move forward together. Many of these items were placed in this book from the previous chiefs and managers. So there are things that we're going to need to work out together. With all the changes with the previous administration, most of our time spent this past couple, month has been stabilizing our city. So, I look at this budget as a piece of clay. We're going to mold and shape it together this week, and it'll be our final product. So, Mrs. Koo.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. And like you said, that was exactly how it's going to be. Hopefully, by the end of September, we will have a book which represents teamwork between council, staff, and the citizens. So that's something that it's a byproduct that we all can feel proud of going into 2022.
Susie,
Yes, sir.
before you
Uh-huh.
continue, and it's in particular members of council, people online are having a hard time hearing us. And so
Oh,
if you could speak
sorry.
clearly into the microphone, and ladies and gentlemen, when we speak today, if we could speak clearly into the microphone, so those that are watching at home or those that will watch later, they'll be able to understand exactly what we're saying. It would,
How about now? Better?
that should be better. Thank you.
Good, good. Thank you for
Yes,
letting me
ma'am.
know that. Last week, we delivered a document to you. This is something that we really, really want to work hard the next 4 full days in the budget workshop. Fine tune different places. There are a lot of unknowns from staff that we seek directions from council, and hopefully we will get certain things confirmed by different professionals. So that way we can move forward with confidence. With that said, if you can just open up your binder and turn to page, let me see here. By the way, I hope that everyone read the city manager's budget message. It does have a lot of good information in it. Turn to page 7. This is our city organizational chart. Now, currently, what we call official was what the previous administration had put in place with the 2 assistant city managers in the organizational chart. Of course, we are proposing to eliminate those positions, but still, they do exist for now because it's in the fiscal year until further action is taken. Okay. And then moving into 2022, after taking these 2 positions out, we are proposing to resume the assistant to city manager position because that's what's currently already in place, is existing, just not funded because we changed that. Yes, we converted that into assistant city manager. So with all that said, we just want to resume that, but Mr. Carey would like to have this assistant to the city manager, the functions similar to an executive administrative assistant. And I don't know how council feel about it. It's a little bit higher grade than regular administrative assistant's role, but it's lower than an assistant city manager's role. So it's sort of in between. This person can help our interim city manager to accomplish different projects assigned by him, more technical projects. So average salary for this role with said functions, it's around 50 to 52,000 a year. So we kind of like to see the consensus from council, how you feel about that, because Mr. Carey does need some help. And he would like to post that position as soon as he can, because right now he has no one to help him in administration.
Yeah, and I'll go into a little more detail. Before we had, the city manager and 2 assistant city managers.
Mhm.
Right now, I'm filling that role as one person. I have Venetia coming over, helping me in the office, on a part-time basis. So she's coming over from Public Works, helping me. I'm trying not to take away from our department. Asking this assistant to basically fill roles as the assistant city manager previously did. Work on, attend meetings, work on projects, assist me as an assistant city manager would. They just technically, it would be an assistant to the city manager. Yeah, I definitely need the help. That's for sure. And that's what Susie's stating. It would be more of an executive to executive admin assistant, basically, but it be assistant to the city manager.
Can I go ahead and just?
Go ahead.
So I'm in full support of there needing to be another position in the city manager's office, going from an office of 3 people filling, and then you taking on is like not appropriate. But why wouldn't it just be assistant city manager if they're going to be filling the duties that the assistant city manager positions were filling? Why would we demote it to an assistant to the city manager? I'm just curious about like what the reasoning is. That just to
Yeah,
save money, essentially?
save money in one sense and from the people. I mean, that's what we've been hearing it quite often about having the 2 assistant city managers. And I don't know, Susie, if you would, I mean, we would save money, but I mean, I would be asking them to fill a role as an assistant city manager,
Yeah.
So that's a discussion we can have here.
Yeah. What was the, I mean, it's certainly something I would look at, because I mean, I know we have a lot of places we're going to need to look at saving money, but at the same time, don't really love the idea of asking someone to fill a job that they could look at and say, wait a second, the person who just filled this job, or there was 2 people filling some of these jobs, and they got paid a lot more than me, and they got, a title with more respect, more authority. And
Sure.
I don't know why we wouldn't just put
So,
someone there.
so basically, are you proposing having a city manager, an assistant city manager, and an executive assistant?
No, I'm saying cut out the assistant to the city manager, have the city manager and an assistant city manager. Because if we're saying right now we have just the city manager, and the proposal on the table is let's recruit someone for an executive assistant to the city manager, but they'll be doing the duties of an assistant city manager. Let's just make them.
But I
an
don't think
assistant
you're
city
saying, because an executive administrative assistant is someone that does the paperwork, they do the filing, they do the technical piece of what you do. Whether you do the meetings, you do the proposals, but that an executive assistant does the actual paperwork.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll ask them to assist me on projects. I
Right.
mean, ask them to attend meetings. I will, because I'm only one person now, filling the role and going to meetings for 3. That, some might not feel comfortable in doing certain aspects of the job.
So are you saying it's a title thing or a money thing or both?
It's both. I mean, if they're gonna, I think it's clear based on feedback that, we've received, like the 2 assistant city managers are gone, right?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I still see a pretty clear need from what I'm hearing and what I've seen in the last few years for an assistant city manager. That then there's someone who, and from what I understand, some of the reasoning behind why there was the split was the split for the 2 assistant city managers, is that there was increasing duties that needed a little more than just an assistant to the city manager, that the city manager couldn't totally cover, but there were still all those executive assistant pieces too. Now we figured out, okay, 2 assistant city managers is not going to work for us right now, but I don't think that eliminates the need for a high-level assistant city manager who can take on leadership roles when the city manager can't do it, can be high level and still doing a lot of executive assistant style stuff. But, because all I heard was they're going to be filling assistant city manager roles,
Sure.
but we won't be giving them that title.
So let me just frame this so that we can know where we're at. Susie has introduced the organizational chart that the previous city administration wanted to introduce during budget. We are now in the midst of a discussion on this org chart, and we're looking at the elimination of 2 assistant city managers positions, and we're trying to bring back help on the org chart in some way that would be beneficial to the city manager's office. And I'm just clarifying that, so those at home, if it looks like we just jumped right in it, we're talking about the org chart right now.
Yes, we
So
are.
we didn't really just jump right in it. We're just trying to get through this org chart.
Right.
But go ahead, Councilwoman.
No, I was just saying, and I think I've said the word assistant to the city manager 5,000 times already, so it's confusing. I'm glad you clarified.
And whoever's in this office going forward will need that help.
And currently what is in the budget is an assistant to the city manager position, and we budgeted $36,593. So now, and I'm an executive administrative assistant. Yeah, I did say average salary is between 50,000 to 52,000. But if you want a true assistant city manager's role, it's gonna be more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna be, I believe, 110,000. So I don't know if council wants to go that route. We're fine as staff, either way. But it's based on the need of that city manager's office, whatever they need, and reaching consensus from council.
But you're proposing an executive
Yes, ma'am.
administrative assistant.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
To
because
do
when I
the
first
work
looked
of
at
that.
it and when I was looking at the job description for the administrative assistant, it was just wasn't going to work. You know, so that's why I brought it to Patty and to Susie, that we need to try to increase this so we can bring someone in that can really, you know, help us move forward.
So let's try to frame it. We're definitely saying, sounds like that the city manager, whoever that person will be, needs help. We see that. We don't believe, sounds like at least the majority of us, I don't want to speak for any of us, don't believe that we need 2 assistant city managers. The majority of us believe that that office will need some sort of help. But then we can look back maybe at what life was like before these 2 assistant city managers and whether or not that was effective. Was it effective when the previous city manager, when Ms. Butler was here with her organizational chart and she had an assistant to the city manager, was that effective? Because if that was effective, then that should be the foundation from which this discussion happens. That's something that we'll have to answer in the future. But right now, today, since we're early in this, I think that it's important for us to say the city manager will have some sort of help. We know that will be more than just an administrative assistant, right? So now, would it be agreeable for council to allow Mr. Carey and Ms. Koo to come with 2 or 3 different options? This is what an assistant to the city manager would look like. This is what an executive assistant to the city manager would look like. This is what an assistant city manager or deputy city manager would look like. These are the job functions. This would be the pay, you know, in those 3 columns. And then when we get to the city manager's office, we can then kind of, you know, plug in what we believe fits best with where we're at.
Yeah.
Would that be something that would be okay?
Yeah, because I would like to look at both models.
Yeah.
The models that Casey's talking about with the city manager, the assistant city manager, and the person that's underneath them doing the admin work for those 2 people. Because if I'm making 85 or whatever, thousands of, I'm not gonna wanna do the technical piece. You know what I mean? But I wanna look at the different models to see what works with our budget.
Okay.
Because we're a growing city, so we know we're gonna need help for what's to come.
And one of the things that I'll say just in history that's vital for any city manager is to have a person, whatever you call that person, to be the direct contact with the public.
Yeah.
Whoever these folks are that calls the city manager's office, that person needs to be there to say, I hear you, I understand, I'm relaying this to whoever the city manager is, so that there's just one extra step instead of the 3 or 4 or 5 that sometimes happens. So I would say, as we move forward, guys, it's important for me that that person has the ability to do clerical work. And I think that's what Kim is suggesting, is like, if we're talking about an assistant city manager or deputy city manager, that person may not be as inclined to do some of the more administrative parts of the job that we really need, because Chase or whoever, they're all over.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also, I think this is a safe assumption to say that any of the models we're talking about right now, even if we ended up with 3 people in that department, we would be saving money because it would be going from 2 assistant city managers.
Yeah.
Changing that makeup.
Right.
So if it was city manager, executive assistant, city manager, assistant city manager, nothing, or
Right.
whatever, it would be a savings.
Right.
So.
Right.
I think that's cool too. But I would love to see those models. That would be great.
Okay. Carlson and Compion, are y'all adding to this, or are we good where we're at, or how y'all feel?
I'm gonna wait till we see the.
Wait till we see the model.
Sorry.
No, you? No, Pro Tem?
First words.
Yeah.
You good? All right, so let's, do you have any other decisions that you need us to make on the org chart? Susie, sounds like we're saying do away with the 2 assistant city managers. Have those persons, at least for now, all of those departments report back to the city manager directly like they used to until we get to that part of the discussion. And it may change again based on what the council's wishes are at that time, but at least right now, we're gonna eliminate the 2 assistant city managers, and we're gonna hold a spot in the city manager's office for whatever that will look like later on in the week.
Okay.
What
Now,
else do you need us to look at?
If you want to resume back to when Ms. Butler's time, the organizational chart had utility billing and court being under finance. But I'm okay if you want to have these 2 directly underneath the manager. We don't have to go back exactly like in Ms. Butler's time. It really doesn't matter to me.
Okay, utility
So-
billing.
Mhm.
And what else did you say?
Court.
Court?
Mhm.
Okay. So now the next question, gang, is utility billing and court. They used to be under the finance director.
Mhm.
And then they were moved under one of the assistant city
Charlene,
managers.
yes.
So now the question is, do we want them to return back to the finance department, or do we want them to report directly to the city manager? That would be utility billing, those that collect our water bills, and what did you, I'm sorry.
And municipal
Susan.
court.
And municipal court, those that are responsible for the fines and the fees.
I assume that's what y'all are proposing here, since there's the elimination of the 2 assistant city managers, right? Is that they go back under the direction of the city manager.
We're only proposing eliminating the 2 assistant city
Yes.
managers, but we really don't know what to do with those other departments. So we're just waiting for directions.
Should we
From
wait to
council.
see where we go with the city manager's office before we make that decision?
Well, I would, well, just from looking at this and where your developmental services, that's your legal department, correct?
Developmental services, that's your department where you get permits and things like that to build property and improve on property.
And on the original chart, they were their own department on the same lateral scale as the assistant city managers.
Because you have to remember that job was held by the person who was also the city attorney.
Yes.
So, but we're still gonna hire a city attorney.
We're still gonna hire either an attorney or a firm of attorneys to represent us in that area.
Why were they originally moved?
Because they were moved under the assistant city manager.
But why?
I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know.
Because it deals with money, so it should fall under finance. I mean,
Yeah.
that way the finance director knows exactly
Mhm.
all the monies.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
That's a good point.
It should, because that way, if we want to know how much utility building is getting, then she should be able to tell us.
Right.
And that's why they were previously under finance. Yeah.
Okay, so what was under finance again previously?
So when Ms. Butler was the city manager, utility billing, which is, those that basically take our water bill payments, and municipal court, they take the fines and the fees and so on and so forth. Under Ms. Butler's org chart, they were underneath Susie as the finance director. The last administration moved them from that place to underneath one of the assistant city managers.
So finance only had utility and municipal courts
And
And
accounting.
Previous.
previously.
Now they only have accounting.
Okay.
So they have to move. So the question is, do we want them to move back under finance, or do we want them to report directly to the city manager?
I mean,
Okay.
oh, go ahead, Joe, please.
Since this, the and this speaks to the changeovers in city management style. I'm the old guy. So, and the old guy says, I remember in Marque that it wasn't just exclusively the city manager presenting reports. You used to have department heads come here before this council, like the police chief, like the fire chief, like Susie, the finance people. And it became a collaborative effort among the talented people that we have in our city. And I want to see that again, personally. I want to see within this methodology
Sure. The monthly
that we're
reports.
not overwhelming the city manager, whoever that is,
Yes, sir.
right? That there's shared responsibilities and duties. And I don't expect the city manager to give me immediate information with regard to the police department, the statistics. I wanted that from the police chief, accountability on that side, on that side. So in terms of this particular chart, and I don't know how we accomplish it. You guys think it over or something, but yes, ultimately, all the departments heads were, in my mind, have a necessity to report to you, the city manager.
Sure.
That's number one. However, within that field, I would like to see, like we used to do, then finance, everything that's with finance associated, like the utility billing, like because there are a whole number of accounts. I was going through all this, right? And to go back to that, just some basics there, so that we as residents as well can understand that we don't have to pick up the phone and call Chase or the city manager for everything. That we have an ability to call Susie to say, Susie, I've got my little water bill here, and I've got some challenges here, and because I kind of feel that we're getting that point, so that's all my comment in terms of
Sure.
of this side.
And that'll be, with the next city manager, that'll be, something worked out with the city manager. But I think when we were discussing bringing back the monthly reports, each director coming before council during council meetings and going over their department, their statistics. And yeah, y'all always have, you can call whoever you like to speak with if you have questions. But yeah, the reporting, the monthly reports, we're going to bring that back.
Okay. And I'll work with other directors to bring that back.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, and so in terms of the direct question about whether utility billing and whatnot should go, and court should go back under finances, to be totally honest, I don't know that I have the most strong feelings about that, because I would really rather take direction from staff and
Sure.
about what
And
makes
what-
the most sense for you.
Exactly.
Because I don't know. I wouldn't presume to, I
Mhm.
obviously want what Joe said. I mean, I think overall increased levels of accountability and communication with
Mhm.
departments, but that
Yes, ma'am.
that's not necessarily affected by whether utility billing and court goes back under finances or not. I think that's really more, like I said, I'd just rather have y'all's opinion about what is
Sure.
most functional.
And Susie, I don't remember why these changes occurred anyway. I really don't.
I don't either. I learned it after the fact.
Sure.
Well, I would, if we have a city attorney and not a firm, then I would see putting the courts under that. For utility billing, I can see that being under you.
I think originally, you go back in history, look at the budget book organizational chart from like in 90s and 2000s. These two departments used to be under finance because of the fact of cash flows. These two areas are the biggest cash flows in the city. And pretty soon, when we go through the revenues, you will see more of that as well.
Okay. And I can see some, I also don't remember what the justification was for that either, but I could see why, at least my memories of the discussions around the creation of the two assistant city manager offices, one was about all the public facing departments, and then the one was safety.
Yeah.
And so that, I understand that logic. But if we're restructuring and we don't have those
Right.
positions, I'd say, it sounds like maybe we should just put utilities back
Under
under
finance.
finance.
Yeah.
And then maybe hold a place marker for what we're about to do, what we're gonna do with the city attorney.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my 2 cents.
Because under the old structure, city attorney would have been right here, directly under mayor and city council, right? As I recall, I'm looking for the other one, the
Yeah.
old chart,
Yeah,
right? That's
Yeah.
where it would have been.
yeah.
Yes.
City attorney.
And now we have it all the way down here, so.
Now, if you look at the court organizational chart, they are really technically underneath a judge.
Mhm.
And in the past, when they were under me, I never interfered with that side. The only part that I was overseeing them was administratively, meaning sign time sheets. If we had issues with cash, subject to internal audit, because a lot of the fraudulent activities, you look at all around different cities, a lot of times it came from the court because of cash flows. Okay, those are the kind of things that I was overseeing as far as scheduling for court, anything that magistrated by the judge, that side, the citation, the dockets, all of that side, they were under the judge. I never interfered with that. So there is a difference. That's correct. This is just administratively.
So this is primarily supervising the money, cash flows. Are you supervising the personnel, the comings and the goings
Uh-huh.
as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the process.
Just the whole, the
Requisitions.
judicial process is what you were not supervising.
Exactly.
But you were talking about who's coming, who's going, who took off sick, who took
Yes,
vacation. That was
exactly.
you.
Exactly. Yes.
The hiring of those positions, was that you as well?
No, mainly that's the court administrator, and then of course, HR and myself sit in.
So they would select that person, but
Yes.
you and HR would support, ratify
That's
that
correct.
choice? Okay.
That's correct. Yes. So it's limited controls. We only take care of the administrative side, so they know there is a place that they can report to at any time administratively.
Okay,
Mr.
go ahead, man.
I need some help. Okay, need some help. Under this, I guess this is the proposal, right? Is that
Yes, sir.
the proposal? So we've got mayor and city council. And then we have these, right under that, then we've got the different entities or persons or positions. And for example, from mayor and city council, then we have board and commissions and then economic development, and there's a direct tie there. I'm just looking for feedback. I don't think that necessarily represents reality. I think what we in our type of city government, the city manager is the person that's interacting with these other entities. I think what we have here is a representation of how appointments are made by the mayor and the city council, not an organizational chart here.
Okay.
We've got, this is just me. It's not clear. Gus, you understand what I'm saying? Oh, have you seen this?
Yes,
Yeah.
I've seen it. Yes.
So I think that it's our great voters, residents of our city is at the top of our chart. They elect the mayor and the city council members. Then we are, or the big kahuna that we have under our list of important people, not that no one is less important, but is the city manager
Okay.
in terms of an organizational chart. And then from the city manager, then you have your police chief, your fire chief, and the others. Does that make sense what I'm saying, folks? And then there's a separate then chart in terms of appointments, of hiring and things of that nature. So I would just ask us to clean that up.
I don't know how these boxes made it to the city organizational chart. They've been here since I got here.
No, I know,
Yeah.
that's what I
Shall
was
we
talking,
just-
remember the last meeting I was talking about, this organizational chart was, to make sense?
So just remove boards and commissions box? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Oh,
I think
No?
what you're saying is like, this is representative of one element of our structure,
Of
but
course.
it's not
It-
the full picture.
it's not the, let's put it this way, it's not the operational side of our city government. And that's what we're looking for, at least I'm looking for, is the operational side.
I see what you're saying, 'cause I mean,
What's the charter side? Charter is different. Operations is different.
so you just want this chart to show the operation side only, right?
That's right, because the police chief, they're here, and the fire chief, the chief merriman, they're reporting to the city manager. You're reporting to the city manager, correct, Susan?
Right, yes, sir.
That's the operation side. That's what that's what an organizational chart should look like. And so that our citizens, our residents will know.
So like municipal court judge and city attorney, would they be?
See, in terms of the city charter, that would be a different chart, right? Because then it would show the hiring from the city council and the board appointments coming from city council, city manager coming from city.
I think all the elements are here. I think what I see, Joe, is it needs to be, so that it can be clear in others' minds, it needs to be rearranged. The city manager and all those that the city manager supervises can be on one side of this chart. And I think it's kind of mixed together. You have the city manager, you have all these elements at the bottom. City manager, there is a line that's tied to, you have the police, you have the fire, you have IT, you have public works, utility, building, library. You have all these elements, HR, developmental services. It's just that it's kind of put out away from everything, and it's not focused in a direct line, and it's kind of mixed in with the boards and commissions, the municipal court judge. All those things need to be on a separate side, so that it can be clear that this is the operation side, this is the appointment sector of what city council does, and over here is the boards and commissions, and they're appointed and directed by the council, but they have nothing to do with the way that the day-to-day operations of the city flow. Does that make sense, Susie?
So like maybe a
you just
different
have to-
color? Like
Sorry?
a different color or something, or?
No, a different page. I think if you just have
Different
one
page?
page with the operations,
Okay.
one page, and this is what Joe is recommending. I get it, what you're saying,
Okay,
but to make it, to clarify it,
I see.
the operational page. On another page, I would put the boards and commissions and the, all the boards and all that on the other, just to clarify
Yeah,
leadership.
and then
how the government
council
works.
appointments would be on another page.
Okay,
So I think we'll get some, because all of the elements are here. I do see that.
Mhm.
But I think what Joe is saying is for the layman,
Mhm.
let's make it clearer
okay,
so that in their mind, it, boom, you have categories. This is this, and it's easier for them to understand.
The protocol of how it works.
now, question. So EDC, the board, that should be on that separate page, the appointment page, but the EDC director who works sort of under the board and city manager, where would the EDC director be, on both charts?
Who does the EDC director report to?
Both,
They
yeah,
report to both, so I think they should.
So I think that you probably have to have them on both pages.
okay,
Well, I think the proper answer is, what does the interlocal agreement between them say? And there is no interlocal agreement between the city of Lamarck and the economic development that I'm aware of.
Do we have one?
Well, I don't think,
Do
isn't
we
the, I
need
mean, the
one?
nature of its corporation.
we used
We
to have
have,
one.
okay, well, I've been asking for that. If you could get it to me, Robin. We have bylaws. That was included in the document that was given
think-
during orientation.
Me and Ms. Butler were working on updating that, and then Ms. Butler left, and that kind of,
Which sets forth
yeah.
an interlocal agreement, or in other world, maybe in our nonprofit world, Casey, it would be for some considered a memorandum of understanding, or if I'm acting as a fiscal agent for you. So what's that agreement? That's the one I'd like to see.
Okay. So let's try to work through this, guys, or we'll be here for 8 days.
Oh, my God.
Um, So,
Yeah, I'm eager to hear
okay.
how grant works.
So, right, we've given Susie some clarity,
Yes, sir.
do away with the 2 assistant city managers, leave a space for some sort of position when we get to the city managers part, bring the municipal court operations and the utility billing operations back underneath your supervision, as you are supervised by Chase, right?
Right.
And the third thing is clarify the org chart. We want operations, we want council appointees, and then we want one for boards and commissions.
Yes, sir.
3 separate.
Yes, sir.
One org chart, 3 separate pieces.
Yes, sir.
Is that enough direction for you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we move on, council? All right.
Okay. Moving on, page 9. This page is a summary of all funds that the city has and the fund balances. Okay, this chart here, the beginning balance, fiscal year 2021, these numbers come from the audit. So moving forward, the projected ending balance 2022, that should be good to go. Okay, so these kind of give you an idea of where we stand with the different funds. Now, general fund, although we closed the year with roughly 136 days, we are in good standing as far as general fund is concerned. However, we do have some liabilities, but these liabilities we can and should manage over time to avoid depleting the fund balance. And that may be a separate workshop that we can discuss more, going into the personnel policy, fine tuning those points. But I just make sure that you are aware, yes, we are in good standing, we are in good financial position, but we do have some liabilities at this point. And it's not a small number. Okay, something that we should be able to control.
Okay.
So,
So you're requesting a separate workshop to mitigate unfunded liabilities?
yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
If council is willing to go forward with that.
Sure,
that's-
sure, I understand.
I'm just proposing.
Susie, may I ask you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, that item, and pretty well have kind of read this, there was some reference made to a couple of them, like we're going to have to use our reserves to pay out some of the retirements that have occurred. I'll put it nicely, some of the retirements that have occurred. And that'll impact that. But beyond that, I didn't see anything. So you haven't really listed these items that I call them contingent
That's correct.
liabilities.
That's
You haven't
correct.
really listed.
No.
Okay, all right.
No, sir. And in my mind, the fund balance was never and should never intended to be used to pay benefits.
Well, and this is what we talked about during our workshop.
Retreat,
Right,
that's
retreat,
correct.
right.
the fund balance, and we proposed 90 days. There's a reason for that. 90 days is so that your lowest cash flow each year in a city government, in Texas anyway, occurs around September, October, November. That's the lowest cash flow because property taxes the nature of property taxes is your time that kicks off the delinquency is February the 1st. So your biggest cash flow coming in from property taxes, which is your largest revenue source in the general fund, is in January. So before your property taxes all of a sudden roll in all at once for the full year, you need to make payments for payroll, different operating expenditures. Okay, and at the first 90 days of your fiscal year, when you're low with cash flows, then you need some way to maintain your operational level to pay salaries until property taxes and sales tax coming in. Sales tax, the peak for sales tax coming in is in February. That's right after the holidays, the sales. So before all these revenues coming in, rolling in all at once, you need to be able to survive the 90 days, meaning from October the 1st to December the 31st to pay salaries, those kind of things. That's what that fund balance can be used for, is to maintain that level of operations until the big chunk of revenue sources rolling in January and February. Never was intended to pay benefits. Now, if you have outgoing employees, that's fine, but before that point, I think management level should be able to manage the benefits level throughout each year. That's a management issue. It's an internal management issue, but we need a good policy in place as well to assist these managers to manage along the way. And there's some more work, but we can prevent a major drawdown of the fund balance if we do it right. Right now, currently, it's a liability, but I just wanted to bring to your attention for that.
Can I ask a couple questions about some of the funds in here?
Yes.
Just some stuff, and I think some of it's I ask it every year, but it's good.
Not a
for me.
problem.
Our donations fund, line 51.
Mm-hmm.
Can you clarify again for me what is entailed with that and why it's going to be, why it will be drawn down so much by projected?
That's because we already expended some of these donation funds, but in a different fund, in the general fund. Some of the miscellaneous donations that we collected in the past for like some small amounts, like $2,000 for some equipment in police department, those kind of things. We already expended them, but when we did, we expended them in the general fund, the police budget, instead of using the donation fund, because it's a separate fund and most of us don't think, oh, well, let's charge it out of a different fund. So they just continue sitting here, but they really needs to be applied back to the general fund when the real expenditure.
I see. So it's just it's rectifying the books.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
okay.
correct.
It's just catching up and making it more accurate from where it actually came from.
It's a bookkeeping side of things.
Okay. And then the youth program fund, this is our waste management fund,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure I understand the timeline, because I remember, gosh, that feels like a million years ago now that we went through the little grant application process, I guess over 2 years now. But I know we had stockpiled quite a bit because we hadn't spent the money. So then we went through the Councilman Lane, the grant application process. I'm assuming that's what some of that
Yes.
18,000 payout is from that. And then
Kidfish.
but
There were different youth programs, the football field.
And then but because we don't have any current other plans in this projected budget
That's correct.
to
That's the
spend other
unknown.
than Kids Fish and other things maybe.
Yep, that is one of the unknowns that we
Okay.
need some input from council.
And so, Casey, one of the things that we're going to need to talk about is what sorts of programming,
Exactly. Yeah.
just like an extended internship program or something to that effect,
Yeah.
that we can do through the city, because I know you have heartburn with some of the way we distributed last time.
Well, I just wanted it to be more, officially through the city, but I
So
completely
there's a
agree.
great idea that we can have to use that money to actually allow the city to benefit the youth.
Mhm.
And we can talk about that later on
Yeah,
in the
okay.
cycle. Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that's what that
Yep.
was.
Mhm.
And then the juvenile revenue fund, why are we anticipating ending up with such a exponentially large balance by the end of next fiscal year?
That I'll defer to the court administrator when
Okay.
when it's her
Okay.
turn, then you can ask her more.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Suzie.
ma'am. This is the reason why, last week I said this is a working draft, because
Sure.
there are a lot of unknowns and we're just waiting for input.
Totally.
Yeah.
All the eyeballs. I
Yes,
get it.
exactly.
Let me say before we get the rest of the council's question in, let me say this. We just left a discussion on org chart, but let's make no mistake about it. The council may consider a bunch of different things and a bunch of different positions. Some of them may be deleted.
Mhm.
I want to be clear. Some of the positions that are currently held may be by this council deleted,
Mhm.
and maybe other positions might be added,
Mhm.
and maybe other positions might be amended.
Mhm.
So I want to be clear, I want the council to realize what this task is about, but I also want the public to realize, just because we haven't said that we're eliminating the street sweeper doesn't mean that discussion won't happen. And just because we hadn't said we're bringing on a butterfly coordinator,
Mhm.
we just hadn't got to that part yet, right? So let's make sure that we're
And as
keeping.
long as council gives staff
Yeah.
clear instructions, then we'll just follow along religiously.
And I'm saying that for the public's benefit and also for the council's benefit. We haven't left the org chart forever. We're going to go back to it if the council deems it's necessary to move positions around. Ms. Carlson, do you have some questions about this summary of all funds?
Yes, sir. Line item 39, what does that cover?
Okay, that one is the grant. It's
Okay,
a-
what
the
does it
old
cover?
GLO grant. We had, not Grant Work, we used to have another firm to help us, and that was the old GLO grant. It should be a clearing. It should be clearing out each time when we spend, and Chase side, when they spend money, then we do the drawdown, it clears. Bookkeeping side, it may not clear because of the timing, year-end accruals, things like that. But each time when they do it, it would clear. But I think we're done with that farm, correct? Everything is closed out. Patrick? Yeah.
So we don't have any money.
No,
Not
So
in
that's-
that, not in
okay.
that
Yeah.
particular one.
Okay,
that's just,
And this doesn't reflect any of the current grants that we have procured.
Exactly.
Because we don't have any of those
Right,
contracts
right.
executed.
right, okay. I was just trying to see if we can still have money in that account to help Omega Bay out.
not
With
that
that-
one,
with
that's
that
just
high
pure grant.
Okay,
But that's not accurate.
right.
I'm just saying you made a statement
Mm-hmm.
that says it's going to be zeroed out,
Right, it's gonna be
but you're
zeroed
still
out.
showing it here then for fiscal year
Well,
22.
ultimately, I think it's crossing years. So sometimes maybe something that's on the book side, we have to book it one way, and then of course, they just closed out some of the projects. So eventually they'll be closed out completely. It's just a clearing.
It's in the process of being closed out, but because it hasn't happened effectively, you
Right.
have to carry it.
By the end of this fiscal year, it's cleared out.
Gotcha.
It's a timing thing.
But
Our
it won't be
fiscal
cleared out by October 1st, but in this fiscal year, it will
That's
be.
correct. By this September 2021, it will be all cleared out.
Okay, so then this will be updated.
Yes,
This
that is
will-
correct.
This will not be listed.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the other question I have is line item 48, the fire reserve fund.
Yes,
It's showing 42.5 requested expenses. Do you know what those are for?
It's in here under the third tab.
Okay,
And when it comes to the fire department, I think we'll be able to show more. I believe it's training and repairs and maintenance.
okay, appreciate
I
it.
don't know what repairs. You
Okay.
might know more than I do.
I'll talk to the fire
Okay.
chief when it's that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I'm good.
You're good? And
Okay.
then, Mayor Bell, Fund 03 replacement for, actually lines reserved for meter replacement. That, there are still some money left in this fund that we could use to replace some of the meters, the census meters. This is the fund that we, way back in the old days when we had Badgers, we used this fund to save up money to replace the Badger meters. Now we use it to replace the census meters, but it's still replacing the meters.
Okay.
So this is a line item that we do it until when we run out of money, and then we'll tap into utility fund. Because it's been accumulated with interest over the years. And it's because it's restricted for meter replacement only. We could only use it to replace meters. So whatever money that we have, we tap into here and use it. And then once it's depleted, then we'll have to use the utility fund for it.
Okay, so we've been using this money, this $42,000 to replace meters.
To replace meters, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
Let's see what else that I really want to bring.
I think Mayor Pro Tem, did you have some questions?
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
And Susie, wait, as I'm asking my questions, this is to everyone. I should have this. I'm not trying to be accusatory. I apologize if sometimes my tone gets that way. I'm just trying to understand, because in Italian, they have a tadura, I have a hard head. So I gotta, and especially with I used to be smart. I'm not smart anymore, but I used to be smart. But in math and in science, I had to actually study. So my apologies. Okay, so I actually had to study this and get it through my tadura. So I'm going to go by lines. The first observation is that in the history of the city of Lamarque, in terms of our revenue, there have actually been, in our most recent history, more income generated from sales tax than from property tax. So
Yes.
that's, you've got it right here on page 17 on your general history fund. So, and I'm surprised, actually, this is just a surprise. I think that we're being very conservative. And I think Chase, in your cover letter, you said this cover letter, that we're only assuming from 2021 to 2022, less than $100,000 in additional sales tax revenue. That's just an observation. I'm surprised. I would have anticipated a bit more.
Well, I think it's because of the construction. Yeah,
Well,
tax
I can
cap.
understand that, but part of that, though, is, and I just, once again, I'm asking a question, trying to understand. Amazon is going to be coming online at the end of this year, correct?
Correct.
That's what I was told. Under Amazon, they will be paying sales tax, correct?
We hope so. I don't know
That's not
that.
the answer. We hope so.
Well, I think the issue is it's a fulfillment center, right?
Mhm.
So where is it actually being purchased? Right? It's being shipped from perhaps the Lamarque warehouse, or the Lamarque fulfillment center. But where actually is the purchase taking place?
We might not collect the taxes.
So then we've got, so I guess that's Mark Chevalier question, actually. He'll be there, you said this afternoon. Yeah, because I think he can provide us some more guidance. Because if not, then we've got inventory on it, and you can tax inventory as well too, the city. So one way or the other, I would like to know the financial impact of Amazon on the city. That's the first question there.
And usually we normally wait 1 year to see how the money rolls in, and we have some basis to follow that trail, and then we would budget for it.
For it, okay.
Yes.
That I understand here
Yeah.
in terms of something new.
Yes, sir.
Utility fund, quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
This beginning balance of 2021 of 10 million, and with revenues of 6. How did we accumulate so much in the utility balance?
That is including the bonds, the bond money. The 2020 CO,
The bond money.
the bond money is incorporated in this number
So
too.
which bond are you talking about?
The 2020 CO, certificate of obligations that we issued back in, I think, June 2020 for Chase's projects, like the headworks, the wastewater treatment plant expansion, those kind of things. So,
Okay, so this is my note. This is to help me out, this hardhead. And I saw this in the information here as well, and I've got a whole set of questions there when we get to them. For example, the Galveston County bond election in November of 2017, which was passed, references ongoing work actually, that was submitted. And what I want to know, and I think I get asked this, is we have these bonds, and this is not unique to Lamarck, by the way. This is unique to probably every Texas city. People want to know, what are these bonds used for? There's never any follow-up. There's never any accountability. And so once again, I'm not being accusatory. I'm just expressing a frustration that I hear from other people. Right. So we have all these things. And then the second part of that, which is very confusing for this older guy now, is I see these press releases and announcements and grant items, and we've got the grant, I guess, works person here. But I don't see, and a lot of them talk about our sewer, our drainage. And what's confusing to me is I see them repeated in different ones, and I don't see the full picture. And I would like somebody that's competent to fill me in on the full picture. This now this grant is going to be used for this, and this is the completion date. And then let's make sure that we're reporting that and we're keeping updated on that. And like, it was surprising when I saw this Glow Ike recovery grant as well. It's kind of stuck out to me. But accountability, that's all I think that would be helpful for us.
and that's a good point. And this is the reason why that we have somebody from Grant Works to come over here and let us know, okay, what grants are out there and what projects qualify for what grant, until we get a clear picture of what's going on. And then, of course, I'm going to need Mr. Carey's help too, to put all of these things together into one nice, clean picture for myself and the citizens to know too, because I am kind of vague about all of these too.
And you know,
It's cloudy in here.
You know, something, Susie, I'm not blaming you at all, because
No, I
know that
agree with you.
You were kind of left out of some of these.
Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
absolutely agreeing with you.
So
You are
It's
to the
also, I
target.
think, it's a lot of details that overlap over one another. So I
Yes.
don't think it's like, I mean, it's easy to get into
Right.
just the confusion about, well, how do you report the accounting when currently we have this money, but it feels like fake money because we don't actually have it because it's going out now, but we have to report it.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
all of those details add up to a very confusing picture. So I
and
think
just
a
simple-
timeline
Yes.
document would be
Yeah.
really lovely.
We're trying to clean up as, one step at a time, gradually, and hopefully we can give you a clearer picture.
And
And
the other,
myself a clearer picture too.
the other thing that we can do, to Joe's point, and I get where he's going with it. And again, this has very little to do with finance and has a whole lot to do with this way the city operates, right? Which comes from our administration.
Yes.
Which, we just have to say what we need to say about it, and which comes from this council. And I think we're trying to change that. There's simple things that can be done, right? I
Yes.
mean, if there is a bond at work in our city, I've passed through several cities, several counties, where it's very simple for them to put up a huge sign in front of that operation that says, this is bond so-and-so and such and such, rehabilitating these streets, and they would list the streets your tax dollars at work, so that when people pass by those operations, okay, well, that's what this bond was about. And as a city, and nobody's blaming anybody, as a city, we just have not been able to take that next step of fully communicating those issues. Great things are happening, but people don't realize, again, they're not being put in our experience in a consistent way. We would really start to focus on those things. So I'm saying this to you, but I'm really saying it to Chase. As these projects move forward, things, number one, a monthly update on the website, a monthly update, in our council packet, right, on these projects, but also communicating with the public works team when we are doing these projects. We need to make sure we're putting signage up.
Yes.
To say what the projects are and where this money is coming from, so that people can see $5 million grant or bond, $5 million worth of work.
And,
Right.
and that's what I'm hoping from Grant Works can help us.
Yeah.
You have,
requirements. So
Right.
these projects are ongoing, there will be signage up.
Yeah.
In the past, but
We need to adopt that for all of our grants, all of our internal COs, anything that we do where we're getting large sums of money outside of our operating budget, outside of our normal taxation. We need to have signage up where those projects are being completed or worked on, so people can identify that our tax dollars are being put to good use.
and the percentage of completions. And
Right, there
they're
you
like
go.
80% completed at this point, so forth. And projected completion date, so they can have some expectation and measurements.
Right.
I agree with you. That would help me too,
Sure.
so yes.
So let me go on very quickly. Number 3, the lines replacement, you talked about that.
Yes.
The 241 ending up, just for my knowledge, we're replacing lines of existing homes, correct? The meters, not the lines.
The meters.
This is the meters. The meters of existing homes.
Existing.
New
and
developments come with a new meter.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So new developments are not, all right. What is equipment replacement fund? Who is that for?
That one, we used to have that. We used to, each year, I'm talking about in the 90s,
Yeah.
okay? Each year, council would allocate, I don't know, $200,000 put into this separate fund. It's like a savings account. And over time, let's say to purchase 5 vehicles or a great all, something like that. Over the life of 5 years, earn interest, so forth, and then it accumulates enough to pay for a great all or something like that. You would use that fund instead of going lease purchase or borrow money. So it would not be too heavy a burden on any single budget year to buy a great all, an excavator, those kind of things. And you go out lease purchase, you have to pay interest costs. So that was a way to save money over time in a separate fund. However, there is a downside to, if not managed properly, it can be easily manipulated. And I know back in the 90s, 2001, there was a balance of about $1 million in that fund. And I don't know what happened. 2012, when I came back, it was mostly gone. So we really couldn't use this fund anymore to replace different equipment, desperately needed equipment. But it's still out there. And currently, I use this fund to, as a way of financing some of the smaller size equipment, that batch of equipments that we need. For example, back in 2016, council blessed for us to go interfund loans, and that was borrowing from this fund to pay for some of the police vehicles. It was a batch of 4 or 5 police vehicles. Okay, it was small batch enough that this fund can handle. So instead of paying interest costs to an outside agency, we just pay it to this fund. In other
Okay.
words, we borrow from left pocket to right pocket.
That's where
Yeah,
all right.
and we maintain a very low balance right now is because each year we're trying to save money in the general fund for hurricane emergency. And as you can tell, 136 days course, by the end of this year, we will be drawing down on the fund balance due to what happened this year. So, those kind of things just kind of hinder us.
Okay. If I could, what's the PD, I guess the police department, child outreach program? What is that? There's
I don't know what that
no
is.
expenditure on that. It
I
continues.
guess police department can tell you more about what it is. It's just,
Do you know about that? Anything, Chief Wagner?
I'm assuming like movie nights and things like that. That we have.
Movie what?
Movie nights. Movie nights,
Oh, movie night. Okay.
things like that.
Under our hot tax or hotel occupancy tax fund, are we collecting hot tax from Airbnb or other home rentals?
no, we're not.
Why aren't we doing that?
I don't
Is
know.
that going to take an action by council to say,
I would need to check with legal regarding what we can do, what legal action we can do. I don't know if we can or not.
you
Legally.
can, you can.
You can.
Yeah,
That's gonna take an action by council.
Okay, all right.
okay.
The drug seizure fund isn't that available once again? It could be used to buy equipment for the police department?
Yes, it
Correct?
is available as long as it is solely authorized by the chief of police.
Okay, I'm gonna be really nice to you, chief. Okay. Now the 2005 county bond projects, they're still carrying. I'm not going to really worry about the money. Once again, that's that discussion. What were they? What are they? Are they still being fulfilled? That's all. You don't have to. I'm just saying
Okay.
more information. What is this donations fund?
Okay, some of the questions Casey's asked.
Was
She
that?
asked that question.
Oh, I didn't. But what, I didn't. Was it defined? Oh yeah.
Yeah, different miscellaneous donations that we get, like a citizen wants to donate $100
Okay.
for
Right.
Harvey.
Okay, so what's the risk management fund used for?
In the past, we have TML as our main carrier for liabilities insurance.
Right.
In the past, it was voted by the board at TML that, okay, we estimated how much that we need contributions from you, meaning the premiums that we pay.
Mhm.
And if we do so well as a city, we do so well that we did not cost this expenditures, then they give us a refund. It's an equity, return of equity. They used to have that policy in place. They recently did away with that. Doesn't mean that they won't bring it back. So each time when they give us a return in equity, we put it into here. And if there are accidents that's unpreventable, and we have a deductible of $5,000,
Okay.
then we use this money to pay up to $5,000. Any exceeding at $5,000 deductible, TML would cover.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
The park surcharge, in your cover letter, Chase, you said that it was 144,000. This is 145, but 144,000. But I'm seeing here that we actually have a balance of 3,600,000. Is that accurate?
Oh, that's
Beginning
not
balance?
accurate. That's not accurate. That is a mistake.
Okay.
Good catch. Thank you.
Where you at, Jay?
I'm on line 66,
Okay, gotcha.
so that we don't have that balance.
No, we don't. That is a mistake.
All right.
Yes.
The big one. Disaster fund, line 70, 506,977. Is that the hurricane disaster reserve that I keep hearing about, which is about $1 million, I was told?
We actually received like, let me see, 700 and some thousand dollars COVID money this year, and we put it in, the auditors actually put it into this fund. We also expended some on Uri and Laura, which we have not been reimbursed yet. So knocked 700 something thousand off of this. So it's a net, okay? But that is covering cost and reimbursement with multiple events, disasters.
So that is intended to be that $1 million fund. Is that accurate?
That $1 million.
There, I
you
keep
mean the
hearing that we
COVID?
have $1
So,
million.
so there was a million,
disaster.
so there was $1 million we put away for disaster. Susie is saying that
Oh.
we used some of that during her Winter Storm Uri,
Mhm.
right? But also the federal government gave us monies
Yes.
for Uri.
Mhm.
And this is the balance outside of the additional reimbursements.
Mhm.
Same fund,
Okay.
we spent it, got some money back. Now we're waiting on the rest of the reimbursements.
With the goal of getting it back up to $1 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's
Yes, sir.
all
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
right. And what is the PEG fund, 88 PEG fund?
Where's Kyle? Okay, this is 1% of Comcast franchise and AT&T franchise that we chose to receive, so we can use it on capital to promote. It's, I think PEG stands for Public Education in Government, something like something that promote public education. And it's the Comcast and AT&T franchise money. It's 1% because it's cable. That's why it would be something that's to promote public education.
Is that, for example, if the
Like
city
studio.
decided that we wanted to do a talk show on the cable network, channel 16,
Yeah.
that would pay for something like that,
Mhm.
expenses? Okay,
Studio.
studio, all right, sounds
We
good.
can be
Studio.
studio and all
I
that.
remember asking in the past, but it can't be used for personnel though, right?
No, it
Okay.
cannot be used for personnel. It has to be capital.
Okay, those are, you got my questions on that.
Okay,
Thanks.
yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are at about 8 till noon.
I'm sorry.
Susie, I'm gonna ask you probably just two brief questions, and then we'll decide as a council, do we want to take a break, then allow Grant Works to come and then have lunch, or we'll decide how we want to shape that. So get your minds thinking about what y'all want to do next. Susie, a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
You said we closed the year at 136 days of surplus. Are you saying that we closed 2020 with that? Or are you saying we're projecting to close 2021 with that?
2020, because that was certified by the auditors.
Okay. And those 136 days, what did that come to, Lee? Dollar amount?
Dollar amount, it's about 5 million.
What's the standard?
90 days.
90 days.
And didn't we end up with, wasn't that more like 110, because didn't we exceeded 90 days?
Yes,
Correct?
yes, we exceeded 90 days. Yes,
Right. We have for several years now.
yes.
Right.
Since 2013,
Right.
we were below the 90 days in 2011. And in 2012, we were working towards reaching the goal of 90 days. So finally, in 2013, we finally reached that minimum level. Yes, we were less than 45 days back in 2011. So we had to cut back on a lot of things. So we've come a long way, and since then, we've been above the 90 days for this many years. Hope to
Yeah.
maintain that level.
So the other question I have, Susan, and then I'll have a comment to all of our directors, is as relates to this fund number 5, the equipment replacement fund. What financial tool do we have in place that will continue to replenish this fund with revenues? How are we getting these monies?
Currently, it's just sitting there earning interest accumulated over time. But the only way that we can enhance fund balance is coming from general fund and utility fund.
It's up to us to set some sort of course of replenishment.
Mhm. And that was how it was working back in the 90s. Uh, Council and staff were committed to it, that yes, we want to put 100,000 into this fund every year. It's like a savings account.
Mhm.
And over time, we accrued interest as well in the fund. And then after 5 years, if you have 100,000 put in there every single year, by the end of 5 years, you have 500,000. That's enough to pay for some equipment.
Incidentally, Susie, I know I told you that was the last question, but I do have another question so that we can kind of do some work in the community. So that we can get clarity and all understand what are apples and what are oranges, right? So the Economic Development Corporation, they are a separate entity designed to be utilized to develop municipalities and other governmental entities economically. Yes or no? Right.
Yeah, as far as I know, yes.
As far as you know. Okay. I'm trying to get you a bigger. So those monies are monies that are collected from sales tax, right? How much of the sales tax that is being generated in the city of Lamar goes to the Economic Development Corporation? Ballpark figure.
0.5 cent. That's
Half a cent.
about, yeah.
What's that look like in a budget on a yearly basis?
Oh, the EDC budgeted $1.2 million. Now,
1.2
the
million.
actual, they receive about 1.4, 1.5 million.
Okay, 1.2 million. I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay,
EDC gets 1.2 million and it's all coming from sales tax, yes or no?
yes,
That means that the Economic Development Corporation can only spend their monies on things that will generate economic development, yes or no?
yes, sir.
Okay, so that means their staff, their employees, all of those persons are here to generate economic development, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that we can't take economic development money and pave a street.
Not economic development.
Right, we're just talking about
Revitalization.
economic development.
Okay,
I'm trying
that is
to
correct.
bring clarity to our community.
That's
We
correct.
can't use economic development to pave a street.
That is
We
correct.
can't use economic development to mow a ditch.
That's
We
correct.
can't use economic development to hire Susie to work in finance.
That's correct.
Can't use economic development to buy the police department bulletproof vests. We can't use economic development to build a whole police station.
That's correct.
These monies are utilized to grow and develop our city economically, nothing more or nothing less.
Exactly.
Okay, I want to be clear for us that's listening at home, because that's been some of the discussion.
Oh, okay.
Why can't we use this money or this pot of money to do this?
Oh,
It's
okay.
against the law to do
That is
that.
correct.
Okay, I just wanted to establish that. I wanted to challenge Chase, you and the rest of our directors. There are a lot of funds that we have watched over the years, and those funds have been stagnant. Funds like, and I'm just throwing this out there, like the PEG fund, like the Child Safety Fund, like the Juvenile Revenue Fund, so on and so forth. But there are a lot of different services that we can generate and provide for our community members that are in line with some of these funds. For example, there's a great program that is being executed by our fire department. And I believe it's Chief Merriman, I believe it's the Child Seat Safety Program, where you all inspect child seats and y'all teach the parents how to install them properly.
Yes, sir.
And so, Tracy, my only point as we look at what we're going to do next, my only point is there are a lot of different little funds within our budget that many of our directors can be innovative and use, do all sorts of cool different services for our community that will then boost the morale of our city and allow our citizens to see that the city's working hard to try to make life better for them. So as the budget process goes through, I'd like to see some different programs. They shouldn't cost that much, but I'm willing to sit and listen to them. Sounds like council will. Perhaps we can get those approved and get those into the public sphere so that they can see that the city's actually working on their behalf.
I do have one more question.
Go ahead,
too.
Ms. Jansen.
And it may have, you said it earlier, with the sales tax increased by how much from last year in the city?
From last year, I think 5%. which is
Overall sales tax,
overall,
it
including
increased by-
EDC's portion as well. I would say a little over 150,000.
okay. What was it? Okay.
Here
I
it
think
is,
we budgeted 4%, so we're still
What page
above
is
what we
that?
budgeted.
page 17.
Okay. I'm sorry, I wrote down something else. That's why I was
Mhm.
trying to get that clarified.
You're fine.
So by 5%, it increased?
So far, the year's not over yet.
Okay. But you're talking about the fiscal year, correct?
Yes, we'll talk about fiscal year October the 1st through September 30th.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna tell something, okay. Okay.
You get it, Michelle?
I'm just trying to understand because since you brought up the EDC and talking about economic development and that we want them to do that for us, I'm just trying to look at the measure that it increased by 5% from last year.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good point. Definitely. One last question.
Mhm.
The monies from the rental ordinance, right? The rental registration ordinance. Where are those monies found in these funds?
Let me see. I'm going to page 23. Account number 013329. Almost to the bottom, but not quite.
Page 23.
Page 23.
Okay.
Account number 013329. 0000, called rental registration permit. So
0133.
It's right before the last
Yeah, it's right
chunk
before
at the
Licenses
bottom.
and permits.
Licenses and permits.
Gotcha.
it's almost at the bottom, but not quite.
Rental registration permit.
Okay.
And we're gonna have someone to talk to us about that because I'm
Sure.
really interested to know how.
When we
they
get to code
enforce that.
enforcement, yeah,
no,
Yeah,
we'll get that.
Ms.
yeah.
Van Staven can elaborate more.
Okay. We are at about 12 o'clock. And so council, we have our first big decision. Yay! We can either all go home.
Mhm.
We can elect to take lunch now, or we can elect to, Grant Works is here, have no fear, Grant Works is here. We can elect to hear the presentation from Grant Works with a 5-minute break. I know that probably some of y'all want to stretch your legs, call your children, do all sorts of fun stuff. So are we going home? Are we going to lunch? Or are we taking 5 and listening to Grant Works before we take lunch?
I say take 5, snack a little bit, and let's hear Grant Works.
I agree.
All right.
I agree.
All right, what time is it, guys? All right, we will, 12:05.
Thank you for.
We will
waiting.
adjourn this meeting at 12:05. We'll reconvene at 12:10 so that we can hear our presentation from Grant Works.
I had a-
12:18, and we're back in our budget workshop. We are about to hear a presentation from GrantWorks. Before we do, let me ask Ms. Carey and Ms. Koo, as we get into our public works budget, would you all provide for the council an organizational chart of public work? Because there may need to be some work done to those areas as relates to assignment, reassignment of personnel.
Okay.
Now, GrantWorks is here. So Ms. Koo will allow you to introduce and allow you to present GrantWorks to us.
Yes, this afternoon, we have somebody representing GrantWorks to give us an update of what's out there and what projects we can utilize grant money and all the other miscellaneous that we need to know. So this is Mr. Gary
Smith.
Gary Smith? Okay, Gary Smith from GrantWorks, and then he's here on site with us to give us the updates. Mr. Smith? You can use that, yeah, because there's a microphone over there.
Microphone's on, sir.
I think it should be working.
Can you hear me? Too loud. Too loud. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Wished you hadn't mentioned the wonton soup, though. You're making me hungry. So I may be too fast. I'm here to describe, you've got 3 grant programs going on, and I've been doing this for a long time. GrantWorks has been in business 40 years. Our first client was Texas City. We work statewide, and we've done bigger grants, but I think for the city this size, this setting records. I think in your announcement, press release or whatever you said, it's life-changing. I try not to be dramatic, but when you're getting $58 million for a sizable market, you can really make some changes now. I'll just give a brief summary of what the 3 are, and then I can go in as much detail as you want. I know it's a budget hearing, so budget workshop, I guess. So I'll mention those specific items. Some have already been brought up. I know Chase is very familiar with them, and what's called for in the grant right now. About 2 years ago, you applied for and got it was called a Hurricane Harvey, CDBG. All of these are CDBG, Community Development Block Grants. It means they came from HUD originally. They all have to benefit 51% low, moderate income citizens. That for a mark, that's good because it's citywide, 54%. So the first one, the CDBG, the DR, that was kind of money to fix things. We say it's one step beyond FEMA money to repair, to get things back operating. So that was 1.77 million, roughly, something like that. So
What'd you call that grant?
We call it CDBG DR.
DR.
Just we have trouble with the many acronyms and Harvey, if you want to mention that. It's more for the immediate needs. Now, in grant world, I know we're going to say immediate, and obviously Harvey was several years ago. So, but that's just the nature of the business.
And what was that grant intended to do?
This was for drainage. We applied for, and the status of that right now is it's at the GLO, General Land Office. Environmental assessment was prepared and sent to them, and we're pushing them to see what the problem is. The plans and specs have been prepared and are ready by your engineer. This is the area, I drove it this afternoon.
Mary Melody.
This cedar right here and Magnolia, around that area. That was a target area actually, because and I think we didn't write that one, but I think it was census data. You can do a house to house survey, which we do, but this was specific to that area.
So this is important because we have members of our community that have been asking about the Mary and Melody project, and that's what this
Is that what
is.
this is called?
This is,
Okay.
this
Yes,
is
sir.
called
Yeah, that's
Mary.
what it
Okay,
is.
that's good to know. So, yeah.
So you're saying that it's $1.77 million worth of funding. And you're saying that the city has done everything that we needed to do on our end, and what we're now awaiting the other entity.
Yes,
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
yeah, this is to replace storm sewer culverts, regrade roadside ditches, stall outfall ditches, and 16 sites, basically, is, but it covers that area that you're talking about.
Okay,
I'm not comfortable with the delays. We're not sure when the environmental assessment was sent to the GLO, but all I can say, we're on it. You hired us for these latter two grants, and we're working on that one also with the firm you hired to move it along. We have a relationship with GLO. Many of us work there. They have any idiosyncratic way of rules interpretation sometimes. They'll tell you they're so overstaffed. You all know all the Harvey and disaster recovery money, but welcome to everybody's world. You know, they're having trouble getting this out. This has been prepared and ready to go much too long. So we're pushing that forward. I think Jason and I talked about that.
Yes, sir.
So that's where we are with that one. Okay.
On these
Yes, sir.
streets, they're intended for drainage.
That one, just that project.
The 1.7.
Yeah.
This one.
Well, it could be used for anything, but I mean, not for anything, but it has to be tied. There's what they call a tie back to Harvey events, Harvey damage, something like that.
Well, I heard you specifically say it was for Mary and.
Well, then,
Yeah, this,
these are applied for specific projects. They're
Right.
not general. I mean, we're putting plans.
the money can, in general, the money, these types of monies can be used for certain events, but we've already earmarked
Yeah.
ours.
I know, so you're saying that the drainage work is going to be $1.77 million for these two streets?
It's more than, is it just two streets?
yeah, it's that
16
general,
different
it's that general
sites,
area.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
16 different sites. What did you just say?
Yeah, it's 16 sites within that general neighborhood
In
of
that
Mary
neighborhood?
Melody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, your mic's on.
I'm sorry.
And
Uh,
we
and-
received maps of that several different times in packets. so
Yes.
I'm sure they could.
And this came to council and was approved.
Okay, well,
Well,
So-
ask your question. Yeah.
yeah,
we're
but
good.
so what I'm, in the scope of this work at these 16 different sites, does that involve tearing up the streets?
Some, and part of that I didn't mention is repairing the street. It's-
So
it's
this,
smart enough.
so this is going to be used to repair the streets that are torn up.
Parts of it.
Parts of it will, yeah, it's underground, has to be replaced. So yes, parts of the streets will be, box culverts will be placed in. Yes, the streets will be improved.
The parts of the streets that are being dug up and
Correct,
damaged by the work.
correct.
Councilman, they allow that if it's ancillary. I mean, you tear up underground, you got to, so they allow that. The only time street pavement is hard for these because, you know, you got, especially these latter two, their mitigation, but they just, you know, unless the street is the drainage, you know, a major drainage channel or something, it's hard to, and I know how important streets are. Trust me, where I live. It's-
And that's another thing. I don't mean to step into
No.
Mayor Pro Tem's questioning, but just for education for our people, I've said this to them, and many of us have. It's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to get funding to repair, replace streets. That's a tough road to hoe when you're talking about grant funding. Usually it's infrastructure, it's things, drainage, it's sewer, things of that nature. And the streets usually end up, you know, being the burden of the municipality, the county government that's associated with the municipality.
Statewide, West Texas, where I live, it's all people on their streets, you know, but they just can't, and also, Councilman, remember the 51% thing is when we've done streets or whatever, well, I mean, you have to completely redo the street and that eats up the money in a much smaller area than the others even. So you know. And these latter two grants, you'll see, however specific you want to get into the point system, but we needed to do citywide on those because total beneficiaries, the percent of your population that you benefited, and the cost per beneficiary, those are it's all about points. Okay, that's what we could work with. So the bigger project we had, the better we scored. And these were, well, I'm moving right into the next one, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
These last two are called, there's two, the latter two that I wrote. The first, they're both mitigation grants. Now, everybody knows what mitigation is, but these, above and beyond what GLO usually does for, say, hazardous mitigation or TDM or whatever, they were asking for big projects because they got $3 billion, $4 billion to work with. I didn't want, $250,000 projects. So they said, we want projects that solve, that mitigate for the next time this happens. We're tired of repairing this and coming back, as we all are. So look at it from a comprehensive long-range planning point of view. And we put that, we utilized the capital improvements plan, the Galveston County mitigation for the whole county, whatever the county is. And we put that in there. So they were looking for big projects. So that's what the mitigation that they came out with. The first one is not Harvey. It's a 2015 flooding. And that was a disaster. You got a $7.4 million grant on that one. Now, that one, Susie sent me the budget, what, Thursday or Friday?
Friday.
And one of the items, I looked through some of the capital improvements items. One of them was manholes. We're calling for reconstructing 682 manholes, which I don't know how much of the city that is, but and we had the engineer then with Attico had to, put GPS coordinates for all of those and locate them on the map, and it's several pages long. So, and I'll just read. We actually have the performance statement of what we're doing here. Reconstruct approximately 682 manholes, including frames and covers, clean and inspect approximately 25,000 linear feet of sanitary sewer line. That's 3 sections of sewer line, anywhere from there's 30-inch line down to 8-inch line. There's 3 sections that the engineer and staff identified as critical to that. Why is it critical to mitigation and hurricane? Inflow and infiltration. Those lines, get leak and get, in the water system and everything else. So it was important, and that's what was identified there. That one was approved back in March. You remember? And in line with what I was saying about the GLO, we have all the information they need. We're still waiting on a contract. The city is waiting on a contract. Like a month ago, they told us any day, but just what we work with.
So there again, the city has done all of our obligation. We are waiting on GLO.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're hired to do the environmental on that. We have an environmental department, which has grown larger with these, but we had people out already taking pictures and we're starting on that one. So we expect that one to go faster. But, so that's what that is for. On that one, and I told you to remind me that these two have match requirements. 1%, which is it's 75,000 on this one. It works out to 75,000. I know that's not exactly, but the formula they use. So 75,000 in the grant world, 1% is really tiny. Usually on infrastructures, it's more or whatever. So that's a consideration. You'll see on the latter one, even though it's a huge grant, you gotta a $490,000 match commitment on that, but it's still pretty good leverage. So that's the 15 flooding mid, for an acronym of short term. And trust me, we all have trouble with which one are we talking about here, especially since we applied for these at the same time.
Can you say that one more time?
2015 flooding mid for mitigation. And that's the 7.5 million. And there'll be some asphalt surfacing there too from tearing up streets. So that one, waiting on the contract. We're moving forward with the environmental, and I know your engineer on that one is the same one with the previous Harvey DR project.
So you have one for 7.4 and another for 7.5 grant
The first one,
was 7.4.
no, first one, 1.7.
I'm sorry, you have one for 1.77 and another for 7.4.
7.5.
7.5, okay.
I may have said 7.4.
Okay,
With
okay.
the match at 7.
With the okay. I'm sorry, that's why I got.
And I'll give you more.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's always you say total project or you say the grant. Well, the total project is with the match. So. And then the next one will be for the grant funds are $48,904,004, and the match is $490,000. And Susie and I were talking about that a while ago. Of course, it's at council's discretion, but exactly what you were talking about, those COs or bonds, I think discussion when we were putting these together was, well, those bond funds are earmarked for wastewater treatment plant. That's what this one is. It's totally up to the council. But I think that was the plans according to what was being discussed, engineer, staff. And all of this. It's great leverage, but again, that's $500,000. This one, I should mention what this is for. This is the city will undergo a wastewater treatment plant renovation, expansion, and resiliency project. All these, the key word is resiliency, to make it resilient against the next one. Benefiting the whole city. The city will elevate, enclose, and flood-proof the existing wastewater treatment plans, install and construct additional equipment for the wastewater treatment plant to increase capacity by 2.25 million gallons per day of sewage flow. The existing wastewater treatment walls will be elevated above the 100-year plain elevation. And also with that, the city will convert 21 lift stations to self-priming pumps, increase the capacity of the lift stations, elevate and install emergency backup pumps. That's to address the problems of flooding and inflow and infiltration and the added capacity to the wastewater treatment plant. And that's where that one was approved in May, I think. And again, waiting a contract from the GLO on that one. Let's see. Yeah, the 21 lift stations are pretty much all over. And I'll provide, I think Susie said she already had maps, but there's a map of the sewer lines, lift stations. Pretty good coverage, but that's overall synopsis. Please ask me. I mean, I live this. We can get as much into the weeds as you like, but we're doing what we can. You've hired us, and you're paying us a lot of money. And you're talking about the reports. You'll get everything. Susie's included now, especially on the finance, and Chase. We'll prepare the reports. The GLO asks for a lot of reporting. We do that. Once we start, the engineer is heavily involved, of course. Once we'll go out for bids on these. And then one of our big chores is labor standards and compliance. We'll be doing employee interviews. We require certified payrolls for the contractors, to be sure they're paying Davis Bacon. There's a whole another department that does that. But I guess Mayor and Council, what we built our business on is and our boss tells me, he lives in Sugar Land, we keep you out of trouble. We don't want you coughing back any of this money. And also, I think Mayor Compion, is that, you mentioned the timetable. We're set by timetable here. I see those bond schedules too, or bond 2012 park back in my home. Where'd that go? This one, we have no choice but to spend it, or we won't be in good standing. Let's put it that way. And they can always pull it or whatever. So we argued with them. We have a like I said, a relationship with the GLO. I guess kind of a love-hate is we do a lot. They need us, but we don't mind taking them to task because we've been doing this longer than most of the ones there. I'm just telling you that. So we'll try to, they gave us a 2-year timetable to finish these. Really? A $50 million wastewater treatment plant? And that's from the start of the contract. So, but there's going to be a whole lot of other communities doing that in the same boat. So they'll get some pushback on that. Again, I think for this round of 1.2 billion, there were, I think 4.5 billion requested or whatever. So we will and need to comply and do it because they've got other people waiting in line to ask for our money if it goes. So I feel like I could go on.
Yeah.
What about a round
That's
two?
where we are right now.
There will be a round two?
Well, it's supposed to, we talked about doing more drainage or
Yes, sir.
something then.
Right.
And I know not to get into politics, but Harris County complained that they,
Right.
and they had the same criteria and rules we did when they called for proposals, but we think that they're probably going to use some of that round 2 money just to give to Harris County.
Yeah.
So you heard that?
They're used to getting more money every time these come out.
And they had a stroke. Yeah,
So when round 2 being made available?
that's,
We haven't heard yet.
it was, it was supposed to be out in March or something like that. They have to wait on a method of distribution per cog, Houston, Galveston, and of course, Harris County is, I'm sure, holding up that one. But we're expecting it in the fall. But again, that just snafus with
Sure.
Harris County. But that's where we are on those. So the first one, hope we get environmental clearance anytime. Plans and specs ready to go out for bids. There's going to be a lot of contractors. Hopefully, they got enough contractors around too, because there's going to be a lot of projects bid. Hopefully it doesn't affect our price adversely when we go out for it. So that's where that one ends. The 2015 flooding. We should be getting a contract on it sooner because it was approved earlier. And then the big one, the Harvey, call that a Harvey Met. Same thing. It should be, they'll probably just get the contracts out at the same time, but we'll see.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so how many grants do we have total? 3. You've only done 3 for
Three that
us?
we're talking about today.
Okay, so in the past, you've only done 3 for this. I'm the new kid on the block. I
Yeah,
don't know.
no, our business was built on this CDBG, Community Development Block Grant thing, and we, small cities and
No,
counties.
I'm just talking about for Lamar.
Yeah, I know. Lamar falls in Houston, Galveston in their title area. Don't you get a community development designation every year? So our work is with the competitive area. So the special ones like this, I mean, we work with.
So
So,
overall.
yeah, we haven't worked with them before.
And
Oh,
we're,
okay, so
we're
this
not a
is your-
designated
Have
city.
we?
We don't have an annual designation.
Do you compete for?
We compete, yeah.
CDBG?
We compete.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
So this is your first time working with us in the last 2 years? This is your first time? Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good thing that every grant you've gone for, you got.
Well,
With us anyway,
Very good
right?
thing, yeah.
yes.
With Lamar.
Well, that, and you guys, big congratulations.
Yeah.
You went for. the big-
I'm a former grant writer. I understand.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so that's not easy. So that's why I was asking, is your first time working with us?
Yeah.
And you've gotten the 3 grants already.
Yeah. Well, I'm young. I just graduated.
So, okay.
But,
I do have some contacts at
No,
Globe.
that's-
We're gonna see what we can do to get that moving.
that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's right. Like I said, we've worked with coastal areas there's always other stuff besides, gosh, hazardous mitigation. And unfortunately, hurricane Ike and all that. But it's,
And Mr. Mayor, HGAC also can help us to be advocate
For
to get those contracts, since we're already approved, to get them to send that out. You have to write the bottleneck that happens at Globe. It's very, very common. We had a lot of problems with that with Hurricane Ike as well. And because of the changeover that's happened, my contact, Jeff Miller, while we were talking, I text him, and now he's in with the legislator. He's gonna give me somebody else to see what we can do since we are approved. So we're gonna try to get that going.
well,
Yeah,
I was actually working for the GLO or the
okay,
PDRA during that time, Hurricane
Okay.
Ike.
okay.
No offense to the city attorney, but we'd take it over legal and we call it a big event. I mean,
Okay, okay.
Come
Yeah.
on, Pete, get these
Yeah.
done. So,
you said HGAT?
HGAC,
Yeah,
they can
yeah.
serve as
I
an
think it's-
advocate to help get
think
that
it's good.
contract to us.
yeah, I think it'd be good.
Could you go over just briefly the status of the most recent one again right now? It's the same boat, right? We've submitted things. We're just waiting on feedback from Yellow for the wastewater treatment plan one. I'm talking about the most recent one.
It's, did you say talk about it?
I was just asking to make sure I understand what our status is.
Yeah, all of these, you probably know this, Councilman, they'll send you an RFI. Standard, I mean, usually it's just to say, heads up, we're really considering this.
Right.
And they sent just a very meager one for that one back in March or something. They gave us 24 hours to respond. That was amazing. And of course, we got it in and all because that's what we do. But that's where it was. And so, I mean, that means it should have been done. So the contract, once the contract gets signed, I mean, they'll send you a DocuSign. And I think I mentioned to you guys, I notified the GLO. But, I mean, your resolution calls for the mayor. We always do position. Just to be sure the emails were right people now we're getting them, not the old staff or whatever. And I notified the GLO and they said they'd already been notified. But if you see something, I mean, I know you will, but let us know. And our project manager likes to review those. We'll look them over and I'm sure you would too. To go over it, make sure everything's covered and is correct. So
Let me ask you this, just for informational purposes. I heard you say earlier in reference to Susan, the finance director, that she is now in the loop.
Yep.
Or something to that effect.
Yeah.
She's our finance director, and she is just now being brought into the loop. Is that what I heard you say?
is that accurate? A month or so.
Couple of months,
Yeah,
yeah.
couple of months.
Just recently, just brought into the loop.
Who do you normally work with in municipalities?
Well, not to be, but it depends. A larger city, usually it's, and I consider it a market. If the city manager is a public works guy, he probably wants to know, but usually like a administrative assistant or assistant city manager, so somebody designated, because even though we file everything, we will swamp you with paperwork and things to sign. So it's usually somebody designated by the city manager. But make no mistake, the mayor, you're the authorized representative. You get to sign all this stuff. So
And let's be clear.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. That's really all I get to do is sign the documents. Let's be clear. Let's clean this up.
it's a good point, like you mentioned.
Clean
about
it all up.
Organizational charts. Well, we appoint the board. But
Right.
I mean, but you have that authority. I mean, you'll work closely with
The authority to sign the document.
well, you can look them over too.
We can, as a council, we can look them over. There will be no other impact that this council will make on this process other than to review and to sign documents and to vote to approve to move this forward. Let's be clear on that.
And I don't have to tell you guys this.
I know you don't. That went right past your head. And that went out into the rumors at meal out.
But
Right.
when
This
there's,
council has nothing to do with this process.
and I was a city manager.
Okay, all right.
But you'll have construction going, all this construction going on,
Mhm,
when they're tearing up the yards and streets.
mhm.
They're probably not gonna call Jace, or they're gonna call you guys, aren't they? So, I mean,
They're gonna call us.
Yeah, you're right.
And we're gonna say, we can do what we can to help you, but we're not in charge of any of these monies. Let Lamarque, Texas know.
I mean, I want you to know, that, you know, this is, we don't sign anything or do, I mean, you're the ultimate authority. I mean, you
Right.
hired us to do it.
Yeah.
But and any question, I mean, I don't think I mentioned this to the group, but I'm an app writer. I'm an application writer. They call me in because this was a big one and I've written a few. There's we have a whole team of project managers, gosh, 40 or 50 of them now. That's all they do. In fact, on that, the first one we were talking about, the DR, the CDBG DR, Anthony told me this morning that he'd sent documents to update the signatories on the paperwork. I don't know if y'all have seen that or not yet. To change who, like on the request for payments, there has to be two signatures usually.
Right.
And obviously those personnel had to change, so you should be getting something like that.
Yes, sir.
Signatories.
Good deal.
I did hear back, Chase. Mary Ellen Williams is the Director of Government Relations with the CDR Division with Glow. Mary Ellen Williams. Give me a number yet, but I guess if you call Glow, you can
Okay.
ask Mary Ellen Williams to find out why we have not received a contract.
And I also have a meeting with Melissa Washington Wednesday afternoon. She's coming to town.
Good deal. Good deal. Does anybody else have any other questions? Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Smith, for being here. Your last comment, I'm going to work my way back. You said you're getting paid a lot of money. How you were competitively bid as a company, or were just hired outright by the?
We were hired based on a proposal that we submitted.
So do you know?
Was that an RFP? Did you
Yes,
bid?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were many other.
There was a bid.
There's a very specific procurement process the GLO requires.
So your worth to the city is more in terms of your cost is not a percentage of what the grant, it's a fixed amount. Is that accurate to say?
No,
No.
yeah, that is accurate.
Because
I mean,
I'm not aware of any.
We kind of,
Percentage.
it's kind of based on a percentage, but
Yes.
in fact, these last two grants, we said we've done hundreds, if not thousands. The only ones I've ever seen were our contract and the engineer's contract had to be signed and included in the application.
Right.
So that's in there right now. And we had, as a part of that, we had to make a statement of profitability, how much profit we're making on that. And that had to be approved by the city, and just never seen it before, but so from that, I'm saying that it was based on our costs instead of a percentage of the grant.
This relationship that we have, it's for a set period of time?
Till the end of the grant, yeah, until we close it out. Yeah.
So I am actually confused. There was an RFP that was put out by the city asking for grant writing services, I guess.
And administration.
And administration.
Grant
compliance.
We actually
and-
don't charge for an application.
You don't-
Nobody does.
Okay, so
We
So there
take
was
the
an
chance.
RFP, you responded to that RFP and you were successful. But you're providing it for what period of time? You're obviously, what I've heard you say is that you're still monitoring ongoing grant opportunities for the city of Lamarque. Is that accurate?
I didn't mean to say that, but we are. We do that for all of our clients.
Okay, all right. So that's part of the services that you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're I don't have to tell you, we're a private for-profit.
No, I'm not.
It behooves us to find you more opportunities.
And I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say that was if I did, I didn't mean to say that was a formal part of our services, that we're looking for other stuff, but we obviously are.
We're in many ways, every day, a lot of people don't engage with grant writers or grant writing companies. How do you go? In the old days, it was somebody on this council that was probably writing a grant, a little grant for this or that, okay? So as the city grows, as we hope to do, right? As we hope to perhaps expand our economic base with new businesses, new developments, I think that our residents should be aware that we're now engaging in a certain level of professionalism with regard to our efforts to secure additional funding. That does not close the door on any one of us identifying a grant opportunity out there for any area, or for that matter, any citizen who wants to identify for the city grant opportunities for the city of Lamarque to pursue. So
That's a great point. Yeah, I mean, I have this discussion, but I know it's after lunch, but well, can we do this? Well, you could write the grant, but I mean, it's gotten
Those
so.
grants are tough.
It's gotten so.
no, and believe me, I've worked with GLO as well too. I understand.
The answer is no,
No,
we
I
can't.
can't write those grants. I'm
Not-
like,
not that.
Like I
So
said, we juggle this, we work on it, juggling, and I'm not saying we're good, everybody does.
So you said that you're also on the compliance side. So you're part of your organization services is to provide us, and you talked about the contractors and the great amount of work. So you are monitoring our Section 3 compliance?
We are.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. You're monitoring our bidding process to make sure that we have historically underutilized businesses
We
that are procuring part of these contracts?
You are.
Okay, all right. That's all I have.
Yeah. Good.
so how do you monitor that? I just want to know.
How do we monitor?
Yeah,
Well,
so,
we
I mean, how would you
Yeah,
monitor
we
that?
included in the bid documents. Okay, and again, the engineers run his, the plans and specs, the actual work. We put it in there, and that's it. It's always changing, as you probably know, the Section 3, it's been around for 40 years, but how different administrations enforce it is they have to file a report the contractors. We require that, and we file it on behalf of the city to the, basically, as you guys probably know, it's you don't have a quota, you don't have to hire. So section 3 is you'll try to hire people from the region, low income people, low moderate income from your community, which is a great thing. I've had contractors out in West Texas, road contractors, you know, kind of, I love to hire local people, you know, they look after equipment and no one's gonna, but they don't have any, but they if they do need to do hiring, they have to do. And I know that everybody says that, but it's
Right.
basically just filing reports that they did.
Right. Because that is a problem in Galveston County. We have a problem where our contractors don't follow through with using, for most federal dollars, you have to use 20% has to be with hubs. And we've discovered through the NAACP in Galveston County that they do not do that. So that's definitely something that we're going to be asking to make sure that that is being verified throughout the county, because we know that there were massive glow monies that were given to different cities around the county of Galveston.
Opportunities to utilize.
And but 20% of that has to go to historically underutilized businesses. And so in the past, in Texas, they don't normally do it, or they'll say, we can't find them. And so there are organizations like Tri-County Black Chamber and Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Houston that are compiling those lists.
I have lists
for URs,
for
yeah, so you-
contractor, if he's looking for electrical.
Right, so you might want to, since I didn't know that until Joe brought that up, so that's good to know. I didn't know you guys were going to be monitoring that for us, so that you can get with those chambers to make sure that the contractors have a place to go, so the answer won't be, we can't find
I
them.
know in our labor standards, they handle that, and they have these lists and stuff, so that I'll be sure to make a point. to
Yeah, and we'll help.
report. Huh?
I said, we'll help.
Okay, good.
I
Thanks,
wanted
Joe.
wanted to ask you, you said that the $48 million grant will increase the capacity of our wastewater treatment plant an additional 2.25 million gallons a day. Did I hear you say that correctly?
Yes,
So we're going from 1 million gallons a day,
we're going from 3 million
3
to
million,
5.25.
3 million gallons a day to 500.
Correct.
So, we've talked a lot about the infiltration,
Yes, sir.
right? And when we've talked about it, we talked about when we have heavy rains, how it really taxes that plant because of the infiltration.
Yes, sir.
So when those rains occur, how much more over our capacity were we treating?
Heavy rainfall, we're getting up to 9 million a day. Oh, I mean, the plant gets overloaded. The entire system is charged. We deal with that on a daily basis when it rains.
So
This is much needed.
so when we're supposed to be treating 3 million,
Yes, sir.
we're actually on heavy rain days treating 9 million,
8 to 9 million.
8 to 9 million.
Yes, sir.
And the other 5 to 6 million gallons is rainwater.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And it's
And
seeping
it
into-
charges our system. It backs up homes. I mean, it's a severe problem we have.
Okay. So the other thing I wanted to ask then is this new capacity that we're anticipating of 5.25 million. Has that factored in also all of our development,
Yes, sir.
even the potential dog track development?
Correct. In the dog track development, if that ever is built out,
Mhm.
the second, I mean, our plant, I believe it said it would go to about an 8 million. So basically the dog track, not the dog track, I'm thinking of the U of H property. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of all those acres of U of H. The dog track was included. Yes, sir.
In the
Yes, sir.
upgrade? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So if in fact, we were able to develop the U of H properties.
Correct.
What will we need at that point?
Yeah, that's where it would go up to about an 8, 10 MGD.
We'll need another facility, another renovation.
And more than likely, they would end up putting in the funding for it, because that's 900 acres of land.
Okay,
I mean, literally, that would be another plant if that was ever constructed.
okay. So we'd have to probably do an additional.
Yes, sir. Yeah, another train, basically.
Okay. But right now, what we're working on now with Amazon and
All of that is
all the
included.
West Side Homes,
Yes,
all this
it's
will
all
take care of
included.
that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your train of thought there has gotten, and this is more, once again, to me with this hard head, and then sometimes, I dare I say to some of our citizens that sometimes have hard heads as well too, because they seem not to listen. And this is, Chase, your background, this is you.
Yes, sir.
We will never have a system, a drainage system that 100% secure, which is to say that we'll never have any sort of what's it called, inflow from rain. Is that accurate?
Yes. I mean, there's no way that we can keep everything out of our sanitary system. There's no way possible. I mean, because there's on private property, there's, especially with an older system as ours is. I mean, and the shape of our city has a lot to do with that. We have a lot of land and it's all gravity flow, but then we have 26 lift stations that pump it to higher elevations to keep it going. There's no way to keep out everything. That's correct.
So, and I say that because I want us all to be aware that we're going to hear, we have been hearing exciting news about drainage improvements and these grants, things of this nature. But fundamentally, when we have these severe weather events, when we have a hurricane, we may have backflow into our homes, like I had it in mind during Harvey.
Yes.
And notwithstanding these, so it's not our fault.
No.
It is a reality, folks. It's a reality, right? Just like we have to pay taxes, a reality.
Especially in Southeast Texas.
And in this area. I just want to point that out. But we as, now me being part of this council, and I know Keith is a long-term friend, there has been an ongoing effort to try to mitigate, to try to improve a drainage system that has been at times, you've described it as just imploded there,
Yes, sir.
from the age. So, and that's where these grants come in.
I just wanted to say on last point on this big grant that we got, there's extra 5 points for resiliency measures that the council took on their own. And what?
I thought you were gonna say for penmanship.
It is time for lunch.
That sounds like a Kim Yancey deal right there.
But most of my cities, we had to struggle to get, well, what have you done for? Chase provided me about 4 pages of, you guys have done what you can with under the budget. You remember that? All that
Yes,
stuff
sir.
you sent me. So, I mean, we aced those 5 points. So that's good. I just wanted to.
And to that point, I do just want to say that, I mean, when I believe it was at least 2 budget cycles ago, maybe 3, Chase, when you first came to us, and maybe not first, but when I really remember grokking how dire of a situation
Yes,
we
ma'am.
were in with our wastewater treatment facility, and you sharing with us the context of, we have now received these warnings from TCEQ of our
Correct.
75% usage, our 90% usage. We are well beyond the danger zone.
Yes.
And we are only surviving by the grace of this institution because we are promising to take active steps to remedy it. But the costs that we were looking at to do what we needed to do were staggering.
Correct.
And like you opened up by saying this is life-changing money. I mean, I think it feels really important to me that we just like really settle into how huge this is for our city, and that this basically is like a fairy godmother situation that was a lot of work. I don't say that it was just magic, but so many people working over the past couple years and a lot in the last year with y'all's help and staff and Chase. I mean, I know you've had your eye on this for a long time and so has administration. And this is really exciting that we're going to be able to turn things around. Where, how would we do it otherwise? I mean,
Right.
we would be looking at just miserable circumstances for our budget. So this is, as soon as JLO gets their booty in gear, I'm really excited about the changes we're going to see. It's really, really jobs well done all around.
Thank you.
And you can find grants for us as well, since you're on a winning streak. After since you see we're growing, right? Yeah.
I've driven around, but I've never driven the streets of Lamar. It's really got some pretty neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Good deal.
I can see where flooding.
Again, the point to Councilwoman Yancey's point, it's routine for companies that are in the business of securing grants for governmental entities and even nonprofits, for them to look for grants and to present opportunities. And you're one company, and certainly nothing says that a city has to stick with one company. We can allow several companies to work hard for us in that way. And the big thing that you said in that maybe people don't know is more times than not, these outfits aren't paid until those grants are secured. And so Tom, right? Is Tom?
Gary.
Gary.
Gary, I'm sorry. Tom, Gary Smith. Why did I call you Tom? Anyway, Mr. Smith
hungry.
can be all through. I'm hungry. I'm getting ready to. So certainly we want you to keep working hard, but definitely, you know, I want the public to know people that are searching for grants for us aren't getting paid until those grants are secured, and then they get percentages of that funding more times than not. Now, there's always an exception to a rule, but just take heart knowing that we're not having to pay folks to write grants. They're writing them for us, and they're getting compensated on the back end. Now, if there are no more questions, we are at 10 minutes after 1. We have a lunch break to take. Council, is that agreeable with you all?
Yes.
When shall we return? July 27th? Or 2:15? Or 2:30? What say you?
2:15.
2:15. We stand adjourned for lunch break, which is a public event. If you want to come to the council room in the back, it's tight in there, but you can come and listen to us talk about Casey's baby, how many games that Carlson refereed, and Kim's gonna teach us because she's a teacher. You can come and be a part of this boring discussion if you like. It's open to the public. But we stand adjourned at 1:10. We'll reconvene at 2:15. We are back in our budget workshop session. It is now 26, 2:22. And we are now on our Public Works Department. Chase.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So now, Mrs. Koo, we're gonna go through Department 12. The first you should see is our org chart, of the Public Works Department.
Page 73.
Yeah, 73. So basically, we are, I'll go through some of the objectives, due to COVID in 2020. Basically, a lot of our objectives are the same. Many projects have been delayed, as Mary and Melody. Many projects are still, we're waiting to kick off with these grant projects. But some of our objectives is dealing with, the I-45 widening project, monitoring, ensuring, we all know what's been going on with our water lines, with the contractors and having more oversight and dealing with TxDOT. That's one of my objectives. Galveston County Road Bond, the street improvements. I'm going to be speaking with Lee Crowder here soon, and we're going to be discussing those projects that should be completed in this fiscal year. Our GLO Harvey funds, we just got done speaking with those with Mr. Smith, Mary and Melody. Some of our accomplishments from 2020 is the wastewater 1764 water, our water plant, our booster pump improvement projects, Mary and Melody drainage. Everything has been completed. We are in the environmental phase, so everything that was asked of the city has been taken care of. The Westward Circle drainage project, that is being kicked off now. So the contractors have been, they're on site and they're about to begin that work. So, I have a list of sanitary sewer rehabilitation projects. These are sewer lines that were completed during 2020. And I just have some listed, the new vacuum truck that we just, Miss Susie, how do you want to do this? You just want to go through each line item? Mayor, how would you like to do it?
Up to council.
Okay. Well, are we looking at the,
There.
okay, let's start from the org chart since
Okay.
it's the first thing that we see, and then move into the line items.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I guess on this the org chart is more like a positions chart. I guess I'm going to carry it over with the previous discussion. This is positions. And if I'm correct in saying, if we had a category that just said Public Works Director, and we're looking at another city, but Public Works is involved in engineering, your project management, you deal with our water delivery, not utility building, but water delivery, the line.
Yes, sir.
Our line repair, our fleet, our maintenance, our facilities, traffic comes under Public Works.
Yes.
That's to say the streets, the lights, okay. Our line repairs, our solid waste and drainage. Would all those be the categories? Okay. So I guess that's what I'm looking for. So that also our residents understand these are the obligations.
Okay.
And I'll cut a picture. I'll send this to you, Chase and Susie, both. It might
Okay.
help you guys
Yes, sir.
in terms of, and then within that, then this chart may not be as in depth. At least this gives us as the council an idea of all of the number of employees and the positions that we're funding within Public Works. Because I think you said in your cover letter, Chase, that you were looking to add, as I recall, 2.
It's on that next
Oh,
page.
oh, is it
Next
next page?
page. Mhm.
And it's on the org chart.
Okay. All right, 2. Yeah.
What for?
Four, I'm sorry,
actually-
four.
Mhm.
All right. So that's all my comments there on that side.
Yes, sir.
So where are you adding the four?
Under Department 12, where at the bottom, that box, maintenance tech, with the point inside parenthesis and an asterisk, 4, on page 73, way at the bottom.
Okay, hold up a minute. I was on page 74. Okay. At the bottom where it says maintenance tech is
Yes.
where you're adding the
Uh-huh.
four? Okay.
With asterisk,
And just one question I had, and you mentioned this in your letter as well, Chase, but it looks like, according to the org chart, what's in here in the line items is it's 6 positions, right, for the new year, but 4 that are brand new in 12.
in the proposed budget.
In
yes.
12,
In the proposed,
and then
there's
in the
4 brand
proposed
new.
budget, but there's 2 more you're asking for that we need to try and figure out how to make
Right.
happen, right?
Yes,
And that's
ma'am.
the
So
six-
basically-
6 total?
6
Basically
total.
6 total, but in the proposed, we have the 4.
Right, 4 that are already in a balanced budget proposal, which is those 4 positions in 12, and then the other one is the wastewater treatment supervisor and then the shop supervisor.
Correct.
Okay.
What does a maintenance tech do? I'm sorry, what do they do? Maintenance techs?
They're the meter readers.
Oh, they're the meter readers.
Yes,
maintenance
sir.
techs.
Meter
Well,
tech,
well,
maintenance
I'm
tech.
sorry, maintenance techs. I'm used to saying meter readers. They're responsible for daily activities. If you're looking at the utility 22 side, they're responsible for all the repairs on the water and sewer. If you're looking at the park side, they're responsible for all the mowing in the parks, the maintenance, upkeep, all that. For street department, they're in charge of drainage, streets, tree trimming, whatever comes their way. So they're all labeled as maintenance.
So the people that would be responsible for you said tree trimmings, but also mowing of open ditches.
Yes.
That would be their responsibilities. as
Yeah, it's a
well.
general term. Basically, I want to say about 4 or 5 years ago, they changed the job descriptions to the titles. So basically, it's a general term, and that's our entry level that when we bring in, we can hire, we can bring them on as a maintenance tech, and it covers basically everything within our department.
So you need a sewer supervisor because
Yes.
why?
Because, so right now, we have a contractor who, but due to, TCEQ, their requirements, their license requirements. The issue with the city is every time that we've had these gentlemen come up, they get their licenses, they're hired by Texas City, Friendswood, Pearland immediately.
Okay.
If we lose those license holders, state of Texas shut down our plant, literally shut us down. Many cities like us, we have to hire a contractor to oversee it. Basically, we pay Precision Utility 2 employees. They basically oversee our water. If we could hire a supervisor who has those license requirements, we can let go of that contract with Precision and keep it in-house. That's a $450,000 contract per year.
And you've been asking for this for
We have been.
years.
We've had many discussions about it. The issue is paying that person enough money to bring in someone and keep them here. So, and that's why it's not in the budget. Basically, what we're saying is if we were able to go outside and search for that person, and if we're able to hire them, if we only had 30, we can give Precision a 30-day notice and cancel the contract.
What's the median income for that?
It's going to be about 85, 90.
So,
You're still
okay,
gonna
so
end up
90
saving.
90 versus 450.
Correct.
Right.
And if we were able to bring someone in-house, that's the whole thing. We got to make sure that that person can deal with compliance and deal with TCQ and oversee everything. You have to pay that person,
I got you.
Yes, sir.
Didn't we 2 years ago have someone going through the class, or did they get sucked up by another city?
They're still going through. Well, I don't know. When did he start to?
He was going through the class, but we had to let him go.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a different person than I'm thinking of. Yes.
Okay, do you have
Yes.
anyone going through the classes now?
Yes, we
Yes.
do.
Everybody at the wastewater treatment plant's currently going through the classes, and we have several members of Utility 22 that's going through the classes as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So do you anticipate that, I mean, so what action is needed from us? Because like I said, there's only those 4 District 12 positions that are in your budget proposal, right, for the department. But if you need this position, what's your suggestion about how we get you there?
Now, the wastewater treatment plant supervisor, that is in the utility fund. Okay, so if council's okay for us to proceed with this new positions,
I see. So it's
Then-
not in Public Works, it's in utility.
it's in utility,
Right.
that's
Got
correct. Then we can remove the $400,000 that we have in the proposed budget for precision and add this supervisor in the utility fund to replace that, and we probably gonna end up saving some money too, in the utility fund. Currently, what's in the proposed budget is $400,000 to pay precision, but not this
Contract.
position.
Is there, I mean, you know, when you talk about, I know, like I said, I'm talking about this exact conundrum before, but I don't remember the fact that that would be covered under utilities. What is what might we be losing? It sounds like a no-brainer to say, oh yeah, we
Yes.
stop working with precision and we just
It's-
hire someone in-house. Why?
I mean, it's a security blanket as well.
Okay,
The state of Texas knows that we have these contractors, no matter what, that contracting company
I see.
will, obviously, they have many employees. They work with other mud districts, other cities. If something ever happened, it's replaced like
I
that.
see.
I have another gentleman there, or a woman,
So it's-
lady working.
So insurance
It's an
policy,
insurance
wherein if
policy
we
with the
hire
s-
in staff,
Yes.
we
Yeah,
have someone go, we're in a big problem.
and I truly believe that that has kept this TCEQ off of us during this time of going through the expansion issues, the
Mhm.
75-90 rule. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a security blanket as well. But if we are able to bring in that right person who has the experience in dealing with TCQ and compliance and all of that, we would feel comfortable enough releasing that, letting that contract go.
Okay,
We would have to open it up to the public, and see
Obviously.
who applies and just go from there.
okay.
But it is a no-brainer when you think about the funding.
Well, because in the last couple of days, I'm talking with Mark, the issue has been with our sewer
Yes, sure.
issues and
Mhm.
the lack of response and all that. So that position would help to eliminate the lack of response in that area
Lack of response as
as far
to,
as
dealing
with some of those problems. You didn't see it on Talk with Mark? It was
no,
pretty-
ma'am, I try not to
You
read
try
that.
not to read it.
Yeah, if they call it, so the issue, well, not to get off
Yeah.
topic, but if they're not calling our office or sending their request, I'm not gonna know about it.
Yeah, they did. It
Yeah,
got fixed though. They contacted the man. They got
Okay.
fixed. So, but my question is that position will help in those.
not necessarily, because we have sewer mains that are old clay pipe that are falling apart right now, that we're gonna have to put that money in, and these are projects, GF funding projects that will take care of our infrastructure. I mean, we have crews that are working day and night repairing,
Right.
digging up these lines, replacing lines, clamping them, running sewer stops. We run our vac truck and our sewer, our jet machine all night long.
Okay.
And many people they have no idea that we're doing this. But this basically would be for compliance issues, and they would run our wastewater treatment plant, and then their licenses would be with Gulf Coast Water Authority. They would oversee our plants, our water plant, our wastewater treatment plant, our
Oh, so
lift
they'd be
stations.
monitoring
They'd be
the
monitoring it. They'd
facility.
be updating me.
Okay.
How many certifications are needed for that position?
You only need to have a B.
Yeah,
For the capacity of our plant, you only need to have a B.
right.
Okay, so it's one class then?
No.
How many
Oh, it's
classes? do
many.
you
It's,
need?
it's multiple classes, but it's not just classes, it's years of experience.
Yes.
TCQ won't let you pass unless you have multiple years of experience.
Okay,
And that's
I think in
water
order to
and
get a B, you have
wastewater.
to have, it's 8 years in water and sewer on top of your classes.
okay. But you said you have everybody going through those classes,
We do.
right?
We do.
Okay. What about offering to keep people like a certification pay?
That is something that
month.
needs to be
It needs
discussed.
to be discussed, yes.
That way we can assure that we still have someone qualified if the supervisor decides to go to Friendswood or Texas City.
A succession plan.
Right, right. Like
Correct. Yes,
I
sir.
mean-
No, I agree. But that's why we have to raise that salary to that minimum spot to even bring that person in.
Agree there, and then just
Right.
offer an incentive for
Incentives,
those going through
yes.
the class, so we keep that.
Correct.
Yes,
So-
because the problem is once they do get their license, they can go anywhere else for more money. I just
Yes.
lost one at the wastewater treatment plant to Baytown for $5 more an hour without a license.
Without a license.
How,
Oh,
So,
bummer.
mhm.
Okay, so again, I just want to come back to the mechanism of, obviously, this position is needed, and you're proposing that we, over the course of this next fiscal year, bring someone on
That's-
as a staff person, maybe with additional funding for certification incentives for other staff, but for the purposes of talking about this, that's not part of the Public Works Department approval, right? That will come up, we'll talk about that again in utilities, or
Actually, it's.
Do you
it-
want
it is
direction
under the
now?
Public Works, but
It
it's.
is under,
under
but it's
utility fund.
24.
That's
right.
correct. It's in a different fund, but it's also under Public Works.
I guess the bigger question is like, I like what we're talking about. I just want to make sure that we
Sure.
make a plan for how to make sure it actually happens. You know what I mean? So
Yes,
that
ma'am.
it's not like, yeah, this is a great idea. We'll see you next year when we talk about it again.
Right.
And then what about the shop supervisor? Is that also under this? That's another one that wasn't in.
No,
this.
we left that one out.
That one is not in the proposed budget. That one can be split between utility fund and general fund, because the shop supervisor would serve
Yeah,
both funds, the equipment.
yes. Yeah, he currently right now, one of our mechanics is, he acts as a vac truck operator, and he basically operates throughout the department, so I would like to bring in someone else into that shop so then we can still cover our basics within the shop and still allow him to help out in other areas within the department.
That sounds reasonable to me. How do we fund it?
That's a good question.
So, sounds nice. It really does. But I think that if we're paying over $400,000 for a service, and we are saying that we can get the same level of service for $80,000+. Like there's a lot that's left out of that, right? There are other functions that this other company does that are invaluable. I think it's a great idea that at some point, if we have the opportunity to shift back in-house, we can. But I don't want us to be disillusioned. We've been at this road for several budget cycles now,
Mhm.
and we have not been able to realize this goal.
Yes, sir.
I'm for it. If we can get there, I'm for it. I just don't want us to get our hopes up too high, right?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Because for me, it would have to be not only that person, but it would have to be at least one other person, right?
As backup.
Just in case anything can happen.
Correct.
I support it. I support the opportunity, but I think that we need to make sure that we're budgeting. We're being good stewards of people's money. We're budgeting for this or another company to continue at least for another year.
Yes.
And if we reach the goal within years, then that's great, right? But if we don't reach our goal within that year, we definitely have this item budgeted, so we don't lose any services.
Correct.
Well, but if we want them to, and I'm just asking, if we want to give direction that, because I agree, it's scary to say, okay, cut out the 450 and
Right.
let's just hire someone without
Mhm.
feeling a little more solid, like, yes, we can make it happen tomorrow and it would be secure. But at the same time, if we're going to take actual steps towards realizing that goal and it not just being something we talk about, we have to budget for both then, right? I mean, because start the job searching process if you don't have the line item for the salary to pursue them. So I mean, that's just another, right? Am I
Right,
wrong? Is there
yes.
another way to address?
And another alternative for council to consider is, how about we can approve the position, the slot, but not fund it until we're ready to
Gotcha.
fund it.
Then we can shift those monies from, if they're ready, Casey, we can shift the monies from that company, whoever that company would be at the time.
From that PO.
Into
That's
So
that
we could
position.
say approval of the supervisor position and
That's
then maybe give a directive of within the first 6 months of this fiscal year, you need to have started
Right.
that process and then we
Yeah.
can, and legally we can start to, we can recruit and advertise for that,
Mhm.
knowing that we have that 30-day buffer to cancel our contract and then switch monies over and amend the budget.
As
Okay.
long as there is an authorized position, which
Okay.
comes from here, then that gives Mr. Carey some flexibility to
Okay.
hire in. But without an authorized position, he can't.
Right.
I would just like
Right.
to say something as
That's
a person that just got the campaign trail.
Huh?
A lot of people in my district were concerned about mosquitoes. And I know we contract with the county, but is there any way that we can do our own spraying again? I don't know how we get that in. I don't know. I just want to throw that out.
There is a way, there is a way for us to do it.
Just wanna put that
There are
out
other
there.
municipalities, Chase, that
That
have
would be
sent,
nice.
that have sent work to schools to learn
Sure,
how to
sure.
do residential mosquito mitigation.
Sure.
The equipment that's needed is affordable and it can be placed on the back of one of our trucks,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah, so it's minimal cost. When you're talking about citizens of entire sections of our community that are
Sure.
screaming about the mosquito, it would be nice to at least have one truck to
Sure.
be able to go out, try to mitigate some of these issues instead of waiting for the health, which no problem at all, for them to respond, right?
Yes, sir.
Control that. Some of these months to have one truck, a few folks that are trained to try to at least some sort of resolution, even if it's temporary.
Relief.
Yeah,
That's a common issue throughout the.
yeah. So I would, Chase, if you could, if get that certification,
Okay.
I would say, and this is me talking, but there are 4 others, maybe 2 of your folks to volunteer, maybe buy the equipment. And
Sure.
Susie, I would say if they volunteer, they bring it to council, that maybe they get sort of a dollar amount
Yes, sir.
over above their normal salary because they are mosquito technicians or whatever the case may be. I think that'd be an incentive to get them to want to go to the
Mhm.
school. Again, then that would be, Chase, under your direction.
Sure.
Where if you're getting complaints from certain sections of the community, you can deploy that at least a temporary situation. Somebody else had a question. Was it Joe?
Well, I'm not
I'm
finished.
sorry, go ahead.
I'm not finished. Also on the campaign trail, I received a lot of good feedback about Public Works and how people were, they liked Public Works. I saw your request for a 2% increase. I think it should be more. I don't know how we make that happen. I do know a lot of people haven't had a lot of raises
Yes,
in that
ma'am.
department. But I think, Mr. Mayor and Council, we need to reward our departments that do well. That's my 2 cents on that.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. That's an issue whenever it comes to, especially with the operators, we are on the low side when it comes to what we pay the operators. Very, very low side.
Mhm.
And I mean, these men and women, they work really hard and they do care. Whatever we can do, I would appreciate it. But thank you so much.
Okay. The raise that Ms. Yancey was speaking about, is that across the board? Is that every
Yes.
employee
Yes.
with the exception of your collective bargaining employees?
We included 2% collective bargaining groups as well, even though we know pending negotiations. But right now, we just want to establish some kind of funding pool in there just in case, but
Sure.
council don't have to go along with it, you know.
So this budget reflects a 2%, is it
for
2%
all 2%.
2%.
for
Across the
all,
board?
Across the
Okay.
board.
already built in?
Yes, sir. It's already in the proposed budget now.
Is that consistent with what we did last year too?
Yes,
Okay, so I thought.
except last year, the collective bargaining group, they had different percentage.
Right.
Because it was still under that contract,
Right.
but it's expiring this year.
Right.
So we don't know what's coming, so we just do it. Across.
Thank you, Susie.
Joe, you had-
Yeah. I'm trying to catch up with everybody here on this.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to understand the way you, even when we first started off, how you're presenting information. On page 74, where you've listed all the employees here, the positions. The last line, the fiscal year 21-22, which was 4 additional, is that reflective of the 4 additional positions that you're suggesting?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So now I'm going to go down the last line, this discussion about saving 100,000. In fiscal year 1920, it's $1 million, approximately $1.6 million. 2021, it's 1.4 million on expenses, salary expenses. And then for fiscal year 21-22, it's 1.4 million. So you've now showing 4 new positions. And does that supervisor position reflected in this as well or not?
No,
No,
Not.
It's not.
It's not. So that's what I'm saying.
it's different.
As I'm analyzing this, I'm missing part of the picture here for me anyway. Remember, I have to study math and I need to visualize it too. So I need another category that then shows the savings, because we've been talking about savings, that the ultimate proposed expenditures under the whole scenario that you talked about. And if the money's not coming in for the supervisor from this, or if it's only some portion, that's what I'm missing, so I can understand this.
Didn't you say it was coming on the utility?
that's the one that
It's
was
under
under the
24.
utilities.
Yeah, it's coming
Yeah,
out
it's-
of another pot, so that's why it's not reflected here.
But,
Yeah.
but I see what you're saying. You're saying it, I mean, you have to, that's why I asked at the beginning, there's 6 here, right? But only 4
4,
reflected in the
right.
budget because
Yes,
there's a need for 6, but they're not all coming out of this particular cash. But that is, you have to look for that and know what you're,
Yeah, that's, and remember, I want to be able to explain this to some,
Constituents.
our constituents, right? I want to,
When they
this
say-
makes sense, right? And this does not make sense to me right now.
And this chart is, it's complex
Yeah, that's.
because many of their maintenance technicians, they do share between utilities and streets and parks. Well, we're a small city and because they do share, that's why I put it as one chart on page 73. But the financial piece is 2 separate funds. And that's why if you look at on page 74, the bottom chart is the financial piece, not personnel, it's the financial piece.
Yeah.
There is another piece, it's under little tab 22, it's on page 107.
Tab
That
22.
is the, yes, page 107, little tab 22. That is the financial aspect of Department 22. And there is a tab 24.
page 109.
Yes, page 109. That is the financial piece for another utility department.
And that's
These
on,
2 are utilities.
yes, and that's on account 4040. The professional fees is where that where the funds for the contractor is paid out of.
And the savings that we were talking about paying to Precision, that is under tab 24, that you're gonna see that saving, because that's where, if you look on page 110, the details will tell you what account, when we're paying the contractor Precision coming out of. That is what we were talking about in utility fund, separate
Okay.
fund.
So that page 109, that's the utility fund.
Mhm.
Page 109, the professional fees category, which says here, actual for budgeted for
Mhm.
fiscal year 2021 was 455.80. That's the precision utility.
Precision was part of it, right, Chase?
Yes,
Yes.
that is Precision's.
Precision, you've got
455.
500,000.
Yes.
Yes.
So, see, I guess that's what in my mind, I'm visualizing this. It's kind of like I need three reports. You're impacting three different funds for this council to get an accurate picture. If A happens, then these are the revisions that will happen with B,
Okay.
and then these are the revisions that are going to happen with C, so that we kind of have then our total updated amount, right? What's our total savings versus what we would have had had we continued with the status quo. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Does
Now,
that make
in an
sense?
ideal world, if we were so rich, we don't have to worry about a cost savings or whatever.
Yeah.
We can have three separate departments with personnel clearly divided. I only have Department 12 personnel here and exclude utility side. And I can, and all the costs, no sharing, your utility, your public works Department 12 personnel will only do the work for streets and parks,
Right.
nothing else. And then you have another chart for utility side, that your personnel on the utility side cannot touch streets and parks. They can only work on utility lines only. That would be a clear cut, and that would be so nice and clean. I love that. But right now, to save costs, and his man, he's struggling with whatever available staff that he has to do whatever projects that's necessary at some point in time, then he's sharing. His maintenance tech could be gone to some leak from some resident and do whatever work. And then next thing, he has to do something on the park side.
I understand. I
Right.
completely understand.
So that's why we're,
In an ideal world, we'd love,
I love
I'd love
that.
to be 100 pounds, but I'm not.
I mean,
So,
I love
Sure.
things clear cut.
but all I'm just saying is I need a complete picture for me to understand where's the savings.
Mhm.
And that's all to do with the plan for the city. A snapshot of the city and I'd like to say to our residents here of Lamarck, this council initiated financial planning that did not exist in the past. And that we can start tracking. Where did we make a savings here? And why did we do that? That's my goal, is to show, but as I said,
Is this the same template that you all used in the past, basically?
yeah.
Okay. So this is the standard industry template you've always used. Okay.
Can I ask about the shop supervisor position?
Yes, ma'am.
So at least with what I understood the resolution was, or the current conversation around the wastewater treatment plant supervisor being, let's contract, but let's approve that position so we can move forward, maybe
Sure.
see some savings before the end of the year and that process of
Right.
in-house staffing. The shop supervisor though, what are the numbers attached to that? And let's talk about making that plan, because it makes a lot of sense what you're saying about the need you have for that. If you have one guy who's sort of doing everything and you really
Sure.
just need to make sure he's better supported. I'd like to. but I don't know what the numbers are attached to that.
We have some numbers for that.
So what is the
No,
shop
I know, but I want to know
supervisor?
like where it comes out of. Is that a utilities source too?
That's a general, that's
That's general,
12.
okay.
Okay.
That can be split.
But
between the two
what she's
funds.
saying, you could split it with the utility because of
The
his
nature.
job description and his need. He's affecting the entire department,
Okay.
basically.
And what was that total cost? Because I just, again, since it's not in the
Yes, yeah.
proposal, I want to make sure I understand, like, we're moving forward with it or not.
I think the cost you put in is 50,000, correct?
So the shop supervisor.
Yeah, that was from a
60,000.
salary survey that Patty had. And technically, you could open it up and, well, you can see who applies. If anyone in-house applies, then
What was the sewer supervisor cost again?
Around 80 to
50,000.
90 or something, you said?
yes. Let me see.
And I just discovered one mistake on page 160, under personnel listing.
160?
Those dollar amounts are wrong. I think they just added 2 more additional zeros at the end. So that is a mistake. So we have it in there. It should be 50,000. That's what Mr. Carey was asking as a salary for the service supervisor.
Yeah, that would be a really great
Yeah.
job.
We'll all be fighting for that.
Line 33, is that the one you're talking about?
No, it's under personnel listing.
Personnel
on
listing.
page 160,
That's a mistake.
assistant one.
Force.
The second one, I mean,
It would be
12.
$5 million
$5
pay
million.
position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty clutch.
That's
Mhm.
definitely a mistake. So it's really.
But I don't know,
The
maybe you
system
don't-
added 2
job
more
pays
zeros
for
at the
it.
end.
Okay.
Isn't that the one above it also? 13 million for 4 people?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
It should be 132,000.
And even that police ID is 7 million. Oh,
So I think it gave two more
It gave
zeros
two
at the end.
Yeah. So we just
The-
did hold
the
on.
system.
hold on, yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad. I had a lot of notes on that page, but
Okay.
didn't even catch all those things.
Somehow it picked up 2 more zeros at the
Yeah.
end, so that is a mistake.
Okay.
Susie, I don't know how to say this. I'm just, and I don't even know why I'm directing this at you, right? Because you didn't do this. But I'm really struggling with the org chart here. I don't know that I understand the flow. One of the things that I know that we struggle with is our ability to execute
Mhm.
in public works. Now, let me say this clearly. Certainly, it is not on our workforce, right?
Mhm.
I believe we have the people that want to do the job.
Mhm.
It was not on our leadership. I believe, obviously, I voted for him. I believe Mr. Carey is an effective leader, was in the public works, and I believe that he can be moving forward as an interim. But I think that the planning is where we're struggling in our public works. I think that we need to have an organizational chart that clearly defines roles and sectors, which I do know, I do realize, and to Susie's point, that sometimes in the city our size, it's smaller, and so the people that patch the holes are also people that clean out the drains, and there are people that also do the traffic lights. I get that, but I think that's part of our problem.
Mm.
I think that we need a clearly defined organizational chart that puts people in places that they are responsible for, right? We need a street team, a street department.
Okay.
And all they do, in my opinion, is streets, potholes, stop signs, street signs, right? Traffic signals, that whole deal. And then I believe that we need a crew responsible for the easements, for ditches, for right-of-ways, for those parts of our operation. And then we need somebody assigned to parks,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
So on and so forth. And I'm not seeing that. I see a utility department, which again, I get it. Nobody's fault at all. Great job. But I'm just saying that trying to bring clarity. I see a utility department, and then I see a Department 12, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if you add 4, that'll be 12 folks with a foreman. That's 13 folks to cover some of the hardest work this city has to offer. And then you have the wastewater treatment crew. I think that we need to do what's necessary to make sure that our organizational chart is defined and directed toward the needs of our citizenry, right? The org chart before the end of this budget cycle needs to reflect our vision, and it needs to be definite, and it needs to be directed toward what we actually do and those problems that we're actually attempting to address. I know that's happening in this org chart, but that's because I've been around here for 17 years.
Mhm.
If I was John Q. Public, I would not know where my tax dollars will be going in this org chart, although I know that the work has been done. Again, kudos to our Public Works Department. No problem at all. The other part, though, that is complexing to me is the top of this organizational chart. I see a director of public works and I see an administrative assistant, and I see how seamless that's supposed to work. But then I see a project coordinator, and I don't even know who that is.
I don't either.
Who's the project coordinator?
It's Amanda.
That's Amanda.
That's Amanda. Okay. And then you also supervise 2 maintenance techs? Is that what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Yes, over parks, yes, sir. I'm half interim assistant public works director, half project coordinator.
So you are the project coordinator, and your primary role is to oversee the operations of the parks?
I oversee operations at public works altogether.
Yes.
I oversee everybody.
Okay,
And
so,
any special
But
projects.
project
she
coordinator
oversees.
has 2 maintenance techs that are in the parks that answer directly to the project coordinator, which is myself.
okay. So let me ask you this, Chase or Amanda, whoever wants to answer. So the original role of the project coordinator, would that precede you? Was that there before you got there?
I was hired in as
as a
that
project
position.
coordinator.
Yes.
Correct.
And who developed that? Was that Ms. Butler?
I think so.
What
I
was
think-
Yeah, I think it was.
I think Carol
Ms.
Butler and Mike
Yeah.
Morgan,
Mhm.
so
because Jake
what,
Morales was in the position before I.
so what was your role?
I was hired and I had interaction on the grant projects, the Hurricane Ike funding, dealing with the engineers, dealing with the state, dealing with the contractors, ensuring those projects were completed.
Okay.
And then I slowly but surely kind of started working with the city crews and dealing with the citizens, and that's how I evolved.
That's how you, okay, all right. So, and then you left that, and then when you became Public Works Director, right?
Became the
Assistant first?
superintendent, then the assistant, and the director.
Okay, so when you left the project coordinator,
Yes, sir.
and this role, is my understanding that you just suggested that this role was tied to the grants and some of
To the projects.
to the
and-
projects, okay.
Right.
When you left that role, Amanda got to that role,
Yes,
okay.
yes. Amanda was transferred from,
I came from finance to
Finance.
street supervisor to project coordinator.
Okay, so it seems to me, and then I hear you're doing 2 roles. Okay, so it seems to me, guys, that really this to me can be combined at this point. It seems like if one person is already doing 2 roles, then we could take that we can delete one of those positions. We don't need a project coordinator right now. That'll be tremendous savings. We can do whatever Chase wants to with assistant, that's his business. With the as public works director, then we can this folks and add them to this renewed Department 12. And then we already have 4 in the budget. They're asking for 2 more, and it's in 2 more there. The 2 at the top, Casey, the 2 main texts. Yes, ma'am. So they already, and then they're asking for 2 more, right? Council approves those 2, that'll be 6. And then there are 2 others that are already out there working. So I'm just saying reassign those 2 to Department 12. So now Department 12 adds a total of 8 new positions to help with easements and drainage and streets and street signs and traffic lights. Is everybody following me?
What do they help with now? Those.
Okay, let's start over. So the project coordinator was here to work on special projects as they relate to Harvey, right?
Right, but I'm talking about the maintenance tech.
Maintenance
too.
They're working in the parks.
Yes.
They work in the park.
Right.
They go and clear the trash every day
They
and check.
work in the parks, and when things are slow in the parks, I have them do other duties around the city.
Right. So we could take those same 2, right? Because if Amanda or whoever that person is, whether it's Amanda or not, if they're doing those 2 jobs as one person now, then we can do away with the project coordinator. That's going to save money.
Right.
Because Amanda just said to us that she's doing both of those jobs now as one person. Right? So if that's gone, how much is that project coordinator? Susie?
Let's see. 12, project coordinator, 38,188.
So that's 38,188.
Mhm.
All right. So if that's gone, then those 2 positions right there that Amanda just said to us, they basically maintain the parks to a certain level and they do other duties as assigned. All we would do is take those 2 positions and put them back underneath Department 12. And they can continue doing exactly the same things that they were doing. Except for now, we don't have a whole project coordinator supervising 2 people. Now they are part of our team, being supervised by the public works director, the assistant public works director, and the foreman of that department.
I see what you're saying. The question I have though is then, we'll get to, is that really all that's entailed under project coordinator job? Like if we were to say, okay, we're going to get rid of it because all it was doing was overseeing Harvey related projects and.
When I came in as project coordinator, when I came in, Chase stepped up to public work.
Yeah.
So I've been filling both roles this whole time. It's not just assistant Chase. Chase has always kept the grants with him. So I've never physically messed with the grants. I assist him when he needs me.
Okay.
But I've overseen daily operations.
Okay, so then the second question though is, does that adversely affect your salary though? If we get, I mean, we can't just say we're gonna get rid of that project coordinator salary and we realize some savings if that's been what's keeping you able to stay in the assistant position as well because it's paying her. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to say, oh, we're gonna realize that savings, but does that then give you, or maybe I'm not.
Oh, you're thinking
understanding.
like maybe she's getting both salaries.
Yeah, I just
get what
wasn't
you're
sure
saying.
how it's been
No.
working.
No,
No,
2 years
there's-
ago, I was pulled in and given the interim assistant public works director position.
Right.
I was given the position, I turned it down.
Okay.
Not that I turned it down, it was a funding issue,
Yeah, there's a funding issue.
a major funding
between,
issue.
So that's why she's acting interim. Yeah.
So while we
have
were
to-
trying to straighten out my pay,
Mhm.
the last administration is now gone, so.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm
stuck.
still very confused. What are the financial ramifications for all the jobs you've been doing if we cut out the project coordinator. That's what I want to get at. I want to make sure we don't.
In other words, will you lose any money from this, basically?
Got
Is
it.
what the, yeah.
Yeah, she never got a raise.
Well, then,
She
so
just
this
got-
is in a position without any salary attached.
I got a step up pay.
A step up pay.
2%, correct?
I went from 19 to 21.
Okay.
Yeah, we had
Just
a,
until they could,
So it's really much more of just an organizational reorgan is what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
Okay, is that job has been sitting here, but not actually funded, really.
It's been sitting there. I'm sorry, go ahead, Amanda.
to my understanding, it's been funded the last 2 years.
Been funded, yeah.
mhm.
Now you're saying it, so we hadn't been paying anybody.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Yeah, like, I mean.
Yeah, we funded it, but they haven't moved forward with replacing.
Salary was
Ava.
never paid to someone, but the money was approved for
Yeah.
that
Right.
position.
it was
Yes.
funded,
I've just been
right.
playing extremely nice.
Wow. Okay,
Mhm.
so. Okay,
Yeah, and that was an issue with the paperwork with previous, I've had that work done for a while. And it wasn't signed off on.
So y'all sent it to the city manager's office and
I had
it
the
wasn't, for
paperwork
whatever
typed
reason,
up.
it wasn't executed. Okay,
That's
that's
correct.
fine. That's fine.
At what I was being paid at that position and salary.
Okay.
That's the only thing that's fair.
can I ask one more clarifying question? So you were given that position. There was a minor step up in pay that came along with it. We approved the passing on of that position to you. It has been funded in the budget, but you have not taken home that salary.
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Absolutely correct.
thank you, and I am sorry.
Yeah.
that I-
The project coordinator.
So that's why it's important, while we have Public Works here, and I wanted to be clear. This year, Works went first by design,
Right.
because this council is interested in bolstering Public Works to provide more city services, right? So part of that is to try to make sure that we are organizing the department in a way that it will have its greatest efficiency. And so that's where I was going with that. This is a position that we really haven't needed as far as what it was designed for in a while. One person's doing two jobs anyway. These two folks out here are floating around like, hey, what do we do? Just put them back in, put them right back in line.
And they can all be.
Nobody's losing their job. It's just organizing it and streamlining it in a more efficient way.
And so would that mean that those two techs then, they're, pardon me, looped in and they're under the direction of the Department 12 foreman? Okay.
Who is the Department 12 foreman now?
Who is
Joe
Joe Mose?
Mose.
Joe Mose.
Well, who doesn't want to work?
You know, one of the biggest issues within the Public Works Department, and Amanda and I and Venetia know this very well, it is very difficult to plan for emergencies. With all the structure that we have, with these breaks that we have every other day, it is very hard to come up with a plan and a schedule when things break like they do, when our pumps fail, when certain things, we are reacting to emergencies so often that it's hard to plan maintenance, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
Once we can get these GL funds into the system and we can really correct things, that's when we can really make a difference going forward.
Mayor, God, goodness. So earlier, so I understand now the change of 4 maintenance techs to 6. And under, like, moving those 2 maintenance techs that were under
Yes,
the
ma'am.
project
Yes, ma'am.
coordinator. I understand that. But you said something about 8 earlier too.
Oh,
Were you
so
talking-
so Susie and Chase have already put 4 additional persons in the Public Works budget because they knew we wanted the ditches and the easements and the right of ways cleared. They're asking, Public Works is asking for 2 additional persons. And so I said, if we were to go along with the 4 and grant them the 2, now that's 6. And then I said, these other 2, if we can get them back from out here doing tremendous work, not saying they aren't, and bring them back into Department 12, we would be able to potentially see 8 new persons in Department 12
Okay.
to do streets, ditches, easements.
And I just missed the ask for the other 2. Is that in here?
I
where is it?
wasn't aware that they asked for additional 2.
I thought that was the shop supervisor.
Yeah, I
You're
thought
talking about the shop supervisor and the
yeah,
wastewater
he's talking
treatment plant
Right, so
supervisor?
not maintenance techs.
So y'all not asking for 2 additional maintenance techs as well?
I wasn't aware of it.
No, we just have to.
You're like, well, I mean, you're gonna go for it.
I got you now, Casey. I got you.
So it's the 4 reorienting the 2.
That's
from-
6. That's
and
a 6.
then-
Yeah, gotcha.
Then the 2
Gotcha.
other supervisor
Okay.
positions.
I thought I made another mistake.
No,
No. We just, I heard it one way and Casey heard it the other way.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now,
So I have a question again on the org. So the supervisor position, what is it, the WWTP, that's the position that you're asking for?
Yes,
Okay, and then Joe Mose, and then who's the 22 foreman?
Rodney Gable.
That's, yeah, okay. Okay.
now, if Mayor Bell wants it, kind of organize it in such a way where it's easement, ditches, parks, streets, I am gonna need Mr. Carey's help
Mhm.
Sure.
on that, because there's no way I can do it by
Yes,
myself.
ma'am. Yeah, and that's something that we've been meaning to do this org chart
Yeah,
for a
we
long
gotta
time.
do
And
it.
it's been something that's been on my to-do list for a long time, so.
And that's
I
okay.
apologize.
I'm sensing
No,
a
no,
pattern
we're
here
good.
anyway. I think
Yeah, we're
we're
good.
probably gonna end up being like, you know what, let's redo all the org charts. So-
You know, because you really have to
Mhm.
every so often, because your city changes, right? And the needs of your city changes.
Totally.
There's a project coordinator here. There was a hurricane. We get it. You know, now we're in a different place. We have to, so it's gonna happen. It should happen.
Yes, sir.
Do y'all got enough direction on the org chart? Here's my last question about this. Again, because I don't know. I noticed that we have an administrative assistant, again,
Ms. Venetia.
Dewana, are you, or is Dewana the assistant? Venetia. Yes, okay. So my question then is, and I don't know, what is the difference between what you do and what Dewana does?
I do purchasing.
Procurement and all that?
It's-
Okay, I got you.
And DeWanna answers phones and enters work orders from the guys,
Gotcha.
daily work orders.
And currently Venetia's splitting her time between Public Works and City Hall helping
Yes,
me.
ma'am. Thank you for that. I've seen you around a few times. Thank you for helping.
I actually want to go right to, I asked this earlier, but we veered off for good reason, but the shop supervisor, just
Yes,
making
ma'am.
sure that the financial mechanism is there. I don't understand where that's coming from now, since it's not part of the balanced request. I want to know where we're gonna.
That
find it.
depends on what equipment that he's gonna have on his equipment list, and which part is utility, and we prorate that based on percentage.
Percentage of
Right, so if you
his
have
job
50%
description.
of the equipment that the shop supervisor is gonna work on, so 50% utility fund, 50% of the general fund. It all depends on the list that he has, that supervisor in charge of working on.
But so you're comfortable enough finding, us approving that position, but moving forward and finding the mechanism between general fund and utilities to make it happen? I'm
Yes, ma'am.
saying, I want to make sure it
Sure.
happens, but I know it's not in this, like,
Yeah, that's not, Susie and I will have to sit down and discuss it and go through the job description as to what he will be doing on a daily basis. And, currently we have one gentleman that, operates vac truck. That's where he's running keeping sewer mains down, keeping homes down when we have sewer main breaks and other type of issues, helping pulling pumps for 24, working on the pumps. There's a variety of items he helps out with. So if we could move him up and then obviously bring someone else in to fill his role, that will just keep the shop, being more efficient and effective. So
Clarification.
yes, sir.
The org chart you guys have been discussing says maintenance tech 4 new. But that's where I was thrown off. The 4 people are shown as equipment operators over here, not as maintenance tech. Is that accurate? No, that's 3. 5, you've got 8.
Yeah, there's 2 equipment operators in 12, and then there's 3 in 22.
Maintenance techs are, yeah, I see what you're saying, Joe.
I don't see for our show.
At the very
I see-
bottom of
see
12.
one at the very bottom.
You see you see the equipment operator going from 5 to 8,
Yes.
right? And then maintenance
he's on the other list.
technician going from 15 to 16.
15 to 16.
So just a total of 4, the one for maintenance and the other one for equipment operators. The other 3 for equipment
Oh, you're
operators.
talking about the.
Oh,
chart,
so there's not all, they're
Not all
all,
in one
there's
category.
maintenance tech over here.
Right.
It's not all.
It's labeled differently, you're right. I see what
Okay,
you're saying.
yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, then we need to fix that.
On the
chart
second
is
page,
for
it needs to
organizational
go from
chart.
equipment operators to maintenance techs.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll correct.
And that chief plant operator is the one that's the contractor? And that's eliminated here in 22?
No,
The what?
that's in, chief plant operator is gonna be for 24.
Yeah, that's in 24.
That's for the wastewater treatment plant.
And that's
Yeah,
why,
that shouldn't be in this budget. Yeah, we've used that salary to help pay for the contractor's PO. So that's why it's,
If you're looking at page 24, that's what Susie was saying, is she combined all the departments together on this one spreadsheet to show you who falls under public works altogether.
Oh, okay. So I get, it just me, anybody, it might be helpful under public works than if it were me, if it were doing it, just to show that as a note, you know, this includes this and this.
That's why I'm gonna need help from them.
Yeah.
I can't do it by myself.
Any other questions, guys, for org chart?
Well, I kind of want to go back and visit her position. Are we going to fix that now that he can sign the paperwork and all that?
Are you asking, are we as a council gonna set that salary? We can do that. We can do that. I mean, it's up to him who he chooses.
Just to make that right.
yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's something that, yeah. the
Well, let
assistant
me,
public
before I
works
say
director
that, let me back
is-
up. We can make sure we set the salary,
Right.
right? And he has the
He has to
power
make
to
it,
decide
right.
to open it up for applications or
Mhm.
whatever, however he wants to fill it. Yeah.
If you could, this is a question. In our process here, Mr. Mayor, not now, but at the very end,
Yes, sir.
we're going to have a clean
Yeah, we're gonna rework
document
this.
that will say this, and this,
Yes.
and we could take them individually and say we agree, or it's
That's correct.
voted on as a whole. I don't know. Is that?
That's
Correct,
how
and
you-
we'll have a salary listed there
All right.
that you can,
Yeah, okay.
That's
yes.
the reason why we want input from council, so we
Okay.
can have a
I
better
understand.
copy.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And that's why this is a process, it's a workshop, and that's why a lot of the information not at this point, I'm accurate, working, we go.
Mhm.
I think you thought I was something different. I'm talking about Amanda's position.
No, I get it,
Yes.
I
Oh,
get
you
it.
got it?
I would just separate the position from,
Okay.
because, you know,
Yeah.
that part of it's not our
Got
business,
it, okay.
position is.
Hell, I didn't know.
I got you.
So is it appropriate, our discussion has been on personnel. Can we discuss some of these, these expenditures?
Yeah, we're getting ready to go if they.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
For maintenance techs, do we have the caveat that they'll be used for just a set thing, like the ditches?
Yeah.
Bring them on board for that.
Ms. Gray, if those positions are approved, they need to be assigned to easements, clearing ditches, clearing and mowing, and right-of-way maintenance. Okay, that's the specific. The other two rolling from project coordinator back in the department,
Mhm.
I would suggest that they assign the streets, because after ditches and easements, the very next hot topic is street maintenance,
Mhm.
right? So I would encourage you to put them in streets, but those four that people will be approving that are new positions, they definitely want those to be ditches, easements, and
Yeah,
right
I
of
mean,
ways.
Yeah, they'll be working on the easements for years.
Yeah, yeah.
For the first few years, they'll be, I mean, we have 120 easements that,
Yeah.
and some of them are heavily,
Right.
heavily.
Right.
And we
They
need
could
a-
be-
Correct.
They could be graded, the ditches need to be level 2 or
Well, yeah, and that's another discussion item about our grade off that
Yes.
we'll have here recently. So
So
here
we-
soon, I mean,
We also need those easements that are beyond our ability to resolve.
yes, sir.
We
Right,
need a list of those
right.
so that the council can pass expenditures to get a company
To
to
clear,
come and clear those
right.
heavily wooded areas.
Yes, sir.
Make it easier, on everybody.
But once they're cleared, we should be able to maintain.
We should be able to maintain them. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Michael and Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I agree with that statement. But only one area that I want to make clear, that's the appropriate job responsibility, and I use the term in some of the world I live in, blue skies, normal weather patterns. But when we have emergencies, when we have others, what their best usage is completely at the discretion of the city manager.
Right.
Well,
Well,
I just
Well,
Yes.
I don't know if that's entirely accurate. I think that as we approve a budget and we assign positions, I think that, for example, doesn't matter how horrible the conditions are, our police officers won't be clearing easements. And so within context, my friend, within context is what I'm trying to say. These positions, because they're attached to taxpayer dollars and because there's a mandate on them to do certain things, I would say, to get to where you're trying to go to, I would say that we would have to direct the city manager, and we can. If those positions have to be put in different types of services and directed to serve in different functions, that those opportunities be clearly shared with the council so that we could be made aware of them with dates associated with it. I think we have to, because I think I've been around here too long. I think that if we don't clearly define those roles and limit the scope of those functions, what will happen? And this has nothing to do with Chase or Amanda or anybody like that. What happens is, over time, those positions will start to do things that are not what the taxpayer envisioned when they gave those positions to the administration.
I don't see any problems with
You
that.
good with that?
That's not
No.
what I'm saying. And under an emergency situation,
Sir.
where we have a signed city declaration, then it's up
Then it
to,
changes.
that's what I'm.
I got you now. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I got you.
And Mayor, I mean, literally, a lot of times when we have storms come through, we have heavy rain events. Many of our jobs descriptions change for that day.
Right.
We start working
Yeah.
on drainage. We start working on our sewer system is charged. So we're
Yeah.
trying to get pumps
I
ready. Yeah.
get that.
Yes,
I
sir.
get that.
Yeah.
That's an emergency event. And again, we just need to communicate that. to
Yes,
the
sir.
public.
Well, that's what those positions are for anyway, the ditches and
Easements.
drainage. So.
Yeah, they'll be working
They'd
clearing
still be
these.
doing their job during that.
Yeah.
Sure, it's drainage. Yes, sir.
I get that. I get where you're going with that. Definitely. I don't have a problem with it. Doesn't seem like any of us do. Just make sure that when that happens, Chase,
Yes, sir.
we clearly communicate that to the council so that can be clearly communicated to the public with
Sure.
time parameters.
Right. Because there are many guys in 22 and 24 that start working on drainage,
Yeah,
you know,
got
during
you.
storms. So
Got you. Good deal. Anything else on the org chart? All right, guys, let's move to, where do you want us, Susie? Is that page 76?
Yes, I believe Mr. Compion wants to discuss the
Okay,
financials.
page 76, guys.
Shall I start? Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just, if you could just help me, just, the Public Works professional fees, that 32,000 seems to be a set amount. What is that? Professional fees to whom? Is that our city engineer, this outside
is-
person, or who's that?
If you look on page 78,
Yeah?
under professional fees,
Great.
that broke it down.
Oh, I see, okay. Drainage repair. Public Works. So then, where's the outside, the gentleman we met for the first time, I met for the first time, Mr., what was his name, the traffic guy? Or the engineer, he said he was a traffic engineer for the city?
Oh, he was
Engineer.
a sub, I
He's a
believe,
contractor.
hired by,
Yeah, he's contracted.
he was a contractor hired by the city for that,
Just that project.
yes.
Right.
Just that project?
Just for the Amazon
Just for the
project, if I
Amazon.
remember
Oh,
correctly.
just for the
Oh,
Amazon?
Yes,
Okay.
So he wouldn't appear in Public Works? Okay.
no.
And this fee of 6,200 request for the Omega Bay survey, what is that?
I believe.
Where are you at, Mayor Pro Tem?
It's on about
76, Chase.
page 76.
Oh,
That was
It's a new item.
that was a survey that was done for drainage, or their silting bulkheads.
Okay.
That's what that is.
So it was approved for this fiscal year. Hasn't been done.
I don't know
yeah, I don't
Not that
know.
I'm aware of.
that,
don't know.
yeah, I'm
I
not aware
wasn't
of it.
involved in this.
Is that part of the TERS work or? something
No,
else?
this.
I don't believe it's part of the TERS.
This is something different.
This is supposed to be some work that was done on the bulkheads or something like
Yeah,
that?
it's supposed to have been a survey in order to get their bulkheads fixed, because some of their bulkheads are falling apart,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
the silting in their canals.
Can we get some follow-up on that?
Yes, sir.
What
Yeah, I'll look into
What
that.
is that? And on page 77, I noticed we're renting an ice machine.
No, sir, that was to purchase another ice machine.
Oh, it's
I don't know
showing.
why it's in the rental.
Okay. So that 2,000 is the purchase.
Yes,
Okay. All right. And then
It's for the shop.
this is the last thing, the service center yard and cameras. So the public utilities is also involved in our parks maintenance, right?
yes.
I know the Parks Board has been asking for the cameras over at the Island Bayou Park. Where is that in this, or where does this come from?
No, this one out of their fund. It's a new item that they're requesting for the parks, so therefore they pay. It was the standard rule that was laid to a several. And that is an issue between them and the IT department.
The IT.
Because there are cameras at Highland Bayou
There
Park.
are cameras out there.
Yeah, there's cameras at Highland Bayou Park off.
Okay. And they're operating now. They're operating now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they're wanting
More.
More cameras.
more
More
cameras
cameras.
in just about impossible places to put up out there. It's just, how can I explain it better than I could?
Is there a hotspot or parks? Hotspots or not?
Highland Bayou Park we got Wi-Fi over to it.
It's Wi-Fi connected to our treatment plant. So that provides internet to the park, which then provides internet to the cameras.
But the public has no access.
Yes, there's public Wi-Fi.
There is public Wi-Fi
Yeah, at the pavilion.
at the pavilion area. Right. Okay, thank you. So,
Anybody else have any questions on the Public Works on page 76? Chase,
Yes, sir.
3090, traffic control maintenance.
Yeah. Yes, sir, I'm there.
So is that the line item that's used to purchase street signs, stop signs, yield signs,
Yes, sir.
the names of signs?
Correct.
So we have a lot of
Mhm.
signs that have been aged and that are in need of replacement.
Yes, sir.
Has anybody done, and maybe you all know, how much is the average stop sign? And the average street sign?
If we're talking about a 24 by 24 aluminum stop sign, it's $48.
Okay. And the average street sign?
I don't know because we always make ours in-house and we don't
Yeah,
ever.
Dennis makes some,
Dennis
he works
has-
on a house. So we
Dennis
have a
has-
list. Yeah, we have a list that Dennis is working on, both with street size, faded street signs and in
But we
the,
haven't had to purchase that in a long
Right.
time. When he buys in bulk. So stop signs, yield signs, those are the ones we more commonly purchase.
How fast does Dennis turn these signs around?
As soon as you give it to them.
So if
He
you
does
had
it
a
pretty quickly.
sign that was by you, today, if you said the by you sign today, he can have it tomorrow.
You can have it today.
Okay, because we're having a lot of discussion
That's true.
in the community about faded stops, street signs, damaged street signs. So how can we bolster?
yeah, he also operates a slope mower and other equipment for the department as well. So
Yeah.
that's, we're gonna need to either train somebody else to do it or just have him doing that full time and somebody else operate
And
the,
then we can put somebody on the truck with
Right.
us.
How hard of a job is it for street signs? I mean, could, we just had this internship
Yeah.
program, right? Would that have been something that the interns could have done?
I'm pretty sure, yes, sir.
yeah, they were working in the shop, learning just different aspects of the department.
Okay,
Both of them were. One was on Mr. Joe's crew and one was in the shop. And so we were just trying to teach him just the overall aspects of our entire department. So, yes, sir.
and I said that to say,
And we
Yeah.
hired one of them. full
yeah,
time.
yeah, right.
Mhm.
We have these monies available to us.
We hired one?
Mhm.
That's wonderful news. I'm very pleased to hear that.
We have these monies, Casey, available to us from
Out of that
the
youth fund?
Waste Management.
Mhm.
They're
Yeah.
youth organization monies.
Mhm.
And we might be able to use those monies to continue on a smaller scale, this internship program year round for maybe some of our high school seniors to go half a day, get out of school, report to the shop and, read street signs.
It could certainly be one element.
One of those.
One of those
right.
things. could
We
be-
spread them out.
I think
throughout
that's
the-
I'm
Yeah.
all for the
Right.
creative use of that fund,
Yeah.
finally, that like builds our insurance well, and I think that would be great. And if that's one of the jobs that can safely be taught, I love that. And we have definitely been hearing a lot about street signs lately.
Yes.
Yeah.
We definitely need to have, part of that, some type of
Mhm.
surveying of what the most high need areas are, because
Yes.
obviously everyone's gonna have
We've
different
been
opinions.
working with the police as well.
Right.
They've been keeping a list of street signs, stop signs, certain things. So,
And Mayor, I'm so glad you pointed that one out, because I missed in here the what you guys are estimating 2021 is, 30,000, but it's still only budgeting 10 for next fiscal. What's the reason for that?
What page
What,
are you
what,
on?
I'm sorry,
Should have page
I'm looking at that
76.
same traffic control maintenance on
76.
76, the 30, 90, 12.
Okay.
It's in
Mhm.
actual in 2020 was 3,500, budget this year was 10,000. You're estimating we're gonna end up 32.
We
We're
just
asking
kind of
for
used the
10.
same, we really didn't know what number to put, so we just used the same as
Yeah, we
what was
just,
budgeted this year.
Well,
Just so we have some funding for that line item.
well, I'm asking for why there's, triple the amount expended.
Oh, that, I don't know.
And
you see,
wondering,
you're talking about with the 32,000,
yeah,
the estimate for fiscal year
yeah,
2021.
yeah.
We might need to look
Yeah,
at
I'm
the
wondering if it was like a
year-to-date.
piece of capital equipment or something
No,
that
no,
like.
no,
we're
that
not-
was paid for,
Let me see.
we had to pay for this intersection to be fixed.
Oh, yes,
And I think had to pay for
this,
the
first,
E intersection to be
Okay,
fixed.
so
yeah, those
something,
lights were completely.
something we don't anticipate having to do again
No,
next year.
no.
Okay.
I don't know. We have a lot of stop signs that are faded. And then there's, I guess, the stop sign at Lake and Cedar, there's some issues. And the lights at Lake and Cedar, there's some issues also. And we've got a lot of dim lights across the city. I know that's not us, but that's what
Texas and Mexico Power.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, we had to hire a contractor to work on this, Amanda. It was completely, the software and everything was completely outdated.
And then
Dennis
this
couldn't even work on
one,
it.
I think this one fell last year.
right.
This one fell last year. As soon as we fixed it, it fell again. And we had to call the company right back out.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just one, when you see something that, I
Yeah.
wanted to know what the discrepancy was there.
So are we asking Chase to work on some sort of a intern light program where we might have 4 folks throughout the winter months to kind of help with some of these other tasks? We have the donation from Waste Management, so
And TWC has a program too that you can use. That funding comes straight from the state.
yeah.
Yes. you can
Maybe
use
work
that as
work
well.
on maybe 4 slots for some young people, maybe 15 hours a week, nothing major.
Yeah, I think, I would say I'd like that, and I'd like to hold it and see what else comes up in the rest of workshops, see what other areas might have great need that fit that same type
Sure, the
of,
same. Gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha. Good
But
deal.
yes,
Yes, ma'am.
I think that is a great opportunity.
Good deal. Good deal. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Well, speaking of great need, we're spending $75,000 to mow the parks.
That's
Do we have a outside contractor?
Yeah, we will parish.
That is Parish and Parish's contract.
It's not just,
Not parks only.
It's,
no, they mow the entire city. All city buildings for public works. I don't know if that's coming out of the budget, but maybe this is just parks. This just parks?
Do they
Just
mow
parks?
all
Oh,
city
okay.
property? Do they mow all of our city property?
yes,
Well,
But one of those
that
maintenance
contract,
things-
Charlene
Yeah, Charlene was in charge. of
she
that contract.
supervised that contract with Parish and Parish.
But aren't those maintenance techs from the parks that we're moving?
Right, yes.
So why do we have a contract if we have 2 maintenance techs?
We used to have a whole crew for.
Oh,
Parks
we used to
Department.
have
We used to have
60
some,
employees
I think
and
it was
30
6
in the
That
employees.
doesn't make a
That's-
whole lot of
I
sense.
think they're saying they mow, there are some areas, because we have 0 turn mowers, we do mow
Yes, we do
something. I
mow.
think we're just
Mhm.
hearing, Parish and Parish does the bulk of our mowing for the
Yes.
city, right? I
Yes.
mean,
properties at parks and cemetery.
They mow every part, field, and my guys just do maintenance. There's certain areas that they don't mow, which doesn't make sense. They may mow inside the field, they won't mow on the outside of the field. So that's our responsibility. It wasn't, I didn't have no say so on the contracts.
Yeah,
Um,
that contract's just
it
been
could have
there
been
since.
designed
That's
better.
something that we'll have to look into.
Right, because there's
Yeah.
some property that Skip Lamarck owns off of Boston, Kansas, and it's not being mowed.
Okay.
Question, so I remember, and I don't mean to skip over, but I'm gonna look at Kathleen for a second, because I know we talked, the easements, right? We talked, I know
Sure.
everyone has heard the word easements a million times. But one of the things that you talked to me is spitballing an idea, and I know I've heard it talked about in Public Works as well, and I'm wondering if these 4 texts incorporate into it. If we were to do more easement mowing, we're talking about that being city staff, not
Mhm.
adding that onto our contract with Parish and Parish,
Yes.
right? Okay. Or yes, or would it be a combo, depending on?
Depending on, so we're going to gather a list of all the easements that are heavily wooded, that
Right.
we're going to need help with
Right,
with a third party contractor to help us get that down so where we can maintain it.
right,
There's quite a few of those.
right. I'm thinking like
So-
in my district, like
Yes,
the Lee
I mean-
edition is like
Oh, yes, yes. And,
those alleyways.
and like Clover Bend and there's certain other areas that it's just so heavily. I mean, there's full grown mature trees
Yeah.
that have been growing for decades, and that's.
Okay, cool.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions online, items, guys? Let me jump in on this issue of speed humps. There are apparently speed humps that we can buy that you can bolt down into the ground.
Mhm.
Some
And-
people-
If you don't like them, you can just unbolt them and pick them up. As opposed to asphalt, which apparently tears up the surface in a more damaging way. So my only question is, obviously, that's another topic of discussion in our community.
Yes,
So
sir.
what line item, if those speed humps would be approved, once the process is approved, where would we find those
Traffic
reflected?
control.
Yeah, traffic.
That would be in traffic
That's
control
all.
as
Yes,
well.
3090.
So do we need to add more monies to traffic control?
If we're looking at
Yes.
doing that in the near future, yes, sir.
Okay, how much? Do y'all need to get back to us on that, or?
Do we have an idea how many streets we're looking at? Just off the top of our head.
I have no idea.
I would say we could start with an additional 5,000 extra, just to see where it gets us a year.
And see how far it takes us.
Is that agreeable, council?
And then, I mean, once people start making their requests to the council, y'all let us know where y'all want us to place them. Sure.
I think we'll need to put more on there because just looking it up on the internet, you're looking almost for rubber speed hump.
Because we purchased them at one point, Amanda, and I don't,
$948.85.
They get different
So,
contracts.
but if you get it cheaper,
Yeah, they. municipal contract.
but still, I mean, I think we're gonna have to budget more than 5,000.
we,
What do y'all think, council?
Can we get it wholesale, maybe, get it cheaper? Is that what you're saying?
I can
Is that
look
why you
into
think
it, but I have several vendors because we ordered some.
yes, we
I think
did,
it was for Glendale we originally purchased them for.
or McKinney or
And
one of the
then they told us
streets.
not to put them down, but I think I paid close to, I think it was $400 for the set.
And how many?
Oh, it was two.
Yeah,
And they're fairly
When they
long.
sit side by side?
you said,
And there's multiple different kinds that you can choose from, however, which way you want to go with it.
And it's coming out of what line item?
That would be
The,
39.
Traffic control, man.
The traffic control.
I mean, I tend, in this arena, I would say I'd prefer to be more conservative here, just because we have so many other things that we're gonna be
So you want
looking
to
at.
add 5?
I think 5 sounds,
How about let's
Reasonable.
add 5 today, right now, and then Amanda can go back and double check, because this budget process is, we got more days. So she can bring, if the number is more and reflective of what Carlson's saying, she can come back and we can make adjustments then.
absolutely.
Okay, good deal. All right, guys, we can get through this next page if you all like. Take a quick break, and then Mr. Mark is here to make a presentation. Let's try to do that. Let's try to get to page 77 and 78. Susie,
Page 77 and 78.
that's just the detailed
Mhm.
Yes.
information to page 76, correct?
That is correct.
yes,
Does anybody have any questions on page 77 and 78? When will we deal with any potential capital improvements for public works? When will we deal with the, I thought I heard somebody say something earlier about a grade all
Yes.
and
that's
gravel.
the
trucks and
revision
all kinds of-
9.
So that's not right now? Doesn't have to be right now. I'm just trying to get
Oh,
us to a break. If
Yeah.
this is a natural breaking point,
I guess whenever we get to that whole long list,
that's
That-
okay.
then. we
Yeah, that's
can-
fine. We'll
yeah.
get there. I just wanted to make sure. What'd you say,
I was
Casey?
saying, it sounds like that's where we are. I mean, schedule wise, and it feels like that's where we're actually headed. So maybe break now, 5-minute break
I
now.
mean, we can batch all the equipment
Yeah,
that
we
we
can go
want
through all the
together
equipment at once
and have
later.
a financing plan
And
Okay.
then, that way we can give you, okay, depending on how long the list is and what the cost would be to go with a lease purchase or some kind of financing mechanism
Okay.
as a batch.
So would you like to do it all at one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Probably. be best.
Does anyone have any questions on 77 and 78? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about 8 to 4. Ms. Mark is here. Do y'all want to take a 8-minute break and let Mark come visit with us at 4? All right, we stand adjourned until 4 p.m. We are back in our budget workshop at about 4:06 Monday afternoon. And we have now with us Mark Chevalier. You didn't think that I knew, but I knew.
I didn't learn until the 8th grade. So.
It's the name of the law firm you represent escapes me.
Linebarger, Goggin, Blair. and Sims.
Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Simpson.
Yes.
And this outfit is responsible for collecting any outstanding tax obligations.
That's Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Chevalier. I think I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you. Oops, excuse me. This is why we can't have nice things, right? So I think I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you. We serve as your delinquent tax attorney, and also our firm collect your delinquent court fee and fines. Just briefly about our law firm. We are the largest law firm in the country that specializes in the collection of government receivables in 43 cities and 13 states. Truly a nationwide law firm. As I like to say, we have an office on Wall Street in New York City. And we have an office on 6th Street, Texas. I manage the firm's Galveston County office. Myself and another lawyer and 7 staff members. We collect your property taxes. Your court fee and fine collections are run out of our Houston and San Antonio offices. They have some resources there that have to be run out of a large complex. But as for your local tax collections, that gives us an opportunity to interface with your residents and work with them to resolve their delinquent taxes. I wanted to be here today. Actually, I've got a couple of items. I know you have a lot going on, but I thought it would be a productive use of your time for me to go through a couple of things. And if I may, I'm going to give you some information with respect to tax collections. And I keep these numbers and I look at these numbers with great frequency. I thought these numbers would be interesting to you, particularly at this time, not only for the numbers that it reflects, but also too, one of the things I look at is trending. And I see some very positive things with respect to the city of Lamar's tax collections. And I want to share this with you because it's, I think it's part of your budget process. And also, I know some of you are newly elected. It's part of your, this is your first time to drink from the fire hose with in the old budget process. I thought this would be a productive use of time. So directing your attention, please, to the second page, or the first page after the cover page, just wanted to briefly go through with you the tax calendar each year to kind of give you an idea of the frequency of what occurs. And this is all statutory. This occurs under the Texas Property Tax Code. So each year in October, of course, you're going through the budget process now. You'll set your budget. You'll set your tax rate. Your finance director has received your certified tax roll from the appraisal district. And that, of course, will end up yielding your tax bill. The tax bills will go out in October. And those tax bills are current. That is, they can be paid without penalty and interest as long as they're paid on or before January 31st of the following year. After January 1st, on February 1st, any tax that remains unpaid begins to accrue penalty and interest. They become what we call current delinquent, in that they are delinquent, but they have not been referred to our firm for collection. So they begin to accrue penalty and interest. The penalty and interest, what goes to the taxing entity once that tax and penalty and interest is paid. The penalty is essentially a penalty for not paying on time. The interest that accrues, which is 1% per month, that's the interest for the lost use of the money that the entity would have been able to use during that time. If those taxes remain unpaid on July 1st, then an additional collection penalty attaches to the balance that's due. That is the fee that is paid to our firm. That's the fee that is paid also by the property owner. So when a property owner pays a delinquent tax after July 1st, they're paying you your original base tax plus penalty plus interest, plus they're paying the collection fee. So it's sometimes our law firm looked at kind of perplexing because we don't appear in your financials. You don't ever pay our collection fee. The property owner pays that.
So we don't cost the city any money for our collection services. We get paid when you get paid. So we have a vested incentive as well to get the taxes paid. On July 1st, when those previous year's taxes, when that just occurred just weeks ago, July 1st, the unpaid 2020 taxes were added to the delinquent tax roll, and they were referred to us for collection. So we have already started collecting those delinquent taxes, and I'll show you some numbers to that effect soon. We've already we've sent out our initial contact letter to all property owners that are on the delinquent tax roll. If you'll go to the next page, this is kind of like my report card, really, if you look at it from that perspective. So this is a comparison between the amount of taxes that are referred to us for collection and the amount that is still due as of these numbers were run on Friday. So directing your attention to the column on the far left, that is tax year 2005. On June 30th, 2006, which was right before the delinquency date for tax year 2005, 91.28% of the property owners in Lamarck, or the property taxes in Lamarck, had been paid. Okay. As of Friday, for that same tax year, 2005, if you go to the top line, 99.76% of those taxes, that same tax year, have been paid. The difference, that difference that you see, that spread, that's what we to achieve for the city of Lamarck and our collection efforts. You can see across the years what those numbers are for each specific year, both what was originally due when referred to us for collection, and then percentage wise what we've been able to achieve since that time. Two things I would point to you. The top line, which represents the collection percentage that we've been able to achieve as of last Friday, you'll see as you move to the right to the most current years, you see that trends downward. That is a function of time. This is what happens is we start our collection process. We send a letter in July. We send a follow-up letter in August. We do phone campaigns. I have a business personal property collector that his job is nothing else but to go to businesses and work with them to try to get their taxes paid. Though that takes time. Eventually, if we can't get any resolution of a delinquent tax, excuse me, either by way of a payment agreement or full payment, then the remedy that we have, the big remedy we have, the hammer, is the ability to file a foreclosure lawsuit and foreclose on the property, have the sheriff seize and sell the property in satisfaction of the judgment. That takes time. So over time, through a variety of these mechanisms along the way, we will end up getting to the very high 99 percentile of collections for you. The next page that you'll see, and pardon me, before you turn the page, the other thing that I wanted to point out to you, this is very positive. Look at your current tax year, which is the lowest, the lower of the two numbers. Look at the current collection rates from 2005 on to 2020. And notice the trend line goes up significantly. That is a very positive thing to point out. That bodes well for the city of Lamarck. Not only has your tax roll increased over the years in terms of value and your levy has increased, the percentage of folks who pay before delinquency has gone up. Particularly, I would note that for the tax year 2020, notice that it improved, even albeit slightly, it improved in this last year, even in the face of a pandemic. I will tell you that our collections for this past year were the best we've had in 10 years. We took a very deliberate and even-handed approach with property owners. We have many property owners, and you know them. They're your constituents. They're your neighbors. I've coached their kids in Little League. Most of these folks are in a circumstance. It's a rare circumstance where somebody is sitting on a big pile of money waiting on me to send them a letter. They contact us. We talk about their problems. We hear it all day, every day. Work. My spouse has cancer. My kid's in college. These are real people with real problems. So what you do is you treat people the way you would want to be treated. If you're in a difficult circumstance, then you work with people. Prior to the pandemic, we had hundreds of people who pay $100, $200, $300 a month. Pandemic hits and they call and say, I can't pay. I can't pay $200 a month. What can you pay? Can you pay 40, 50? We find that number. Not only when they went back to work did they catch up, they paid us off. They paid you off. So the result is, I think, a very powerful lesson in how you approach these problems in a real world way, dealing with people in a real world manner to get to the solution that you expect and frankly, the solution that your community deserves, and still not treating people in a way that would be considered harsh or onerous. I wanted to bring that to you, and the final page here, second page, directing your attention to the next page. This is essentially the same page as we just looked at, except that rather than expressing it in percentages, we express this in real dollars. So directing your attention back to the tax year 5, that percentage for 2005 of 91.28%. What that means is that in July of 2006, $238,471 was the amount of delinquency that was referred to us for collection July 1st, 2006. As of this past Friday, for that same tax year, of that same book of receivables, $6,600 is remains due. You can see the corresponding numbers for each tax entity, or excuse me, for each tax year. Directing your attention to 2020. So on July 1st, 2021, this just a few weeks ago, we had $227,341 referred to us for collection. We've already moved the needle down to the balance due as of this past Friday was $195,765. So we continue to make strides and work with local residents so that they can keep their property and that they can get the taxes paid on time, which is a measure that we're very proud of, that we're able to do that. We can also work with your code enforcement folks. We collect, as a matter of course, the tax code allows us to collect your special assessment liens when we file a delinquent tax suit. Oftentimes, taxes accrue on properties that are derelict, they're non-code compliant. If the city has a lien on that property to secure that unpaid sum, the city goes out and may do a demolition, a remediation, grass cutting, debris removal, and they file a lien on the property. We collect that lien in addition to the taxes that are paid. The liens that accrue, they do not have a provision in the law that allows for an add-on fee as delinquent taxes. In that instance, we just collect those for the city at no cost. It's kind of a loser for the city. The city has expended hard dollars, either through staff time or paying a contractor to go out and fix that non-code compliant issue. So we collect those for the city without taking any type of fee. That way we try to make the city whole through that collection process. I wanted to bring that matter to your attention and would entertain any questions that you might have about tax collections. I do have two other small issues that I think would be of interest to you. One that Councilmember Compion had asked me to address. So is there any questions with respect to tax collections that I could answer for you? Okay, thank you. On an ancillary note, I work with Kathleen very closely, who does an excellent job, and which of all the things so I represent, my firm represents in Galveston County, 36 taxing entities, county to all the cities, 4 school districts, 2 junior colleges, and a slew of little small MUDs and public improvement districts. One of the consistent things that we see is a problem with code enforcement. I don't care where you live, code enforcement is a challenge. It's a hard job. I may be telling you something that you know, that nobody, and I think maybe Kathleen and I are kind of kindred spirits. Nobody wants to see me show up and nobody wants to see Kathleen show up. The result of that is we try to make their job as easy as possible. Our firm is very much a technology-driven firm. The software that your tax information resides on at the county tax office is my firm's creation. Our programmers wrote the software that the Galveston County Tax Office uses. Our firm represents Galveston County, and for that, we allow the tax office to use our software at no cost. It's no cost to the county. Therefore, it's no cost to you when you use the county for collection services. A neighboring county does not use our firm for tax collection services. However, they purchase our software. They pay over $300,000 a year for our software. That's the market value of software. That's available to the county and to the city of Lamarque at no cost. In response to client concerns some years ago, we had a client say, man, we love your tax software. We wish we had something like that for our code compliance. Code compliance is a particularly difficult issue because it sort of ebbs and flows with the staff members that come in as to how your records are maintained. In response to that client concern, our firm ended up writing a code compliance software. It is really the gold standard in our industry. It is a system, and what we end up doing is we tax roll from the appraisal district and load it onto the system. That way, your staff has complete access to all your tax information for compliance purposes. The system allows staff to put in notes, take and attach photographs, generate all the documents from a first letter of non-compliance to the liens, to the lien releases. All of those documents are generated out of the system. Since the city of Lamarque uses a firm for tax collection services, that software is available to the at no cost. We will build your database from the appraisal district. We will train your staff. We will put them on a test database to let them get used to the system. And then at that point, they will dial-up connection. It's a web-based system. Have all they need is internet. Data will then be seen servers in 2 secure locations across the country, so that in the event of another weather event, hurricane, whatever, is never more than an internet connection away. So I wanted to bring that to attention, to know that that is an to employ. It organization that as staff members come and go and retire and such, model for how code enforcement records are maintained and how documents. It's pretty slick, I must tell you. So as you move forward, remedy, as you think about code compliance, know that there's a remedy that. Questions about that?
Mark, how long has that compliance software been?
I'm sorry?
How long has that?
It's been out there for years. Actually, I contacted some years ago. They wanted me to find a client for a beta site. And I said, no, thank you. I want to see it work. It works now, and I'm confident of that. So confidence in being able to come to you and say, this is something that we can. Talking to some of the other clients, talk to the city of Santa Fe, talk to Hitchcock, talk to Dickinson. They're kind of in the same process you are right now, kind of thinking about it, but it's available for you.
I mean, perhaps this is a naive question, but why wouldn't we utilize it? I mean, if it's free, if it's with you guys, we trust you, we've worked with you for years.
Absolutely no
If it would
cost.
make, it's a tool that would help clients.
To bring to council a contract, our contract to be amended, there's licensing agreement that you would need to execute. You would give staff authorization to execute on your behalf. But other than that, it's we conduct the training. I had brought this attention and talked to Kathleen about it. We'll set up for them. We put on your city hall or office and get them a feel for what it looks like. they want to proceed, then I, as a governing body, to not you want to proceed, and we'll mark.
Okay.
The final thing that any other questions?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I had one about, so we use a request tracker. So this system, this software that you're introducing, do you know, and maybe you don't, if that would work with the request tracker, software now?
The short answer is Mayor. I would need to find that.
An overview of what this system will do for us.
Okay. Oracle-based system, meaning that it has Oracle functionality. We take your tax roll from the district and load it onto the system so that a staff member that goes out to do code compliance has a portable device will to the system, and sit there at that site. They have the ability to put notes in the system. I talked to the property owner, told them what's going on. I took a photograph and I attached it to that record. If there's a need later to do a letter compliance, it's basically a push button that functionality of the system, then take all the merged data, the tax roll information, name, all of that, staff enter data, and generates the letter. That letter, then a PDF of that letter is then generated and become record for that property. If the property owner is taken to court, municipal court, in other areas, the staff member, code compliance officer takes the laptop into court and shows the judge, this is what we've done. Here's the letters that have been sent. Here's a photograph. As a matter of fact, Judge, here's a photograph of the property that I took this morning on the way to court. Really timely. All of the documents associated with the filing of the lien, the release, all of that are system generated and become a permanent part of the record. The other thing too that's great about the functionality is code compliance gets a notice of complaint from a resident, goes out to the property, talks with the property owner, enters notes in the system, and as they drive off, they look across the street and say, what about that property? Rather than have to come back, they'll be able to access, do a search by address or street, be able to tell who owns that property and what the circumstance is. So that gives them a jump on that. It also allows code compliance departments in other cities have taken the approach of, look, we're going to focus on, we're going to one street at a time. That is a easy functionality for the system. So does that answer your question, Mayor?
It does. It does, and then it doesn't. But I'm interested in what you offer. We would just have to see if it works with request tracker, and maybe it doesn't, and that doesn't disqualify it, right? We just have to look at how they work together. But,
Understood.
But definitely interested in what you're saying.
Sure.
I think it would be a separate tool.
It could be, and I'm not aware of, as I am on the tax side, I'm not aware of any interfaces that exist with other systems, existing systems. So there may be that.
And it doesn't have to work electronically. With request tracker, we just have to make sure that our policy and our process works together, right? Even if they, like to Chase's point, even if they're separate, we just have to make sure that we know as an entity how we're going to use them, together.
I agree with that, Mayor, and I think what I see is just a tool. It's another tool in your toolbox. So any other questions about that? I'd just have one final topic. I guess Councilmember Compion had asked me to come and discuss, I guess from the perspective of for residents with respect to the rent moratorium and the eviction moratorium. Is that correct? So, wow, what a mess. As you all are aware, there has been a mixture of state and federal directives that have ostensibly tried to alleviate or address the issue of rent moratorium and evictions pursuant to the pandemic. So we had a CDC directive that was issued by the federal government that the last CDC moratorium on evictions expires on the 31st, just days from now. Complicating that was the fact that a Texas federal judge in Texas declared that the CDC moratorium on evictions was unconstitutional. The court further muddied the water by not issuing any injunctive relief. It didn't say that you couldn't evict someone, it just said that the law was unconstitutional. That really becomes secondary to what the law in Texas currently stands in terms of a Supreme Court order issued by the Texas Supreme Court. There is no moratorium on evictions per se under the Supreme Court order. There are a number of processes that tenants and landlords must comply with in order to effectuate an eviction. This particular order by the Supreme Court is in effect until October 31st, unless it is extended otherwise. A landlord under this Supreme Court order still has the lawful authority to go in and seek an eviction for non-payment of rent or for any other breach of the landlord-tenant agreement. But additional measures are undertaken by the court pursuant to the Supreme Court order. Specifically, there is a TexasRentalRelief.com is the official state website that all the salient information resides on. And there is a brochure that describes, I went ahead and printed a copy of this for you. This brochure describes the process of how the rent relief process works in Texas. Complicating this, of course, was the federal government pursuant to the stimulus package actually line item $36 billion for rent relief, but only, as of we speak, only $3 billion of that has been allocated and actually dispersed to the states. We're behind the curve on that. In the perfect world, excuse me, in the perfect world, all of that money would have been dispersed to the states, and the states would be able to disperse that money to landlords and tenants. Under this process, either landlords or tenants can make application to get some of these funds to pay back rent. The eviction process requires, excuse me.
You need some water.
Yeah, we need water. Someone give us some water.
Excuse me. Here, sorry about that.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So under this, under the Supreme Court order, if a landlord goes in to have a tenant evicted, the court is required to make the landlord and the tenant both aware of this process and give them the ability to apply for rent relief. The justice of the peace or the judicial officer then can abate the eviction process for a period of 60 days to give the parties time to try to get that money out of the state to pay the back rent. If there is an eviction that is sought for a non-rent payment issue, for example, a tenant does something that breaches the agreement, this really doesn't touch that, and the landlord can still move forward with the eviction. If the, and I will tell you that in speaking to particularly our local judiciary, they're very disinclined to rush to eviction. They're going to comply not only with the letter, but the spirit of the law and give tenants every opportunity to avail themselves of these remedies. They do have the ability to extend the abatement of eviction period for 60-day periods, and there's no limitation as to what can be the amount of time there. If a landlord wishes to continue with the eviction, the landlord has to file a petition with the court to reinstitute the eviction process, and there has to be some sworn affidavits associated with that attempt to reinvigorate that eviction process. basically make sure that the landlord has sought every available legal remedy before trying to evict the tenant. That's the current state of affairs. What I would hope, I think what everybody hopes, is that between the state and the federal governments, this money that was allocated will get dispersed and it'll be made available for landlords and tenants to cure these problems so that we won't face any, what is expected to be a large wave of evictions. I can tell you that with respect to our firm, we are anticipating a huge swell in the filing of bankruptcies associated with bankruptcy filing, stops, and eviction proceeding. The bankruptcy has an automatic stay. You can think of it as somebody yelling freeze. All the creditors, everybody has to stop in their tracks. Nobody can do anything, including an eviction. We anticipate that there will be a lot of tenants facing eviction, may file bankruptcy to forestall that. Not to mention that they may have other financial issues that may help precipitate the bankruptcy filing. We have not seen, pursuant to the pandemic, we've not seen a huge increase in personal bankruptcies, but we expect that may change. We have seen as a firm, as a law firm, we have seen, as you might have read, a huge increase in business bankruptcies, to the extent that there's been a 279% increase in large bankruptcies in the last 18 months. And they define large bankruptcies as a business with more than $500 million in liabilities, 279% increased. So we hope that that's not the case for personal bankruptcies, but we think that may be the case, and it may be for on the tax side. Bankruptcy doesn't cause us any real grief as far as a creditor as compared to most creditors. It's a delay for us because we have the statutory lien that secures the payment of the taxes, and that kind of sails through bankruptcy. So did that answer your question, council member? I kind of covered a lot of turf there. Any other questions that I might be able to answer or information that I can provide for you in this regard?
I do have some areas to cover, Mark. Thank you for that update on the rental relief. Just to be clear, Texas Rent Relief Program that you mentioned, .com, is only for rental or utility assistance. Unfortunately, it's not for those that are behind on mortgages.
That is correct.
You have some groups that are providing some mortgage assistance as long as funding is available. And I'll see if I can get some of those resource lists.
There is I would also direct your attention to Texas Law Help. Is a really resource. They try to be an aggregating site to gather all the available resources and remedies out there as a sort of one-stop shop.
And that is,
TexasLawHelp.org.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a great site.
And you got another one at TexasRentalRelief.com.
Yes, ma'am. TexasRentalRelief.com. That's the site to go to for any landlord or tenant that seeks relief.
Mark, and part of this, Susie, in the collections, when you're developing this budget, are you assuming 100% or a 99%? What's the basis of your revenue amounts? Is it assuming 99%, 95% collections? What's the basis?
The current year tax line item, my assumption was at 97.5%. Normally it's 98% that we collect.
Right.
So just trying to be conservative.
Okay. And historically, has the city of Lamar ever said, look, we're working with this as our basis, this revenue amount is our basis. And then any additional monies that are collected through the services of Mark's firm, as policy, a fiscal policy, to say that that is going to go into our either some other our disaster fund or our reserve fund? Is there any sort of policy like that?
When we get it, it goes into the delinquent tax revenue line item in the general fund. Now, reserving for disasters or whatever, we take it from the fund balance available and reserve a certain set dollar amount, like $1 million, for whatever the stated purposes. In this case, it would be disaster. But that also in the general fund includes other revenues, sales tax and all that. But when we receive tax revenues, it goes into that specific revenue account designated for that purpose, like delinquent tax, penalty and interest, so forth, yes.
Mark, if you know, we've got Amazon that's anticipated opening its operations at the end of the year. What can a city expect in terms of revenue from an entity like that?
That would be a function of the assessed value of the property. So there would be potentially, there could be several tax accounts that would result from the building of the Amazon facility. It would depend on whether or not Amazon owns the property, owns the building, or leases that. There have been circumstances, we see it in the petrochemical industry, where the land, the dirt, is owned by an entity, and then another entity builds a building on top of it, and that may turn around and lease that to another entity that operates a business out of there. In that instance, you have a tax account for the land, you have a tax account for the improvements, you have a tax account for a lease if the lease is more than a year in term, and you also have a tax account for the business personal property, the furniture, the fixtures, the inventory, the equipment associated with the operation of that business. So it would depend on how that is structured, is short answer. In terms of how much, that would be a function of the assessed value of the property. Of course, taxes are assessed. The tax rate that you establish, that's per $100 in valuation on a property such as that. That would not be subject to any type of exemptions like a residence, which would be subject to a homestead and over 65 or disability exemption. In the case of commercial property, whatever that property value is assessed by the appraisal district. You divide it by 100 and then multiply that number by your tax rate, and that would give you what it would yield annually.
So Susie, right now, we haven't received a certified tax roll from the tax collector assessor, correct?
We did on Saturday. Last Saturday we
on
did.
Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was our value, property values in Lamarque?
I don't have it handy right now, but it is slightly lower than our projected total value in the proposed budget. However, it's minor. It's not going to impact our dollar amount that's already in it. Only concern I have is the rates that will be given to us from Ms. Cheryl Johnson's office regarding the voter approval rate and the no new revenue rate. If our proposed rate of 55 cents is below the voter approval rate, we should be okay. If it exceeds that voter approval rate, we may need to cut back.
Recall, so
Right.
further to that, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but
No.
so I think that was the last time I was here before this body was, we were wading through Senate Bill 2, that lovely piece of legislation that the legislature dumped on all local governments in Texas, and trying to figure out, because it changed not only the amount of revenue that you could, that the amount of increase that would used to be called the rollback rate, which would trigger the possibility, the petition for rollback election. Now it's an automatic election. So if that rate that you would set exceeds the voter approval rate, then the citizens don't have to petition for an election to approve that rate. There's an automatic election. And that's why the tax calendar has been compressed this last couple of years, because that election would have to be held on the November ballot. So in accordance with the election code, you have to call the election. I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I don't remember how many days in advance.
72 days.
72, thank you. And so all of that means you've got less time to go through the budget process and approve your tax rate. Thank you, legislature. Sorry.
That's right.
And the taxes on our business property tax on inventory, basically. Where are we tracking on that? Has that been going up? Do you know, Susie?
It's been up and down, but we haven't been able to track it. We just get it directly from the county tax office. They collect it for us, but we haven't been tracking it. But they've been kind of up and down.
I can provide for you a detailed breakdown if you'd like. I can pull those numbers and look at your business personal property collections on the delinquent side and also on the real property side. Those are the two major categories. Real property comprises about 2/3 of your tax roll. That's universal. That's really for everybody. Business personal property, and then there are a couple of minor categories. Improvements, minerals such as that. It's mostly real property. With respect to real property, as you look, if we want to back away from this and look at it from 50,000 feet. So one of the things that we're seeing a trend. So I've been doing this for 27 years, and I've noticed a distinct trend as we get to where we are right now. That is that major percentage of your tax roll is real property, and a major percentage, about 1/3 of your delinquent tax roll, are properties that are subject to an over 65 or disability exemption, mostly over 65. That is a function of the fact that we're living longer, and basically those taxes remain unpaid until property is no longer owned and occupied by that over 65 resident. I had a property in Galveston recently where actually you may have read about it in the newspaper. There was somebody tried to set it on fire. One of those old mansions on Broadway, property owner got an over 65, died like at 90 years old. It's almost $500,000 in taxes that had accrued on that property. It was on the tax roll for millions of dollars. That's a tax that as we go forward, you're going to see a larger percentage of your tax roll subject to the over 65. And it's those numbers that it's collectible, but not in the interim. It's going to be collectible long-term. So that too affects the collectability of your delinquent taxes.
And the line item here in the general fund franchise, once again, refresh my memory, was that the cable? What's that? What does that mean, franchise?
The different franchise. We have electricity, we have cable. I think mainly it's electricity, cable, and gas.
Oh, okay. And then
These are
the
franchises.
license and the permit category is our building permits, right?
And fees, yes, sir.
And fines and forfeitures. All right. Well, Mark, on my behalf, thank you. When we met earlier, you certainly introduced me to some areas that I didn't know. This just my final question, not to say that it's going to happen, but in terms of best practices for cities, how often do cities rebid or put out RFPs for tax collection services?
It varies. We've had cities, city of League City, put our contract out for bid periodically. They put it out just recently this past year. Our contract is a little unique in that it's not like when you put out a bid for a service and it's a low bid. Our fee is set by statute.
Okay.
So it essentially becomes a question of who does the best job, who provides the most services. Other factors, are they local, are they not, things like that. It becomes a beauty contest. I hate to say it that way, but because Lord knows I wouldn't win that. But I'm going to go on my merits.
Okay.
On my productivity. So yes, sir, that's the answer to your question.
Okay, all right, great, thanks. That's all I have there.
Thanks, Mark, for being here with us, for clearing up some of the issues that we had as relates to our delinquent tax. I want to revisit really quickly this opportunity that we and other municipalities have as it relates to the drop shipping industry. And
repeat that, please.
the drop shipping industry, or in other words, i.e. Amazon and these fulfillment centers. I know that there's been this amount of debate on the sales tax. And I know the issue is, where is it actually being sold? Is it being sold in Lamar because they're getting the package in Denver? Was the point of sale Colorado, right? So there's all these issues. You said to us a few things. The first thing that you said to us was there is an opportunity for property tax assessment if Amazon owns the property, which we're gonna find out that Amazon doesn't own the property, right? Because Amazon's really good. So there's an entirely different entity that actually owns the property. So then the other thing, that it's a subsidiary of Amazon, Miss Caroline. It's still Amazon, but it's not Amazon. It's Amazon's brother, if you will. So we'll find then that one of the other things that you suggested was personal business property taxes, and that's not the actual product. Right, that's the fixtures, that's the tables, the computers, the things that they use to do their job, not the things that they're storing in their warehouse, right? So how do we realize, and we will realize some property tax with this, doesn't matter who owns the company or the property, they'll be assessed. But how do we then, or do we have rights to recoup any taxes as it relates to the products that will be going through the fulfillment center?
So that's going to fall within the term in the tax code is what's known as goods in transit. And as
Goods in transit?
Goods in transit. Okay. It's essentially sort of a permutation of the theory that those goods are not really here, so to speak, to use for the use of income production. They're just sort of passing through. That begs a philosophical question. So if they're not taxed here, then where are they taxed?
Right.
And that's where I think that as industries like this continue to come to Texas, I think the city of Lamarck, the school district, all the taxing entities need to be having a vibrant dialogue with the appraisal district to make sure that the appraisal district staff is undergoing the proper diligence to make sure that the tax code is applied in a lawful and even manner. I will tell you that these big companies, they're not scared to litigate over these things, and that's fine. The extent that taxing entities want what is due, we need to be able to prepare to defend our position. We've seen the same dynamic occur in Texas City with the petrochemical industry. They have shown a marked propensity to litigate over, not only over value, but over things like product and transit. Not to get too far off task, as an illustration, pollution control equipment is a huge battleground with the petrochemical industry across Texas. What petrochemical industry would describe as a pollution control device makes it tax exempt for property tax purposes. What makes something a pollution control device actually becomes a very technical engineering question. So we have to make sure, to illustrate my point, that the appraisal district employs the proper resources and experts to make sure that what should appear on the tax roll is appearing on the tax roll. So in this instance, that may require that the appraisal district venture into areas that are heretofore unexplored. So if that answers your question, I think
Yeah.
what we need to do is remain vigilant and make sure that when there, and certain things, for example, you mentioned business personal property. So the tax code requires that a business owner, and this just changed this last session, heretofore, any furniture, fixtures, equipment, tools of the trade, less than $500 in value was considered to be exempt from property taxes. That amount was just increased. It'll become effective September 1st to $2,500
For an individual item.
for any, well, no, sir, for any, for example, if I'm a carpenter and I have less than $2,500 in tools, then I don't have to pay business personal property taxes to the taxing entities. As a general rule, anything used in the production of income is considered to be business personal property. That is, by default, it is taxable unless it's exempt or unless it's below the $500, now $2,500 minimum. Now, the tax code requires an affirmative duty on the business owner to file with the appraisal district annually, what's known as a rendition. They're required to describe the property that they have, your furniture, your fixtures, equipment. We do it for our law firm. And if you don't do that, there's a rendition penalty. Sophisticated businesses do that. They will file. Now, what that does, it changes the game. If the appraisal district doesn't get a rendition on a business, it essentially will put a number on the business personal property, what it thinks that furniture, fixture, and equipment is worth. That's what we call a windshield appraisal. How do you know? Now, appraisal district staff, given the limitations that they have in terms of people, they will go into a business and look around and estimate. However, if a business renders, that puts the appraisal district now in a position of having to disprove their value. It changes the burden of proof. So if X corporation says we've got $100,000 worth of business personal property, and let's say they really have $500,000 worth. How do we know that? The appraisal district has to undergo some diligence. Now, that takes time, that takes staff, that takes resources. And the appraisal district, like every other governmental entity, is under constant pressure to reduce its budget, keep costs controlled. But at some point, the reduction of costs and the reduction of resources ends up really costing a lot more than what those resources would have been able to generate. So you ask a complicated question, Mayor, and I'm afraid a good answer doesn't really exist, other than I would suggest that as citizens and as elected officials, as administration, we have to be very diligent in seeing what the appraisal district yields by way of taxable property.
Two quick questions and then I'll be done. So just a clarification piece. Is the $2,500 that you were referring to for exemption, is that per business or is that per personal property in particular businesses?
Per business.
Per business. Okay. Secondly, I thought that Representative Middleton introduced a bill to abolish business personal property tax. How well did that fare?
That bill did not make it out of committee. That bill went where a lot of bills like that should go.
Okay.
Die.
Okay.
That I will tell you that that bill gets filed increasingly. I want to say the last 4 sessions that bill has been filed. I suspect it will continue to be filed. And make no mistake, and I'm sorry to take up so much time, but just to give you a perspective, just philosophically what we're dealing with here, there are some disparities in how we tax business personal property. For example, a refinery that, let's say, generates $1 million in revenue. Compare that to a law firm that generates $1 million in revenue. Now, who's going to pay more in property taxes? Well, that refinery. We tax bricks and sticks, as we say. Furniture, fixtures, equipment, computers. We don't really tax that. The legislature and the state, powers that be, have made a concerted effort over the past decades or so to bring in these so-called clean industries. That we don't want to build a lot of refineries and manufacturing facilities, for a variety of reasons. However, these clean industries don't generate the property taxes for local government. They may generate jobs and things like that. So all of these things, all of these decisions that are made have huge implications from a societal perspective. Not to wax too philosophical, but complicated issues that continue to arise, and we're going to have to address as a state, particularly when we're talking about the funding of our schools. It's a major issue, so.
Mark, would you suggest that well, let me just go back, because ever since I've joined this council, I keep hearing that the whole Amazon deal, it's referred as that, the Amazon deal, was not really negotiated by the city. That was a third party that was involved in the land and everything else like that. And I have yet to hear, and I asked the previous administration, did we have a contact? I was never provided a name. And but it seems to me, your comment here with regard to, and that's where I was trying to get with my question on Amazon. What can we expect in terms of revenue from that operation versus what are our obligations going to be as a city? In my belief, we're already incurring expenses. I go out there and I see on Delaney that the road is cut in half right now. Who's paying for that? Is my first question. The traffic study that is, in my mind, is not the best, saying that they even came up with this. There are only going to be 3 people making a turn, and the man must also have a solution for poverty, because it's amazing that he can definitely define that there are only 3 cars that are going to use that turning lane at any one time. So I have questions. And so how do you suggest that we go about? Do we go ahead and try to, Mr. Mayor, convene and work with as our tax assessor collector, convene a meeting with the reps of Amazon that are involved in this area? Because certainly they would have, they're experts in this. That's not their first rodeo, but it is ours in dealing with.
I think we work with, I think we get folks like Mark to come back with more information and help us navigate what this process would look like. I think that we outreach other governmental entities that have Amazon fulfillment centers
I have a question about that.
operating and
Yeah.
existing.
I want to say something about that, what Joe is talking about, because I have done a little research with Amazon. They have a center in Orlando, and I've got some connections out there. Chase, can you find out for us that agreement with Amazon? Like, what is going on? What are, like Joe said, what are we doing? What are our obligations? I would like to know personally if they have a second chance agreement in place where they will hire felons as part of their workforce. And we have a high population that here in Galveston County, but I feel like there's a blind spot in what they're offering. And as an elected official, I don't know how to articulate that to the residents of Galveston County. So if you can.
I'll pull everything that we have on Amazon, the contracts and everything, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah, because if they don't have a clause, we would like
Right.
to add that as an amendment, to have a second chance amendment added to it.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's be, and this has nothing to do with what Ms. Yancey is saying or what Ms. Compion has been saying, but let's be clear. One of the things that we know about Amazon is they never ask for our help at all.
Yeah.
It would have been just as if Susie bought some land, got a loan or whatever she did, and built a business in our city, going through the normal process of permitting and things like that. They never asked us for any tax abatements or any other terms or any other deals that would require us to support them financially in any way. So that's why there's a lot of unknown surrounding the Amazon project, is because they came in like a regular corporate, business, just doing their own thing. So we can find out though.
Yeah, but they're still gonna
Find
need
out.
human capital.
Yeah.
And we can help them get that.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else for Mark? Mark, you have been a superstar. You have been a trooper. I really didn't want to share this with anybody, but you are getting a gold star today. Yes, 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 yes.
Could you call my wife?
My supervisor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity to represent the city of Lamarque. It is always an honor, something we never take for granted. Every day we hit the ground running, knowing that we have to earn it. And we appreciate that opportunity very much. I was born and raised in this area, still make my home here. I worked with Mr. Compion the last 2 school bond elections. I was part of that team that got those bond elections passed. So I am very much part of this community, and I'm honored to be part of your success and what you want to achieve for Lamarque.
Good deal.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
If I may be excused?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about a little less than an hour left, and we have one item. We did pretty good today. We have one item left on our agenda, and it is capital projects. I believe we can get through capital projects in about 50 minutes. What do you think, Susie?
You're the leader. We'll make it work.
You want to try?
Yes, sir.
What we did with him was an
Yeah.
add. A bonus.
For the bonus.
Let's go.
Are these capital projects, these handouts?
No, I think that's,
I don't know
what
what
page
those
is
are.
capital projects?
It is on, let me see here,
153.
tab 4, big tab 4.
Have 4.
Tab 4.
Yes, big tab 4. And it is,
Bye, ladies.
Bye-bye. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you.
okay, and look on page. Put my glasses on.
156, I think, is where it starts. Is that right?
159.
Oh, 159. Oh,
I need to tap water green.
What page again? I'm sorry.
Page 159,
169?
159.
159, okay.
These things, this list is a recap list of things that were requested from the different directors, from different departments. And following this list, you will see what we call the supplemental sheets, justifying why they need certain equipment, why they need certain projects done, so forth, and the dollar amount.
And there are zeros added on to.
yeah.
Just so we.
Let's clarify.
That grade all doesn't cost 35 million.
Yes.
And let's clarify for the council.
Mhm.
These are items that are outside of our budget.
Yes.
We've budgeted $10. We've declared that we're gonna have $10 in revenues. These are items that sit outside of that.
Mhm.
For those of us whose first rodeo this is. The game is, in order to get them inside the budget, something else has to leave out the budget.
Okay.
Or somebody has to write a check on this
That's
council.
That is correct.
So now that we know the parameters of the game, go ahead, Susan.
Thank you, Mayor Bell. That was an important point. Now, depending on which items that you see as top priority on your list, funding source, we recommended some of these items would qualify for financing. So that's why I put financing. So you don't have to add all of them as one package. You can have 50% of these. Whatever you're gonna come up with as they land on this batch that absolute need, we'll bundle them together. And we'll see if we can finance it and get you a dollar amount of the impact in terms of lease purchase payment or, I wouldn't say bonds unless it's a big package, but some financing mechanism that we can bring back to you, the cost impact. It all depends on how long the list is.
And basically, I just also want to say, like what Chase just said, and I know we already pointed out earlier, but everything that's on this list has 2 extra zeros on it.
It has like.
No,
Yes,
more,
there's
more.
attachments
Or-
behind with the
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
exact
yeah, it
amounts.
looks like the descriptors are accurate, but this,
Right.
Yeah, for some
exactly.
reason, yeah,
this sheet,
correct.
yeah, it's.
Yeah, so just
it's-
strike out the 2
it's a
extra
lot.
zeros.
So Susie, like number one, where it says 4-inch trailer mounted trash front should actually be 2,800.
No, 28,000.
28,000.
28,000.
See, like the grade all, it's listed at
Right.
35 million. That's on page
The system just
167.
added 2
So it
extra
should be
zeros.
28,000.
Right. Somehow the system just grabbed another two extra zeros and added to these
Okay.
numbers.
So really the last 4, just take the last 4
Right, right.
zeros.
How much is the grade all then? 30,
That is
350,000?
352,000. That's on page 167.
So then I guess what we need to do is, council, we can allow them to tell us what they believe the most important priorities are, or we can all point out what we believe. How about this? How about we allow them to tell us what they believe the priorities are, and then we can come back and we can give our priorities. See how they match.
Yes, sir.
All right, so who's going first?
Now,
So
Go ahead, Susan.
go
one
ahead,
thing
Susan.
we need to point out is police, they asked for 10 units of vehicles. Those things, I believe we can knock that number down. I think they needed, it was estimated to be like $580,000. We can knock that cost down, way down. And we'll discuss more when we get into police.
Right.
Okay, but, and on the fleet side, if we get into fleet, as we get into police, we can share with you what we get from enterprise. But other than that, those items that I do not have financing, for example, like utility, item number 12, renovation of public works service center, those things would not qualify on the lease purchase financing. So we'll have to use the utility fund to pay for that. And that would be the fund balance. That's a legit item. To use the fund balance to pay for one-time capital items or capital projects. Those are kind of things that I want to bring to your attention. Those that I have 2005 CO, that is just recommendation that there are still some money left in those bond issues that perhaps if council approves, we can use the old bond issue to pay for some of these projects.
So,
That's just recommendation.
right, so let's do it because we're gonna be here for a while if we do it
Yeah.
any other way. Let's try to distill it down and get down to the nuts and bolts. Let me try it a different way. Council, do we want to start with Public Works since Amanda's already here?
Yes.
All right, Amanda, talk to us about some of your must-haves and we'll talk to you about some of our must-haves.
Okay.
These are things that we've requested, some of these items we've requested multiple years. We just keep putting them on here just to show the importance of meeting the item.
Okay.
Some of it is not a necessity at the time, but it would be nice to have it within the department. The trash pumps, we don't need 2 of them. We can cut down to 1 if we're talking about cutting some things out.
And what is a trash pump, man?
Trash pump, it's so, we have pumps that are on skid, and you can drive them from site to site. They're larger trash pumps. And so if you drive by First Street lift station, you'll see that there's a trash pump sitting out there. And so we use them as bypasses. Anytime a lift station's down and we have to bypass, it costs a lot of money to rent these.
Yes.
By the time we get through renting them, over a course of a couple of weeks, we could have already purchased one.
And we don't have any.
We have one
We
that
have
we bought multiple years ago.
And that's at First Street.
That's the one that's at First Street.
We also utilize them for drainage, Marion Melody, when we
Marion
get heavy
Melody.
rains, Camp Circle, we
Mhm.
pump that rainwater out of those areas. So we utilize it for wastewater and for drainage.
So we use it to lift the sewage and pump the drainage?
Drainage.
Yes.
Okay. And you said,
Currently, we're using the smaller 4-inch trash pumps.
Yeah.
And these you can carry them, it takes 2 people to carry one. These are the larger ones, they have more impact,
the 6-inch?
the 4-inch and the 6-inch. Yes,
They're on
sir.
a trailer.
These are trailer mounted.
Okay. And you're saying, you may be able to do with one this year? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anybody have any questions about, and again, this is not in or out, we're just trying to get a lay of the land. Any questions about trash pumps? All right, go ahead, Amanda.
Landscaping trailers, a big issue for us. If we're trying to move more people into street department, move parks over into streets, and we're gonna have easement, we're gonna have street department, drainage, we're gonna need multiple trailers. Right now, we only have one that we can utilize currently. The other one is not safe. So we've kind of pushed it off to the back right now. We do need another one because I am requesting more 0 turns to have more of a mowing crew. Because now the departments are sharing.
Can't we use the one that we used to use at Clean City? The one that's parked over at the police department? As a trailer, why can't we use that available?
We can look into it.
I wasn't aware of it.
That there's parked, there were,
I think it's parked on the side of the PD,
Yeah,
if
it's
I'm
fine.
not
With
mistaken.
the bus.
Yes,
and I'd love to see that people see, right,
sure.
Mr. Pennington?
So going back, this trash pump is how much?
You have one that's 42,000 and one that's 28,000. Your 4-inch total is 28, and your 6-inch total is 42.
And this trailer that you were talking about is how much?
The trailer was
6,000.
6,000, okay. And Joe said there's a trailer at PD,
On the side of PD.
Okay. And you said we only have one operational. And even if we are able to find the one on PD, that would be 2, right? And you said something about requesting more 0-turn mowers. Will those mowers mow the ditches?
deep ditches. No, sir. We use these to mow the fields, football fields inside the baseball fields where the mowing crews don't mow is where we mow.
Our water plant.
Towers, the lift stations, water towers, lift stations. You have street department. What we've currently been using is Parks Department, but they are considered street department. And then Utility 24. Everybody has a set of 0 turns, but our 0 turns are so old, they keep breaking down, and
So we need new ones anyway.
we do.
All right, gotcha. Any questions about the trailer? Go ahead, Amanda.
Backhoe. We currently have 2 backhoes. One is in terrible condition. We try not to utilize it as much. Anytime we have a major job, we end up having to rent a piece of equipment. We've had 2 companies come get one of the backhoes, and it's too far gone. They said it's easier just to trade it in on something else. But we have, I think we have 3 crews on utility 29. So, and most of, you have the Kubota and 2 backhoes. So we have 1 crew that can't operate unless we rent.
So the backhoe is a utility equipment,
Utility 22.
Yes,
and it's 90,000?
yes, sir. I think this is maybe the 4th year in a row I've requested a backhoe.
Is there a different pot since it's utility?
It's only the utility part. There is not a different part.
No, what I mean is some of these other items, like the landscape trailer, that wouldn't be utility, would it?
I think one is utility.
One is utility.
One utility?
One is
Yeah.
utility and
24.
one is
Street.
street department.
Chase, the backhoe,
Yes, sir.
wasn't discussion that you had Mr. Barry, from our friend from El Paso,
Yes.
where he, at least in his conversation with me, I'm not, I'm not holding him, but I thought
Yes.
he said that he was going to talk to you about possibly making a donation or that sort of conversation.
Yeah, we were talking about the grade all.
That was the great old.
Yeah, we have the same issues with the grade all that we're about to break.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
great all. But I kind of
Sure.
got the impression, bottom line is, he called me again too recently, hope his daughter's doing well,
Yes,
about, hey, please call him. He has a business
sure.
and he would like to see how he can help Lamarck.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll follow back up with Mr. Berry.
And what's the backhoe used for primarily?
To dig up water leaks, sewer leaks.
Yeah.
That's the main utilization for it.
The one that's shot, how old is it?
2008, I believe.
Yeah.
And this was the reason for having the equipment replacement fund, because the equipment replacement fund would always replace this type of equipment here instead of us having to come to council on it.
And we still have monies in that fund, right?
Very little, less than $500,000.
Yeah, but I mean, some of these, if the theme of this budget season is to bolster public works, then some of these things, we just gonna have to bite the bullet and get the equipment they need. So we have to start looking at it like that.
And because interest rate is still kind of low around this time, so it's sort of in our favor for financing.
Okay.
And I guess that's where I was, when I was asking about the collections from the delinquent accounts, is that if there was an established fiscal policy of the city, example, our expenditures, revenues are not based on 100% collection. And anything that we collect from the delinquent taxes would then be directed to, say, this fund. Just we know that on a regular basis. So we keep replying. That was just kind of there.
I got you. That's a good point.
Well, I think I want to keep hearing about, because I mean, that one, I don't know the ranking for that one is 8A, but I know we've got the grade all and the track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Next on the list for Public Works was hammer hoe attachment. This is utilized to put on a bucket of the backhoe or the Kubota to break up concrete. Problem is, as in the past, don't have a jackhammer or a hammer hoe attachment, so they were using the buckets to break the concrete over buckets. So this is another thing item that's been requested 2 or 3 years in a row.
Any questions on the hammer attachment? Is that, sorry, y'all, I keep asking that because it's just, I know y'all told me to
16.
take some zeros off, but I
16.
That
just,
was 16,100.
okay.
Luckily, the descriptor forms have the right number.
Where you at with that, Casey? Oh, you're going this way.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
I
big
see
one.
what you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
I see what you
That
did.
I was too much math to try and take this number. I'm just looking at this one.
All right. Any questions about hammer time? All right, Amanda, go ahead.
Next on the item for Public Works is dump truck. We currently do not have an operating dump truck. Well, I think we have 3 or 4 of them at the yard that are just sitting there, broke down.
We have 3 or 4 dump trucks.
Flatbed,
Bed.
flatbed,
Yes, sir.
that we utilize.
Yeah, that's the only thing we're utilizing right now is the flatbed.
But we have dump.
Mhm.
And what, have we got estimates to get, what is it gonna cost to get a repair? Or anything else like that?
I'm gonna leave that up to Chase to answer because I know he's talked to Stacy about it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've looked into it. I can bring those numbers to you. It's, we've been told many different mechanics and vendors that they're so old that it's not even worth it. And that's been over I think some of the dump trucks go back to the 70s.
Whoa.
Mhm. Yeah, they're pretty old. You can ask the police. I know during weather events, they would operate them and they would say, "Hey, man, if you ever need somebody to vouch," they know. Yeah, they're very old and they're in very poor condition.
What would you, again, why do we need a dump truck?
Limestone, haul dirt from major jobs, water sewer leaks. If
Digging
we
the
have to
ditches
dig
out.
down deep, we have to run that dirt and take it
Take it
elsewhere. Many uses. Many. Plus, it's easier if crushed concrete, limestone, if somebody's nearby, it's cheaper for us to go up than have them do it to us because it's another $200 fee.
Is there a big difference, Chase, between the cost of a trailer, with the dumping function, which was used a lot of storms for clean? I do think there's a significant difference in the
Yeah, there's a
price.
significant difference in the price, Amanda. I know you looked at that. I believe it's smaller. Mr. Bush.
I think it was
brought us a quote.
72,000.
Yeah. It's basically a smaller version of the dump truck. Yes, sir.
Their volume, the area.
Right, volume that we carry. Yes, ma'am.
72,000 versus 230.
Also, I mean, we don't have the volume for what the dump truck is, but like we use dump trailer farm, like it's nothing compared to a dump truck. I mean, if what they're talking about here is,
Because if we're
it's not a
hauling,
whole lot different than a flatbed,
It's
a
not.
dump trailer.
it's not.
The
If we're
volume.
hauling big loads, we haul large loads of crushed concrete, large loads of limestone. And the flatbed trucks, the dump trucks that you're talking about, it would be 10 times going back and forth hauling loads.
Any other questions? Dump truck. All right, Amanda, go.
Next on the list for Public Works is the grade all. We have 2 grade alls. One is completely broke down. The company refuses to work on it anymore. The other one is in and out of the shop every other day.
Every
We get
other
it back
week.
on the street, it breaks down again. Get it back on the street, it breaks down again. I think this year alone, we've had ASCO come out maybe 6 times on top of the money that we've spent replacing parts on the grade all.
And the grade all is what Mr. Joe operates in, digging the ditches, using it for drainage, installing culverts. I mean, that's why there's many people saying that they've been waiting for their ditches, their streets to be dug out, for their bar ditches to be cleaned and sloped. Yeah, it's.
Yes, the grade all is the
down.
most important component of street department.
Yes, it's the most important for sure.
How old is it?
I think 18 years, 19 years. And Mr. Joe is the one that operates it. He takes very good care of the equipment. I mean, it's just, I
It's
think
used
it's,
a lot.
yes.
Any more questions about the grade all? All right, Amanda.
Next on the list is, I'm requesting 2 new zero-turn mowers that we discussed earlier for the street department. That way they're not sharing 2 mowers between all the guys in the street department.
Is that 20,000 per mower or total?
Total.
Okay.
They average about 9,600.
Any questions about zero term, guys? All right, Amanda.
Next on the list is the portable air compressor. This is to operate our bullets out in the field. That way we can bore up underneath the streets without having to tear the streets up. It also keeps us from having to rent one. It keeps us from having to call out contractors. We have multiple air-powered tools that we utilize. And this would be easier if we owned one versus having to rent one.
It's 25,000.
Yes, sir.
Does somebody have a question?
Yeah, I was gonna, how big is this? $25,000.
It's a 185 kW.
What does that mean?
The big air compressor.
Like, yeah, man.
It's almost like a generator in itself.
The 285 is about yay big.
Yeah, it's
I'm listening. I'm just like, wow, she knows a lot.
it's the what you need is, so our hammer hole, I think our hammer hole needs I think it's 100 psi, and the 185 kW can push anywhere from 100 to 150 psi. So that's the least that we can go with to operate the hammer hole.
And this will help prevent the tearing up of streets.
This is the alternative to using the bucket to break up.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. So whenever we're installing new water lines, new sewer lines, and we have to go up underneath people's driveways, instead of breaking them up and having a concrete person come out and lay concrete later, we can actually bore through the dirt that's under their driveway, or bore through the dirt or sediment that's under the concrete without actually having to break up the streets and the driveways. And believe it or not, concrete costs a lot. We've done a lot of concrete repairs. this year.
Sidewalk
A lot.
repairs. And sadly, those costs continue to skyrocket each day.
All right, Amanda.
The next one on the list was a portable V5 LED work light. This is just for the guys to be able to see when they're working on major jobs at late at night. Sorry, I'm tongue-tied. We currently do not have, we do have one light, but it's not that bright. They complain they can't see. The units that we currently have right now, the backhoes, don't have lights on them that operate. So it's very dark when they're on the job site and everybody's out there with flashlights. So this was an alternative to getting them some light on a night job. And it could be utilized for multiple uses, not just this. We could light up parking lots if needed. Those multiple uses. And the price varies on these. So this was me trying to get one that was portable, lightweight, that the guys could tuck away and not leave outside in the weather.
Any questions? All right, Amanda.
Next on the list is the digital marquee sign for Public Works. This is my idea. We kind of sit off on the side of the road. People pass by our building, they don't know who we are. We looked at many options. I figured digital marquee sign would be best for Public Works because we could put information out there, telling people when they ride by, if you have a sewer call after hours, call this number. If you have this, call this number. Not only would we benefit from it, but code enforcement could use it too. So it would be two departments that could benefit from it.
Any questions, guys?
We want one too.
See, we need to get one for City Hall too.
All right, Amanda, go ahead.
I'm not sure about the renovation of the Public Works Service Center. I think that was one of the ones that Chase worked on.
Yeah, this has been, so I want to say about 3 or 4 years, TML came through, did a condition, they basically went through all of our buildings, all of our assets, and he said that this building is in disarray. Basically, it's not safe. y'all need to improve this building or tear it down, is what we were told. So I've always put it in the budget just to bring it to our attention, basically. A lot of times I just put items in here just to keep y'all informed.
Is this one in Magnolia?
This is off Municipal.
House Street, yes, sir.
Oh, this one.
Right on,
1500
right on from Magnolia.
No, right here.
Oh, this one.
1500 Municipal Drive.
Yeah.
And it's the one with all the underground tanks. correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Actually, I think these two items, we do have it in this year's budget. That's something that we use the fund balance for, but,
Yeah, Mr. Jackson told me to hold off
Right.
on these. so
oh, okay, I didn't,
No, but you're the one.
okay.
Okay. So what do you say? Okay, now what is it again? I'm sorry.
It's a renovation of the service center,
The
the
service
building.
center. Okay.
Yes,
Right
ma'am.
off of Municipal, the one in the shop, where we at?
Yeah, right over here.
And you're gonna renovate it to do what?
We just have to improve the building, the
Yes,
overall.
it's
I mean,
literally falling apart.
It's falling apart,
So
yeah.
what's in it now? I have.
That's our shop.
Our shop
That's your shop.
works out of one side of it. On the back side of it, it's being utilized for storage.
Has an office.
I know the guys still kind of use the restroom that's in there, but the ceiling's falling through and they don't really have a
Floods.
decent restroom to use at the yard. That's the reason why most of the time they come all the way across town to Public Works.
So the only people in there actively working are the mechanics.
Okay.
Mechanics, and that's where
Yes,
the guys go.
and Dennis, I would say
Yeah,
Dennis
Dennis.
spends some time in there when he's making his signs.
Yes.
How much square footage out there? What's the size of that building?
I would
I
have
have
to
no
look back
idea.
at that study. I'll get you that information.
So what's the difference between size-wise, that building and the building over on the west side? The
Building A,
building near the warehouse part?
that was discussed before. And I've always said that was that's a good use of those buildings.
Just using that, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I've always thought I never understood why we have our offices over there. We're so far away from the yard. But
It would,
that's a different discussion, but
right, it
I
wouldn't be as simple as, let's move everything over there and it's ready to go though, because I mean, that building A was.
yeah, we would have to
Needed
do
massive, I mean, it would probably
But
be
they're
at least.
talking, Casey, about building B, right?
building A.
Building A.
No, he's.
Are you talking about building A?
Yeah, we were talking about, at one point, they were talking about moving our service center, our shop into building A, so it would all be together at our office.
The back part of building A is the warehouse.
Yeah, it's a
Not the
warehouse that
gym
opens
part.
up, and
But, I love the idea.
that
of
was a discussion.
I remember that being part of discussion and, but we also talked about, would it be more cost effective to just demolish building A, most of it, because it was, there's so much wrong with it. It's not like we can just move in and move you guys in there. It would probably be $150,000 at least to renovate it.
Yeah.
But, so we're talking about some kind of cost.
Yeah,
What?
I'm not really, I don't really think that we should move forward with the renovation of the Public Works Service Center. I think that we need to find them a better place. I just think that we need to find them a better place. I think ultimately municipal can be some sort of a, what do you call it? They have in Texas biosphere. I think that municipal may end up being a biosphere for us, to take our items.
And that's, we utilize it as well.
Yeah.
Items that are thrown around the town, we take it there.
Hopefully we can find a place for them, because if it's just the mechanic working out of there pretty much, the other fellow who can move, I'm sure, might just be a better look. Just throw in.
Wouldn't be a bad idea if we were discussing a brush truck and a mulcher. And you have your site, that yard over here at 1500 set up for your limestone, your cold mix. That way you don't see it. It's still hidden away inside the city yard, but that's where we keep our dirt, all that. But if we tore everything down, it would open up so much more.
And then you can get your mulch.
And so you're suggesting turn 1500, like keep it a public work site, but change the nature of it.
Yes.
So it's more storage, more of these environmental material things,
Yeah.
and then build a new the shop.
Yes, because one thing we do fight for is a place to dump our dirt.
Yeah, and many citizens want to bring certain material too, and we always have to tell them to take it
Yeah.
elsewhere.
They're driving
That's
30
another-
minutes.
It's another
Yeah.
issue.
And,
Yes.
and also like,
Correct.
like you said, this has been on here. I mean, I think every time I've been up here, as Mayor has said repeatedly, and it's definitely the year for it, like basic, not having like a healthy, clean place to work and use the restroom is not acceptable
Right.
for anybody. So, also, I mean, okay, I'll ask any more questions.
Is there a place, do y'all think y'all might find a place for them to go?
We're talking about a pre-constructed building. I'm
I mean, is there anything within our facilities now that we would have for them to go?
Now, the only thing I can think of is building A with the warehouse.
Yeah.
But because I mean, there's quite a bit of material that would have to be moved for this
Sure.
the center
Yeah,
to,
a
you know,
lot.
be fully
Okay.
functional.
Well, let's just, let's think about that, guys. See on the back end how we want to direct them, because again, if we can come up with a plan, even if it's not this year, you know, if we can work towards for next year, you know, we need to get them out of that. If it's that bad of a, and I've been down there a couple times, environment, we don't need to subject any of our employees. Amanda? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Yancey, go.
I want to also kind of, you know, Tech City ISD has those portable buildings that they're wrapping up. I'm not sure what they're doing with it. That may be something we can look in to put them in the building, whatever. ISD would donate them at our, I don't know, that could be an option. Even if we want to move them, those portables to the public works
To the
area.
yard.
Right, to move them over there to the west side. That's an option.
Yes, ma'am.
It could be an option, let me say.
Sure.
Next on this would be the removal of. Now, this is for fuel and diesel. We no longer fuel or diesel at the yard. We haven't for a couple years now. Problem is, as long as they in the ground to do annual TQ compliance reports for the, we have them tested to make sure that there's no leaking. It's been suggested many times by TQ that just pull them from the ground. This, I know maybe the 6th year that we requested this for the removal of the underground storage tanks. So at this point, it's becoming a compliance issue with TCEQ.
Because they are empty, but as long as they're in the ground, we will still have TCQ on
Are
us.
they operational?
No, sir. Hurricane Harvey is when,
Yeah, they
Totally
just,
disabled.
yes, sir.
Anybody have any questions about the underground storage tanks? All right, Amanda, go ahead.
Chase, I think you
So,
did this
yeah,
one.
this is the easement clearing project, basically for these larger easements that are overgrown, we would definitely need a contractor's assistance. So I kind of got some numbers, some estimates, and I just threw in just a ballpark number as to what I thought it would take for most of these large easements around the city.
Sure.
To get it started.
To get it started, get it knocked down, and then where we can come back and maintain it over the years.
And the key is that we're gonna hire crews that'll be doing the easements in other areas that are easier to do.
Correct.
And this outfit will do the ones with the trees that have grown in.
Yes, sir, that are completely overgrown. Like I said, I mean, Kathleen knows for sure, but there's over 120 easements in the city.
And that's at 200,000.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Casey, I'm not being as diligent as you.
But yeah, it's 200,000.
200, yes, sir.
Now, can this be like, be done in phases? Like the first year,
Yeah, I believe it could be done in phases.
25% of that instead of the whole $200,000 hitting
Sure.
1 year's budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so maybe we can split that out and that'll be
Yeah,
easier
yeah,
on-
we can do a 3-year
Mhm.
goal. I think.
Phase it out.
Yeah, guys, this is a huge number. So what the discussion was that perhaps we make this the heavy easement, a 3-year project. And then we attack it maybe 70,000 a year to knock it down. Any questions about easement clearing? Amanda.
Chase, I think you got the next couple.
Yeah, these are just concrete repairs throughout the city. I mean, we are constantly being called by different citizens wanting concretes replaced. The cost of concrete is so significant now. That's why that number is at 60. I mean, I think next year, the prices are going to continue to increase, that contractors won't even give us quotes. I mean, you used to be able to get a quote or an estimate for 30 days. You can't even get it for a week now. And the prices of materials are just going up so high. The next couple ones like Delaney Cove, Delaney Cove have saltgrass and have painted meadows. Basically, the general thought was to try to, literally they always are calling with sidewalks. Remember from the old tree issue with our subdivisions, the trees are breaking the sidewalks throughout the towns. And if we were able to, I mean, these are luxury items, but if we had items designated for each one of our newer subdivisions to utilize for whether it could be a stop sign or a sidewalk or any, just different issues within those subdivisions. But it all comes back to this concrete repairs. In Delaney and Saltgrass and Painted Meadows, we're constantly, they want those sidewalks redone.
And
That's where the concrete.
that's our responsibility, not the HOAs.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
For those.
correct.
Which goes to this really quickly, because I know we're approaching 6 o'clock, but Casey and former council member Mischief have been in this ongoing discussion about what types of trees you plant in these subdivisions,
Right.
because undoubtedly, and Casey's an expert on this, some of them, the roots will go. You are our expert.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure. Casey said,
No, I remember. I remember
the
that.
roots buckle
Yeah.
the concrete,
Yeah.
and so we really need to get on these.
And beyond that,
developers.
it's the trees, but it's the sidewalk construction, right?
Yes.
The
As well.
design of the
Yes.
sidewalks.
Yes.
around it, which,
And it would be preferable if they would put the manholes aside the sidewalk instead of in the middle of the sidewalk,
Right.
Yeah.
because they're all buckling around the manholes.
Yes.
Yeah.
that's
Then we're gonna have
something
issues with the water.
That's an issue
we
on
lose
that time.
we lose sight of
Yes.
that too when we're talking about.
Yes.
We have to make sure we.
I've heard from a lot of constituents that bought new homes and they're upset, not really upset, but they're concerned about the sidewalks. They can't walk, they can't run, they can't,
Right.
I have replaced, I've done 6 sidewalk repairs within the last, I think, month and a half,
Yeah.
just in Laney Cove alone.
And last year we did quite a bit in Saltgrass.
Yeah. So that's a real, not that any of these are not real, but that's definitely something that I've witnessed as well.
Yes.
All right. So that's concrete repairs, and then underneath that, there's subdivision improvements.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I have Delaney, Painted Meadows, and Saltgrass listed.
Is that the same thing, Chase?
Well, it would be for sidewalks and whatever issues they might have that they were requesting within these subdivisions. I just thought it would be a good idea to where I already
Sure.
have money set aside for these subdivisions. So we
Right.
can just knock it out and we could draw down from, Painted Meadows, Delaney, Saltgrass would be cool.
And Susie, you've already identified funding for this. Okay, good deal. Any questions on the concrete repairs, guys, or the improvements to the subdivisions that have been outlined here? All right, who's doing? Is that you, Amanda Holland, by you, Shoreline?
Yes, sir.
That would be Mac.
Yes, this is one of Parks Board's. It is an issue. We do have some major erosion out there. We are losing a lot of land, especially in one area. Altogether, the quote that I managed to get together was $1.7 million to completely fix the issue out there. That adding bulkhead and filling it all in. It's 1 point, but look further into it. There's grants out there that will pay for this. And so this is the reason why I'm only asking for a portion of it, is because it's something we need to take care of now. It is a major issue. It's a while to get a grant going. but just to fill a 600, I think it was a 600 feet, 600 cubic feet, it was $40,000 in supplies. And that's us doing it ourselves. That's with the bull rock and the sediment.
And that's the minimum fix that you're saying.
Yes, sir.
It's 40,000, you said?
40,000. That was just for 600 feet. We've got 3,000.
3,000 feet. That's the 600 feet that's in most jeopardy. Gotcha. Now, where about on that lake would that 600 feet be?
So as soon as you come in off of Maxwell and turn where the pavilion is, I'm sorry, easier way. Right where the pier is, it's going to be the right-hand side of the pier.
So if I'm walking out to the pier, it's right.
Look at your right-hand side.
Okay.
Now you'll see the first two awnings. One of them, the erosion all the way up to the concrete of the awning itself.
Okay.
So that is something that we're going to have to replace that pad, pull everything back, awning and pad, concrete pad table, until we can do something about filling it in.
And Gary from Grant Works is aware, and they are looking at opportunities.
They're looking for
Okay.
grant.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Does
yeah.
Fisheries grant?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to say yes, because this is that was one of the things that I was looking at. There's several places, several companies that, T-Glow, there was a couple of them that do grants on this specifically
Okay.
for wetlands, because it's a portion of this, and this is the reason why we have not done anything yet, is because according to our engineer, before we can put anything in the ground, we have to have a survey done, a wetland delineation.
Mhm.
They have to tell us what's considered wetlands, what's not, what we can touch with permission, what we cannot touch. And so that was $22,000. And between the city and Parks Board, nobody could come to an agreement
Yeah.
on that. So it just stopped.
Sounds like one of the first places to go, because if this is going to cost this, so much money, we're going to have to collaborate with the Parks Board and use some of their funding for these surveys, these assessments, so that we can then go for those bigger grants.
And so Mac went, I believe Mac went 2 weeks ago. To my understanding, if it's an emergency, if we're losing that much land mass, we are allowed to, I think he said 500 feet. We can't do more than 500 feet at a time, fill in. But it has to be clean product. It has to be a certain type of product, without a permit, without the Army Corps of Engineers getting involved.
And I think he found some bricks or something.
We have brickback that we have tucked away at Highland Bayou Park, in one of the little back corners, that came from this school that we tore down a couple years ago. Problem is, we can put it out there. Carol's the one that put a stop to it. It was a fight between him and her. He had approval from the Army Corps of Engineer because the brickback was clean. They had it tested, it's clean. I don't know what the war was between them two. So the brickback still sits out there, but it's not enough to fill in maybe 150 cubic feet. So he's not going to get what he's thinking he's going to get out of it.
And that would be Joe using our grade off
Yes,
and our equipment.
that's if we're doing it in-house. Yes, sir.
What about that, I think your summary, Chase, part of 78,000 that was available to be spent out there on some sort of engineering work? I didn't imagine it.
Oh, the boat ramp.
The boat ramp
Yeah, the boat.
grant,
Yeah,
I think it's designated, right?
For that
Yeah, that's a project designated for that boat ramp at Mayhem.
But it said erosion. That's
Man,
what I mean.
Yeah, that's at Mayhem Park, but, I mean, I can look into it, man, soon and see what we have.
It says Mayan Park and Highland Bayou. It says both.
That one is only for planning process. Now, we can always go back and get more.
73,000 for planning. For both.
Have we had a recent meeting with the Corps to talk about some ways they could help us out, or?
Oh, man, not understanding.
It sounds like maybe, you know, added to the list of meetings to have, but
Sure.
I wonder if there might be newer opportunities, funding mechanisms they have now. They have such a large base right here. So,
Mhm.
it's great. But for this in particular, this is the emergency amount, this 300,000, to make sure that we save that portion.
Yes. Yes.
300, who said 40, something about 40,000?
Did you say 40,000 cubic
For-
feet?
Yeah, 40,000 is what I was quoted, just for a small
For the
section.
600, okay.
Yes, sir.
And 300,000 for the entire, gotcha.
Yes.
300,000 for
Yes.
the
This is just,
emergency
yeah,
mitigation.
this is just filling in the areas that are wearing away, like, completely.
So
Um,
the 40,000, Amanda, is for the immediate emergency? And then the 300,000 that Casey's talking about is for,
that- So the 40,000 would be from the first awning around,
that's 600 feet.
uh-huh,
Okay.
around to the end of the pier.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's 40,000, but that's just 600, that's 600 feet. It's 3,000 feet altogether. So this is just something to fill it in, to buy us time until we can figure out what we really want to do. How we're gonna go about
And
doing
the
it.
other figure that we was talking about, that was for the entire,
That's
gotcha,
that
gotcha.
1.7-ish million that you said.
Gotcha.
The 1.7 million was the lowest quote I received. That's including bulkhead and filling in. It comes with warranty. We should have problems with it for years. That's permits going through the Army of Engineer. So that's why I said that's something bigger to get into, but because there's grants available for that, I don't want to put it on.
All righty, Amanda, we are at the pavilion, right?
Yes, sir. This is another one of Parks Board's request is to stabilize the pavilion. The support beams at the bottoms of them, they're starting to rot away. I paid out of Public Works budget, we paid $2,500 maybe 2.5 years ago to have Aaron and Franklin draw up plans on how to fix this. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. Well, Mac didn't want to pay for it. It came down to city paying for it, us putting it in the budget. And the issue is you have to fix one side first, and you can't fix it all together. It has to be one side first, and if you go back, hoist the other side and fix that's the other side, the opposite side. It was a big to-do, but this was another issue. These two items have been on the agenda since I've been in Public Works, which is going on 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah.
So,
And let me just say that pavilion has been a blessing in this pandemic.
it really
For
has.
people that, we couldn't go inside. So, yeah.
It's been a sturdy structure. And so far it's held up. Knock on
How,
wood.
so we're in the middle of this master parks plan study. We're getting feedback from all over. That's going to be presented to council. Council's going to eventually decide yay, nay, up, down. In that research, has there been any discussions that suggests that we are looking at increasing our pavilion size?
It was discussed to build amphitheater.
Right.
Not increasing the pavilion size, making repairs to the pavilion, yes, but building an amphitheater towards the back where the baseball is. That's what the discussion is.
And so the folks that you've been talking with, the constituents, are they on board with that?
To my understanding, yes, sir.
So because one of the things I heard was that one of the reasons that we may not be wanting to touch this pavilion is because at some point we may consider enlarging the pavilion. So if that's not true, then again, no official told me this. This is just kind of what I'm hearing. So if that's not true, then there's nothing stopping us from embarking on making the repairs?
No, sir, that's the first I've heard of it.
Okay, cool. Good deal.
And there were some plugs that's not working out there. So we need to check that again.
They're not supposed to be working. We turned the power off.
Did I turn the power on?
Yes, that's part of the bylaws of the Parks Board rentals. No water, no power.
Oh, I think I just said something.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Oh, you know when it was this? You know when it, yeah.
Well,
Not sure.
Mac was here, give you the whole story.
Yeah.
We'd be here another hour.
I really don't know. I know I've been here 15, I remember that thing being here when I was a kid.
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
And I've been at the city for 15 years. It's just always been there.
Okay.
We don't have a lot of structures. I think that's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that we didn't do what we can to try to save it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had our church functions out there for the first year of the pandemic, probably 5 times. And it was a blessing for our church.
Yes. I mean, everybody loves it. We keep up with it. We paint it often. We do get complaints about not being able to use the water during rentals, not being able to use the power. That's something that's going to that'll have to go to the Parks Board to change their bylaws or make a recommendation to you guys.
That's one of my best kept secret in that part. That's the good part.
Yeah, because a lot of people, once they find out that we don't do water or electricity, they go to Carbide. They rent from Carbide.
Yeah.
So it's
We just
Definitely
as simple as raising these so that we can provide coverage of the water and the utilities.
Mhm.
It's not that hard.
I was wondering about like, does it, so $60,000 is not that much to make sure that that structure is safe. And obviously, it's important. We need to, it's a little spooky to think about how long we've been needing to fix it. But is the timing with where we're at with this master parks plan process, should this affect this anyway? Like, do we know that throughout that process, we're gonna be able to obtain more funding to help with this? Or not really, because the only thing we're coming out of with that is just the basic template for parks across the.
originally when I discussed this with Mr. Jackson, it was to build the amphitheater in the back, to include the walking trail, because these are all max wishes, or Parks Board, to include the walking trail, the pavilion supports, and the stabilization of the trail. That's his main things. And so I brought it up multiple times to the city manager, and he said, Parks Master. So that's the reason why it's been tabled so many times. Because we've been told all these items, but after speaking with Chase says, no, just put it on here and let them see what we do. So it's been avoided for quite a while. Right. So as far as the Parks Master Plan isn't set in stone.
Right.
So,
Well, in the whole, and the parks master plan, if I understand, is like, once we have that, that gives the ability to for some of these much bigger grants. So I can see why
Yes.
we were holding off. It's like, if we can get big funds to cover this,
yes.
but we still have this really pressing. Okay. Right. And only just really done the master parks plan process, right? So that would be probably at least another 2 years before we saw
Yeah.
funding
This is something
received
we're
to
gonna have
take care
to
of this.
try to find a way to take care of. It's a safety issue and our kids play at that park. And like Ms. Yancey said, a lot of families gather and enjoy that park on the pavilion. And I hate for some sort of horrible accident to happen with somebody's children, playing at that park or underneath the pavilion. So,
Absolutely.
all right, 21, that's valve inventory assessment. Guys, we're at 6:05. Y'all want to power through these next 7 or 8?
We can go through them pretty quick.
I mean,
Yeah.
since we're just kind of
Actually, it's more than that.
going.
Yeah,
through
it
them, we
Wanna
haven't
go through
really been doing- I'm okay with it, but I also know that like we're gonna talk about all of this a lot more later too.
Yes.
We haven't made any decisions. We're just sort of getting through.
Let's try to last maybe another 10, 15
We
minutes,
can-
guys.
We
Let,
want to knock through ours because then the police starts and then we can do the.
yeah, let's
police.
knock through hours
Do the
and
police
hours. Yeah, let's not, let's do public works.
Okay.
And then we'll start
See
on
the-
this tomorrow. I
Yeah,
got
we only
you.
have
Yeah, there's only
left.
about 5 left of.
That's it.
public
Yeah.
works.
Let's do
So-
5 and then we'll go home and start fresh.
So this valve inventory assessment and project, the valves in our city is a large, it's a problem. With our with our crews out there working on water main breaks, and we can't isolate those breaks, so they work on those lines hot with it blowing. That's why we have to have the pumps, the bypass pumps, to help keep those holes down where they can work on them. The issue, that's I want to say about 3 or 4 years ago when Carol Butler was here, we brought a package to council, and that was about $500,000. And that was years ago. This 700 is trying to keep up with some inflation. Right now, I'm more concerned about I-45 in our project, the project going south towards the causeway. We have valves around there that I know for a fact they're going to have to be replaced. This 700,000, we don't have to, that I just want to bring that to our attention because that's all the valves within our city. But speaking with Den wanted me to bring up, because of the I-45 project, we're going to have to be able to isolate those, especially if those contractors break one of those lines moving farther south. We need our valves operating so we can kill it then, and we can build that pressure right back up, and it wouldn't even affect our citizens.
And it's not if they break them.
I think
when they break
it's
them.
when they break it next. In that existing valves, techs that come to us now say, hey, those are your valves, you have to replace them, and we're going to have to spend the money.
Okay.
And it's not when, it's if, and that's going to be coming. So this 700,000, we could drop that.
We should be playing, right?
Right. I just want to have some
Maybe
money set
3 to 5
aside.
year plan.
Yes, sir. Yeah, for these valves with this textile project is coming soon.
What else you got?
Kirby well site, Amanda.
Kirby well site is currently not producing water, so if we have to go on well. We currently had, the dog track was approved for the rehab. We cannot cut off the dog track because we have nothing going through Kirby right now. They seem to think that I want to say, he said it was some kind of, oh my gosh, it's not coming to me. It's broke.
Talking about the shaft?
The shaft, that's it. The word was not coming to me.
Well.
The shaft that pumps it is not working. I believe this was rehabbed. This was rehabbed as soon as I came to Public Works, which is about 6 years ago. But because it's not ran off, it seemed to have frozen up or it's broke. We won't know until the actual contractor gets in there, takes everything apart. This is a must have, because without this, TCEQ finds out, we're gonna be in trouble. This is an absolute necessity.
And we already have the money, right, Susie? It says 2007 CO.
Yeah, if the council is willing to use that money, yes. Because there are other projects too, so.
Oh, I got what you're saying. The money's there. We just have to decide.
Right.
Exactly.
That's why we're running through these, just to give y'all updates as to.
Yeah.
This is your wish list, in other words.
This is a wish list. Yes,
It's a
sir.
wish
It's
list.
not just a wish list, it's a
Well-
need list. Like, it comes to 24, it's not wish, we have to do,
Yeah, there's certain
or we're
things
gonna be
that,
out of compliance with TCEQ.
Well, then it would be helpful to me to identify the needs versus the wish.
all right, well,
Well,
Because right now, I consider all this a wish list.
okay, well,
okay,
it's out of my hands.
Yeah, I see this stuff, but I still.
It gives a ranking.
Yeah.
It's in the top right corner. I mean, we didn't go through, it probably would have been smart to go through the ranking wise, start with
Yeah, ranking
the
them.
most important,
Like,
how they were put in the book.
Not all there.
like at the bar screen at the wastewater treatment plant, these items will be included with the grant with the issue is the time period until we can get to those projects. This is dangerous for our operating our plant.
Yeah.
So,
You want
The
to
bar
get started now.
Yes.
right,
not only-
bar screen.
Not only is it dangerous to the employees, it's dangerous to the safety of the public.
Right. Plant
So those
operate.
be covered by grant in particular, we're talking about the WWTP grant, the one for that, right?
Correct, the GLO grant, the 58 million. Or the
Is the
40
way that works is that we could expend money now and then be reimbursed? I didn't think that's how that one worked. Because then we have, I mean,
No, the work
Because
will be
it was-
done, the pay estimates will be applied, and we'll have 5 days to cut the check to the contract.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. So,
Uh,
if we're to say, yes, we need to do sparse right now, we need to do it because it is unsafe. Does that know we are, because we haven't really gotten down the pike yet with GO wise, I mean, we're missing our opportunity to have that covered by that grant. Is my,
Yes.
it sounds like it would be,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
Be us
my-
saying. we're-
It would be.
Right.
Okay.
Say that again, Casey. I'm sorry.
So basically, because of the timing of where we are with our GO grant, we have not been given the go-ahead yet to start bidding and executing contracts. If we were to say, yes, we are going to pay for this Kirby Well site repair and the bars and everything now.
Could we be
we
reimbursed
would
for it?
be- We would not be reimbursed. It would not be
Gotcha.
covered because of the time.
And many of these items have been put on hold because of these grants.
But
Right.
that's the question you can ask Flo. I think you need
Yes,
to
we
ask,
can.
you can ask Flo, because the holdup is that
And I meet
GLO.
with, yes, and
Yes.
I'm Melissa Washington
Okay.
Wednesday afternoon.
And you just got to get something right.
It'd be really helpful for them. This Wednesday is when you.
Yeah, our day
Okay.
off is
'Cause I
whenever I'm
mean,
meeting.
That's a huge deal, you know, I mean, if that
Yes.
would end up saving us $200,000-$300,000, if we knew we could expend it, but then count on getting back.
Yeah,
I
and
sure wouldn't want to count on it.
in these project descriptions, it does say that these are TCQ requirements.
Sure.
You know, we're out of compliance, that these are issues that, they're safety issues and compliance issues.
Right.
Amanda, do you want to run these next couple ones?
This is the same thing for the chlorine and sulfur, dock gas alarms. Without this, if we're chlorine spill at the wastewater treatment plant and the guys aren't, there's no alarm that alerts them, everybody dies. It's that severe. Our alarms have been out since, I want to say the freeze. Very costly. And, so that's why we're requesting.
And you got that as a full.
Grant be damned.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But you have this as a 4, you said everybody dies. I'm like,
Oh, I didn't.
No, I tried to just rank them the best I
I
could
didn't
because
write
I wanted to put all as one. and
Sure,
they-
sure.
If they've been out. since the
Sorry.
freeze,
Yeah.
why is this-
But not only this, I mean, this
No, there's-
is where TCQ, EPA, the Coast Guard, we had a spill year and a half ago
Mhm.
that our alarm did not go off. And it was less than what was allowed, or that's the legal limit. It was less than, and we got contacted. We were contacted by EPA, everybody. Everybody.
If they've been
Just for
out since
small
the
spill.
freeze, why is this the first time council's even heard about this?
And that's a,
It was taken
Mhm.
to our,
I take it to my boss and
yeah,
It was on
previous
channel, it
administration.
just never
Yes.
came to council.
yes, all of these items.
yes, all these items.
So you're saying that was directly related to the freeze, to the federally declared disaster? So once again, that would have been an entirely reimbursable item. had
And I
we
did
pursued it.
claim this.
Yeah,
I-
It did, was it submitted then?
I've already submitted it.
Oh, it was submitted. So
Yes, sir.
oh,
So
okay.
there are
Yes,
items
sir, 'cause
that
I
we
work
had
on that.
submitted.
But this is something that really cannot wait. Like, we
No,
cannot wait
that's- yeah,
for reimbursement for the funds to fix it. This is something that needs to get
And
fixed.
that's what I'm not understanding how we have, and this has nothing to do with, I'm looking at Susan, Susan, it has nothing to do with you.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not understanding how we have this $1 million in storm reserve, right? And this is a $15,000 fix. Why didn't we go ahead and get this issue resolved? And why are we not simply waiting on reimbursement?
Yeah. Well, again, there are many items that they've been broken at this for years, decades.
Yeah.
That have been,
And again, nobody's fault,
And
nobody's
it's-
fault, we're just trying to understand.
and literally, because of these grants, they've been trying to get to the grants. It's what
Could
what we
I
were
ask
told.
maybe for, since I know we're about to be done here and done for the night and our brains, but to Joe's point, and I think, well, number one,
maybe a note for the future budget workshop, these items in our binder in the order of their rank.
Sure.
Just basic assembly were helpful, just so and it's just going through, we're going through it all together. But if maybe when we come back to talk about the rest of this and we start doing the money game, if could have it really isolated, like here's the things that are if we don't fix this, everyone buys.
Yeah.
And like this is only slightly less important, but very, very important, and would include some of those things that are like $200,000 items and whatnot, that then we can figure out how do we compromise there, or do we just, do we finally buy that great all and we just got to finance it and that's how we're doing it, like, and then some of the things like the marquees and the stuff that would be really good to have, but
It's not a necessity.
we're gonna have to cut some things.
And then
That would be
there
very
are still other items that Susie and I are working on with the gentleman from Tatum about,
Exactly.
I mean, there are water lines that we can tie back to the storm that, we're asking questions now to see.
Yeah. Plus the ancillary fee that we pay to ERCOT, that we're still challenging them to get reimbursement.
The ERCOT fee.
With ERCOT, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't given up on that one yet.
Yeah. I bet.
I'll keep fighting.
All right, guys, you're at,
And Mayor, if I may,
go ahead.
the plant is inspected by the county.
Sure.
Their TCQ comes to the plant. Many of these items they know about, and they know we are. So, I mean, we have inspections at the plant. We Galveston inspectors that really that take stamps that check everything as well. We are reported, and
we
are
know,
working with this.
And we know that, Chase. And that's why I said, and I'm sure the council will agree. Nobody's fault, no harm, no foul. We just have to make sure that we're better at some of these other little things. And it has nothing to do with Amanda or you or Susie or even the past administration. This is just an opportunity for us to all, be more efficient.
Yes, sir.
But we know Works has been devoid of employees for years now. Equipment, supplies, they have been neglected. And we understand that. Certainly, definitely anything against the work that has been done. We appreciate everything that Public Works has been doing, has done. It is time to go. It's in particular under your leadership, Chase, certainly. Amanda, you did well in that endeavor, and we look forward to what y'all are doing in the future.
Yes, sir.
So, no foul. We're all right. We're good.
The only thing that's left, Amanda, is what the scales and then the generator, backup generator. Yeah, these are other items at the wastewater treatment plant that, they need to be replaced.
Replacing 4 sulfur dioxide scales and regulators. You want to talk about that, Amanda? Or?
Yes, sir. Our scales have been down for a long time. The regulators, I did replace 2 of the regulators. They're quite expensive. One of them went out and we just had it serviced again last week. But the scales we have to have. I haven't had a working scale out there since Public Works that I'm aware of.
Okay. Anybody have questions about the scale? Go ahead.
Delaney Station, lift station, our backup generator, NNC can no longer work on. It has been chewed through by rats and you name it. The parts are hard to get their hands on because the generator is so old. At this thing, we need the new one to install out there. We do have to have this to keep this lift station in operation. The only thing I'm not sure of, Chase, is Costello Engineering is looking at the station.
Yes, correct. Yeah, that's one thing that we were part of the development in that area. We were going to ask that they need to improve this lift station.
Who is it? Who?
Costello, and it's part of the new divisions being built in the area.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Costello. Are you Woodhaven Trails?
Yes.
All right, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
So we're asking them to participate.
Correct.
Well, they've been going over there. To my understanding, they're
they've been
wanting
looking
to
into it.
rehab
Yes.
the entire lift station.
It's just gonna have to be improved.
Yeah,
for the
gotcha.
Development.
Hey,
of the
listen.
area.
And that's what we were
I
like.
get it.
But
Hey,
in the meantime, I don't know how long we're looking at
Yeah.
for them to have the lift station versus us buying a generator.
yeah. Oh, we might need to probably have a meeting with them.
Yes, sir. I can look into that now.
Yeah. See what their timetable is. Good deal. I'm glad if they get it done, then definitely take a pic of them. Hey, guys, that public works part of it. Does anybody have any questions for the public works crew? I know we're gonna think about it tonight. Come back, revive tomorrow, but do y'all have any questions as relate to the information you heard?
You know, I think in the past years, at this point, when we started talking about the projects, we already started our tally and like our deduction, going through like what's our reserve and going through. We haven't done that yet, which is good for me because I like kind of going through the items and becoming aware of them before we just start deciding, oh, we're gonna keep that, not keep that, because that's how we end up at the end. Department going, hey, what happened to me?
Yeah.
But I want to know where in this plan we're gonna start that, because I feel like we're given the same opportunity where we're not checking things off or saying yes or saying no.
How about tomorrow? We'll come back to you with the correction of those numbers, the dollar amounts that are driving you crazy. And then we're also gonna give you another list similar to that, but in the order of the ranking. That helps you see a better picture, and then we'll start checking off ones that you want to go down.
So we'll go back over cap.
Or whatever the case may be, or financing. And then we'll move from there and see how much dollar amount that we need from the fund balance to pay for whatever equipment or project. Equipment, we probably can put it on the financing list.
Sure.
Projects, we probably can do it out of fund balance, whether it's utility fund or general fund, depending on what equipment. Okay, so we can do all of that tomorrow. And we see a better list with the ranking order.
Sure.
I think we can all do better that way.
So like sometime in the afternoon after we talk with police, we let them do the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still won't mean we get to hear from everybody, but it'll be the biggest thing.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Chase,
At least we'll be able to eliminate a lot of these projects. We'll have a few, and then when we add other ones, it'll be easier to.
Yes. Agreed.
let me follow up on Casey's comment there, big items. And Chase, I'm gonna need some clarity, maybe from you, Susan. There's an item that is not included on this sheet. I don't know, other than taking out of reserves, is what I understood, is the work that was envisioned under the county November 2017 bond initiative.
Oh.
Okay? And Chase, you had earlier sent out an email in response to some questions that I was asking previously about this. And where I provided you guys this copy as well when we met. And in your email, Chase, you said that you met with the county judge. I think you also recently said you're pending a meeting with Mr. Crowder, the county engineer on this.
People from
the county people. And that the work is ready to go as soon as we contribute our $1 million, is what I understood. Is that accurate?
We were told basically that we have, it's been a long day. I'm gonna have to pull this back up. Let me see.
Yeah. 498,000.
I thought,
And I know the EDC has matched that they are.
oh, that was an email then that Yes, Alex says that there was $1 million that he was prepared to send. And so at this point, I'm completely confused because I went back and studied this last night too, after I saw that email. And the total amount of the work and the bond is $1 million. Why are we contributing $1 million if the total bond amount was $1 million? It would have been covered. I would like someone to give some answer.
I thought it was more than that.
Well, I'm just looking at, the project was 3.7, right?
Yeah.
3.7 or 3.9 million for the entire project.
Then we're missing stuff that was reported because this only comes out to, the ask is $1 million.
It ended up being somewhere closer to 7 million.
No, over 3 million. We're
That's what I
only
remember.
matching 1 million. That was my understanding.
Well, I'm just like,
I could be wrong. It was over 3
November,
million.
I just like some clarity.
Total
Right.
project,
Right now, my
3.3
anxiety
million.
level is at a- because thinking we still owe somebody $1 million, and we're talking about all these other expenses. And I want to see that the projects that were promised in November 17 are prioritized over all this other stuff. So,
Now, also on that too, Pro Tem, and which I'm glad you brought that up so that we can get some clarity on that. This, what the Mayor Pro Tem is referring to is a bond that was basically passed on the county level. The county, all cities in the county, members of this county voted to pass a bond, I believe, in 2017 for, among other things, street repair. And so the county has been the administrator of this project, and they started in other cities. Again, we're not debating why, who's wrong, who's right. They started in cities that surround us. And so the county in 2021 has gotten around to doing the work that they promised in the city of Lamar, right? And so that's where we are now. All these other years that we didn't get the work done, not because of our city or our government. It was because the county had prioritized, for example, Tiki Island, if you will. I'm just throwing names out there, Jamaica Beach. And now they're at the city of Lamar.
Yes, they're finalizing the bid documents and they'll be ready to advertise in the next 2 to 3 weeks. It's under legal review. The bid process will take 4 weeks. Basically, the county will send us an invoice for the matching funds of 1 million. It'll have to, the funds are, once the funds are received, it'll be approved through the commissioner's court. The construction will be expected to start between mid to late October. I'll have more information, bring it to us this week about the funding.
The reason it was a comment you made, which that, remember when, I don't know who was here, we talked about EDC and streets? Because that's Alex's email basically says, I'm sending $1 million over for this, which is all streets. So I say I'm so confused in my, and yet I don't understand within the realm of our budget discussion where that's coming from.
Where the $1 million
Is coming
the
from.
$1 million is, okay, so let's go back really quickly. We got about 30 seconds. So economic development monies can only be used for things that will move us toward more economic development, greater economic development, right? Signs for folks' businesses, infrastructure that may lead up to folks' businesses to a certain extent, fencing around folks' businesses, and in certain situations, it can go toward streets. In certain situations, now we can't just say, Amanda, take EDC money and go and pave the street. We can't do that. But in the middle of this entire bond referendum and things like, and all that was a part of that, then there are certain instances that they can match or that they can contribute fund, because the overall in the overall grand scheme, that contributes to economic development. So that's the one thing there. Did I answer your question? Or no? I want to make sure I answer your question.
Mayor, may I add? The $1 million actually comes out of the revitalization portion.
Of the
under
economic
EDC.
development.
Correct. The
Right.
revitalization, they designate a portion of the money for revitalization because that's not sales tax money. That is the money that when EDC sells any kind of property, it appreciates over time, and the appreciation portion of the property they sell, that is the revitalization money. And that $1 million comes from revitalization side, not EDC sales tax side. So
Separate pool of money.
Now you're throwing Joe into weeds that we
Oh,
gotta,
I'm sorry,
we gotta get him out of here now.
I
We
think
gotta-
Mr.
we
Getty
gotta-
can explain
we gotta-
it.
We gotta
I'm
get him out of
sorry.
here. We can't let the day go past without getting him out of these weeds. So, to be clear, Susie,
Uh-huh,
help him to understand
uh-huh.
this revitalization piece. How is that legal, right?
Mm.
If the Economic Development Corporation is designed to make investments that will grow our city economically and will develop our city economically, right?
Right.
How then is the Economic Development Corporation purchasing land? How then are they gaining interest and all these things that you just mentioned? Because if you don't answer that question, then there are going to be a whole host of other questions. Not necessarily from Joe, but I'm just saying in general.
But let me just interject, maybe we can carry this over. It's a good question. I'm just, for purposes of our discussion of a city budget, that's where I'm really focused in terms of some liabilities, some contingent liabilities that I believe exist with regard to that November 2017 bond initiative. That there is a contribution on the city side. Okay, a contribution on the city side. Now, that's what I'm trying to focus in on. Is that contribution coming from us so that there should be a line in here? Or are we absolutely saying that that's going to come from this revitalization fund?
That I got you now. That's coming to us. That should come to us in the Economic Development Corporation's presentation to us.
Okay.
I got you now. I got you.
That's
Yes,
all. That's all.
That should come, and it was not a part of, let's be clear, it wasn't a part of the bond that was passed. This was not a
That's right.
stipulation of the bond that was passed. This was the bond, a bond passed, there's certain amounts of, and we elected, not we necessarily as, but elected to use money with an EDC disbursement of monies to get as many streets done as we possibly can get done. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, all right. Any other questions? Well, it is 6:34 and we had a good day. So if there are no other questions, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We are on schedule, ladies and gentlemen at home. Ladies and gentlemen in this room, we will start tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. with fire and EMS. Any other questions? Entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.